Vision IAS. In November 2025, we will cover all these topics of polity and governance. Land registration system in India. Recently, the Supreme Court in the case of Samiullah vs. State of Bihar has demanded fundamental reforms in the country's land registration and titling system. The court said that there are many problems in the old system and that we need a modern system. The Supreme Court struck down that rule of Bihar which made mutation proof mandatory for property registration. Mutation means updating the revenue records. The court clearly said that under the Registration Act, 1908, document registration only records the transaction, not ownership. Ownership, meaning proof of title, requires mutation, which is a separate process and does not itself confer title. The court criticized the bureaucratic loop created due to old land records in India. This loop means the hassle of running around government offices to get work done. The court suggested that a modern, digital and conclusive titling system should be brought across the country, which establishes clear ownership. This will reduce disputes and make property dealings easier. Another recent case is K. Gopi vs. Sub-Registrar, which came in 2025. In this, the Supreme Court said that the Registration Act, 1908 does not give the Sub-Registrar the authority to check title or ownership. Their role is purely ministerial, meaning they will only check the paperwork to see whether documents are in order and whether the parties have signed voluntarily. Nothing more than this. Now let us talk about the land registration system in India. Land is a state subject, meaning state governments handle it. But registration of deeds is a subject in the concurrent list, which is in Schedule 7 of the Constitution. This means both the center and the states can make laws on it. In this image, it is shown that land registration systems are mainly of two types. The first is the deeds registration system and the second is the title registration system, also known as the Torrens system. First, understand the deeds registration system. This is the system mainly in practice in India at present. In this, deeds, meaning documents of property transactions, are registered in government records. But registration itself does not guarantee title, that is, ownership. To prove ownership, you have to trace the entire chain of old deeds, meaning you need to link all previous sale deeds. This leads to many disputes, because if even one link is weak, the entire claim becomes weak. Now the second type is title registration or the Torrens system. This operates in many developed countries like Australia. In this system, registration itself is conclusive proof of title, meaning decisive evidence. The government itself guarantees the title. Ownership changes only through registration, and the owner gets a title certificate. If any mistake occurs, the government provides compensation. This makes transactions easy, secure and fast, and disputes are greatly reduced. First, let us look at the problems of the existing system. India's property transaction system is still based on colonial-era laws, such as the Transfer of Property Act, 1882, the Indian Stamp Act, 1899, and the Registration Act, 1908. These are more than a century old and do not fit well in today's digital age. The second major problem is the lack of conclusive title. Under the Registration Act, registering a sale deed does not guarantee ownership. It is only a public record of the transaction, whose evidentiary value is presumptive, meaning based on assumption, not conclusive proof. Because of this, litigation has increased a lot. Fake documents, land encroachment, delays in verification, presumptive title and different procedures at the state level mean that 66% of civil cases are related to land disputes. Administrative problems are also significant. In the sub-registrar's office, physical presence of the buyer, seller and two witnesses is mandatory, which is time-consuming and difficult. Also, since land is a state subject, procedures differ from state to state, and there is no uniformity. Digitization is also incomplete. Programs like DILRMP and NGDRS are digitizing records, but they cannot correct old incorrect or unclear titles. Now let us look at the reform measures. The objective of DILRMP is to convert manual presumptive titles into digital conclusive titling. It has been extended till 2025-26. Under this, there is a unique land parcel identification number, that is ULPIN or Bhu Aadhaar, which is a 14-digit ID based on geo-coordinates. This will make transactions easier and reduce disputes. NGDRS or e-registration enables online deed entry, payment, appointment booking and document search. Linking e-courts with land records provides courts with accurate information and helps cases get resolved faster. Through transliteration, records of rights can be easily converted from local languages into the 22 languages listed in the Constitution. Many states have separate portals, such as Dharani in Telangana, Kaveri in Karnataka, and Bangla Bhumi in West Bengal, which are digitizing records and making transactions easier. The Supreme Court first emphasized conclusive titling. This means registration itself should be complete and decisive proof of ownership. The court directed the Law Commission of India to form a committee, which will also include states. This committee will examine ways to link property registration with conclusive titling. At present, our system is presumptive, where registration only records the transaction and does not give a guarantee. Second, the court advised restructuring old laws. The Law Commission has to prepare a report on how century-old laws like the Transfer of Property Act, 1882, the Registration Act, 1908, and the Stamp Act, 1899 can be aligned with modern technology. These laws are colonial and do not fit today's times. The third point is synchronization. Registration should be linked with real-time landholding records. Mutation, survey and settlement operations should be timely and accurate, so that registration reflects actual holdings. At present, these are separate, which creates confusion. Fourth, the suggestion is to create a permanent regulatory body. There should be such an institution for registration officers that builds institutional memory and carries out real-time upgrades. This will make the system strong and uniform. The most interesting emphasis is on blockchain technology. The court said that blockchain can create a secure, transparent and tamper-proof system. What is blockchain? It is a decentralized digital ledger, where transactions are stored in blocks that are cryptographically linked in a chain. There is no central authority, records cannot be altered, and everything is verifiable. Through this, cadastral maps, survey data and revenue records can come into a single digital framework. Fraud will reduce, traceability will increase, and public trust will be strengthened. If you find the video useful, then like it right now. Digital Personal Data Protection Rules, 2025. We will talk about the Digital Personal Data Protection Rules 2025, that is DPDP Rules 2025. Recently, in November 2025, the government notified these rules, which fully implement the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, 2023. Why are these rules in the news? The Government of India notified the DPDP Rules 2025 in November 2025. This made the DPDP Act of 2023 fully operational. These come under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, that is MITY. Organizations have been given an 18-month phased compliance period to upgrade their systems and adopt responsible data practices. This means it will be implemented gradually, so that businesses get time to adjust. Now let us look at the main provisions. First, the obligations of data fiduciaries, that is companies or institutions that handle personal data. They must issue a standalone consent notice, which should be clear and simple. It must mention an itemized description of personal data, the specific purpose, and the method to withdraw consent. The special point is that withdrawing consent should be as easy as giving it. If the purpose is fulfilled, personal data must be deleted, unless it is legally required to be retained. However, logs related to processing must be retained for at least 1 year, or longer if required by law. In case of a personal data breach, affected individuals must be notified without delay. They must be informed about what happened, what the possible impact is, and what steps have been taken. The business contact of the data protection officer or designated officer must be published on the website or app, so that people can contact them for data-related queries. It is mandatory to respond within 90 days to requests for access, correction, update, or erasure. Special protection for children's data. Verifiable consent from a parent or guardian must be taken before processing. However, for essential purposes such as healthcare, education or real-time safety of the child, consent exemption is provided. Citizens' rights and protection are strong. You can seek information about your data, get it corrected, get it deleted, and register a grievance. The Data Protection Board of India, that is DPBI, will be formed, with 4 members. Through a dedicated portal and mobile app, citizens will be able to file and track complaints. Appeals against the board's decisions will lie with TDSAT, that is the Telecom Disputes Settlement and Appellate Tribunal. Other provisions include higher obligations on significant data fiduciaries, that is SDFs. They must conduct periodic data protection impact assessments, independent audits every 12 months, and strict checks on the use of new or sensitive technologies. Consent managers can only be India-based companies. There is special protection for disabled persons who cannot take decisions on their own. Now we will talk about the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, that is, the DPDP Act 2023. This act has now been fully implemented along with the Rules 2025. What is the main objective of the DPDP Act 2023? It gives people the right to protect their personal data, while also recognizing the need to process data for lawful purposes. That is, a balance between privacy and data use. This act has 7 core principles. Consent and transparency, purpose limitation i.e. use only for the stated purpose, data minimization i.e. collect only as much data as necessary, accuracy, storage limitation i.e. delete once the need is over, security safeguards, and accountability. Understand some key definitions. A data principal is the person whose data it is. A data fiduciary is the company, individual, or government body that processes the data. A consent manager is an entity that is registered with the Data Protection Board and helps people give, review, or withdraw consent. Where does the Act apply? It applies to the processing of digital personal data in India, whether the data was collected online or digitized later. It also applies outside India if goods or services are offered in India. But it does not apply to data for personal use or publicly available data. Requirement of consent. Personal data will be processed only for lawful purposes and with the consent of the data principal. However, consent is not required for legitimate uses such as government benefits or medical emergencies. The Data Protection Board of India, that is DPBI, will monitor compliance and can impose penalties. Heavy penalties for non-compliance. Up to 250 crore rupees for failure of security safeguards, up to 200 crore rupees for not reporting a data breach or violations related to children, and up to 50 crore rupees for other violations. The Act revised Section 81J of the RTI Act. Now disclosure of personal information is exempt. Now the question is, why was digital data protection needed? First, protection of individual privacy. Without safeguards, the state or big tech companies can carry out surveillance and profiling. Biometrics, location, health, financial data, all are at risk. It is necessary to prevent data misuse and exploitation. This leads to identity theft, financial fraud, targeted manipulation such as ads or election interference. For example, according to NCRB, from 2021 to 2023 there was an increase of 33,000 cybercrime cases. It is also essential for cybersecurity and national security. Large datasets are targets for hackers and hostile countries. In 2022, there were 10.29 lakh cyber incidents, which increased to 22.68 lakh in 2024. Building trust in the digital economy. This will help India's digital economy grow in a secure and globally competitive manner. In 2022-23, the digital economy accounted for 11.74% of GDP. Vulnerable groups such as children, the elderly, and women are more affected by data breaches and online harassment, so safeguarding them is necessary. Ensuring ethical use of emerging technologies like AI. Non-discrimination, fair algorithms, and human oversight. Now we will discuss the criticisms of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 and the DPDP Rules 2025 notified in November 2025. The biggest criticism is broad exemptions. Under the Act, the government can exempt itself or its agencies from data protection obligations in the name of state security, sovereignty, or public order. The second shortcoming is missing rights. The Act does not include the right to data portability, that is, the right to transfer one's data from one platform to another. Also, the right to be forgotten is not fully provided, which relates to removing older irrelevant data from online disclosure. These exist in global laws like the GDPR, but not here. This reduces user control. There is ambiguity in definitions. For example, the definition and thresholds of significant data fiduciaries are not clear, which will create confusion in applying stricter obligations. Compliance burden and impact on innovation. High compliance costs and operational complexity will affect data-heavy businesses, especially startups and SMEs. Some critics say this may stifle innovation, although the government claims that the rules are simple and reduce burden. However, for small businesses it is still challenging. Now let us look at other initiatives. The 2017 KS Puttaswamy judgment made privacy a fundamental right under Article 21 and called for a stronger data protection framework. The Justice B.N. Srikrishna Committee, 2017 examined data protection issues and recommended a comprehensive law. The Digital Information Security in Healthcare Act, that is DISA, provides a framework for healthcare data protection. Certain cybersecurity directions of April 2022 require data breaches to be reported within 6 hours and security logs to be maintained. In conclusion, the DPDP Act and rules are a big step towards a trustworthy digital environment. They clarify personal data handling, strengthen individual rights, and fix responsibility on organizations. But there is a need to address shortcomings so that a balance between privacy and innovation is maintained. Through this Courses tab, you can watch all videos of Vision IAS Magazine 2025 in both Hindi and English. India AI Governance Guidelines. Recently, the Union Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, that is MITY, has issued the India AI Governance Guidelines under the India AI Mission. This is a major step because AI, that is artificial intelligence, is now being used in every sector and rules are necessary for its proper use. Now, let us understand these guidelines. These guidelines propose a strong governance framework that promotes cutting-edge innovation, ensures safe development and use of AI, and at the same time reduces risks for individuals and society. That is, everyone should benefit from AI, but there should be no harm. There is an institutional framework to implement these guidelines. At the top is a high-level body called the AI Governance Group. It will formulate AI governance policy across India and coordinate among all agencies. Then, government agencies such as MITY, MHA, etc., and sectoral regulators such as RBI, SEBI, TRAI, CCI, etc., will frame sector-specific rules in their respective domains and handle grievances. In addition, advisory bodies such as Niti Aayog, the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, etc., will provide regular briefings and strategic advice to the AI Governance Group. And standards bodies such as BIS, the Telecommunication Engineering Center, etc., will develop AI risk taxonomies, certification standards, etc. All of this together will manage AI in an organized manner. Now, let us understand the issues in AI governance. The first is the digital divide. In rural and less developed areas, there is a lack of digital public infrastructure, the cost of deploying AI solutions is high, and computing access is weak in sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and public services, which prevents uniform use of AI. For example, according to the Internet in India 2024 report, 51% of the rural population still does not use the Internet. The second issue is discrimination. If AI is trained on biased data, it can produce discriminatory outcomes in welfare, policing, etc., which will increase existing inequalities and affect marginalized groups more if safeguards are not in place. The third is transparency and accountability. Opaque, black box decisions of AI make transparency and accountability difficult, especially in welfare and law enforcement. Without clear audit mechanisms, it becomes difficult to scrutinize decisions and hold institutions accountable. The fourth is cybersecurity. AI systems can face cyber attacks such as data manipulation and model hijacking, which can disrupt public service delivery and leak sensitive information, thereby affecting AI-enabled governance. The fifth is policy and regulation. There is a need to review existing sectoral laws to fill regulatory gaps arising from AI-enabled decision-making, especially in sensitive domains such as healthcare and finance. For example, the PCPNDT Act should be updated for AI-based radiology tools, which can enable illegal sex determination. The sixth is IPR-related issues. If AI models are trained on copyrighted material without consent, ownership and compensation disputes arise, creating uncertainty over the rights of creators or AI developers over outputs. For example, the lawsuit against Google, where petitioners argued that the AI overviews feature could divert traffic and impact the revenue of publishers and content providers. The last issue is misuse. Malicious use of AI such as deepfakes, data poisoning, adversarial attacks, and AI-driven disinformation campaigns can disrupt critical infrastructure and weaken public safety and national security. We will now talk about initiatives taken for AI governance. First, the initiatives taken for AI governance in India. The first is the National Strategy for AI, that is NSAI. This is Niti Aayog's #AI for All strategy, which focuses on AI in sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, and education. Its objective is to solve problems by increasing the use of AI in these areas. The second is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, 2023. It strengthens data protection for individuals and addresses privacy concerns related to AI. That is, it ensures the security of data used in AI. The third is the Global Partnership on AI, that is GPAI. Its objective is to guide the responsible development and application of AI, with a focus on human rights, inclusion, diversity, and economic prosperity. India is a founding member of GPAI, which shows that we are active at the global level in handling AI responsibly. Now, let us look at AI governance initiatives at the global level. The first is Europe's AI Act, 2024. This is Europe's first major regulation on AI, which categorizes applications into 4 risk levels: unacceptable, high risk, limited risk, and minimal risk. This makes the use of AI safer. The second is the Bletchley Declaration, 2023. It has been signed by 28 countries and the European Union, which establishes a shared understanding of the opportunities and risks of frontier AI. The third is the G7 Pact on AI, 2023. Its objective is to establish a global framework for the responsible development and use of AI systems, and participation in it is voluntary. The fourth is the OECD AI Principles, 2019. These are the first intergovernmental standards on AI, which promote innovative and trustworthy AI that respects human rights and democratic values. Now, let us talk about the India AI Mission. It was launched in 2024, with the objective of creating a comprehensive ecosystem that fosters AI innovation, democratizes access to computing, and enhances data quality. It aims to deploy more than 10,000 graphics processing units, that is GPUs, for advanced AI computing infrastructure. A GPU is a powerful computer chip that processes images and graphics quickly, runs AI programs, and handles complex tasks more efficiently than regular processors. It is an umbrella program by MIT-Y and is implemented by the India AI Independent Business Division under the Digital India Corporation. Finally, the conclusion. By combining risk-based regulation with innovation-friendly standards, investing in inclusive digital infrastructure, and strengthening institutional capacity, India can make AI a force multiplier for development rather than a source of exclusion or harm. A collaborative approach guided by transparency, accountability, and global cooperation will be critical to keep AI aligned with constitutional values, public trust, and long-term national priorities, enabling India to emerge as a responsible and credible leader in the global AI ecosystem. The complete and deep analysis video of PT 365 will be coming very soon on our channel. If you do not want to miss any important current issue in the exam, then subscribe to our channel right now. Tribunals. Recently, the Supreme Court declared the Tribunals Reforms Act, 2021 unconstitutional, which relates to the appointment, tenure, and service conditions of members of various tribunals. Now, let us look at the key highlights of the judgment. The first is legislative override over judicial directions. According to the Supreme Court, the 2021 Act goes against binding judicial pronouncements that have repeatedly clarified standards for appointment, tenure, and functioning of tribunal members. Earlier, in 2020, in the Madras Bar Association case MBA-IV, the court struck down the Tribunal Rules 2020, and in 2021, in the Madras Bar Association case MBA-V, it struck down the Tribunals Reforms Ordinance 2021. The second is against the doctrine of constitutional supremacy. The Act fails to remove the defects identified in previous judgments and instead reintroduces them under new labels. It violates the constitutional principles of separation of powers and judicial independence. The third is the present status. The Supreme Court said that until Parliament enacts a new law implementing the directions of previous judgments, the directions in the MBA-IV and MBA-V cases will continue to apply. The fourth is the National Tribunal Commission. The court directed the Union to constitute a National Tribunal Commission within 4 months. Now, let us compare the key contentious issues in the Act with the Supreme Court judgment. Tenure and age limit in the Tribunals Reforms Act, 2021. A 4-year tenure for members and a minimum age of 50 years for appointment. Tenure in the Supreme Court judgment. A fixed tenure of 4 years is inadequate for the independence of tribunals. The court said that members should have a minimum tenure of 5 years, and lawyers with at least 10 years of experience should be considered for appointment. Search-cum-selection committee in the Act. To give recommendations for the appointment of chairpersons and members to the central government. Composition of the committee. Chairperson, Chief Justice of India or a Supreme Court judge nominated by the CJI. 2 members, secretaries nominated by the central government. 1 member, the outgoing chairperson in case of appointment of chairperson, and the sitting chairperson in case of appointment of a member. Composition of the Search-cum-selection committee in the Supreme Court judgment. Judicial dominance was not ensured in the committee under the 2020 rules. There is no mention of the National Tribunals Commission in the Act. National Tribunals Commission in the Supreme Court judgment. An independent body to supervise appointments, functioning, administrative, and infrastructure needs of tribunals. Until it is constituted, a separate wing should be created in the Ministry of Finance. What are tribunals? Tribunals are judicial or quasi-judicial institutions established by law. They provide a platform for faster decision-making compared to traditional courts and offer expertise in certain specific subject matters. That is, they handle specialized cases quickly and in an expert manner. Now, their genesis, that is, origin. The history of tribunals in India begins in 1941, when the first tribunal, the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, was established. It was for tax-related matters, and gradually other tribunals were created. Then, constitutional status. The 42nd Amendment Act, 1976 inserted Articles 323A and 323B, which deal with tribunals. Article 323A authorizes Parliament to create administrative tribunals at the central and state levels to adjudicate matters related to recruitment and service conditions of public servants. Article 323B empowers Parliament or state legislatures to create tribunals for certain specific subjects such as taxation and land reforms. In 2010, the Supreme Court said that the subject matters under Article 323B are not exclusive and can be extended to any subject specified in the 7th schedule. Now, about appeals. At present, tribunals are created either as substitutes for high courts or as bodies subordinate to them. In the former case, appeals against tribunal decisions lie directly with the Supreme Court. In the latter, appeals are heard by the respective high courts. In the Chandan Kumar case, 2017, the Supreme Court said that appeals against tribunal decisions are allowed before the division bench of high courts. Significance of tribunals. The first is specialization. Each tribunal is given specific jurisdiction so that it hears and decides cases in its designated area. Some tribunals have appellate jurisdiction, meaning they hear appeals against decisions of lower authorities or government bodies. The second is speedy resolution. This is especially important in areas where timely decisions are crucial, such as service matters, tax disputes, and environmental issues. The third is reduced caseload. By handling specific types of cases, tribunals reduce the burden on traditional courts and help address judicial backlog. The fourth is accessibility. Tribunals are geographically dispersed, with benches across the country, making access easier for people. The fifth is efficiency in service matters. Administrative tribunals such as the Central Administrative Tribunal resolve service-related matters of government employees quickly. Through a timeline, we will understand the journey of the development of the tribunal system in India. First, let us talk about the year 1969. At that time, the first Administrative Reforms Commission recommended that civil service tribunals should be set up at both the central and state levels to resolve service-related disputes of government employees. After this, in 1976, the recommendations of the Swaran Singh Committee came. Based on these recommendations, the 42nd Constitutional Amendment was made. Through this change, Part 14A was added to our Constitution and tribunals were given a constitutional basis under Articles 323A and 323B. From the 1980s onwards, there was a surge of tribunals in India. Many tribunals were created under different laws, such as the Central Administrative Tribunal for Administrative Matters and the Securities Appellate Tribunal for Disputes in the Financial Sector. Their objective was to reduce the burden on courts and deliver decisions through experts. In the year 2017, a major change was made through the Finance Act. The government merged many tribunals based on functional similarity, reducing their number from 26 to 19. Along with this, the central government was given the power to frame rules regarding their appointments and conditions. Finally, let us talk about the Tribunals Reforms Act, 2021. Under this, the government completely abolished 9 more tribunals and transferred their functions back to existing judicial bodies such as high courts. Its main objective was to improve the efficiency of tribunals and reduce unnecessary institutions. Now let us discuss the constitutional balance between judicial independence and parliamentary sovereignty in India. First, the system of checks and balances. India's constitutional framework distributes power among the 3 branches of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, establishing an interplay between administrative sovereignty and judicial supremacy. Parliament can debate policies, financial allocations, and implementation issues, but the judiciary decides on the constitutionality and legality of executive actions. That is, no branch has unlimited power, they check each other. The second is constitutional supremacy. This is the anchoring principle, which rejects rigid scales between Parliament and the judiciary and places both below the Constitution. That is, the Constitution is supreme, and both institutions must function in accordance with it. The third is judicial review. Article 13 prohibits the state from making laws that violate fundamental rights, and through judicial review, the judiciary can declare any law unconstitutional if it goes against the basic structure or fundamental rights. The fourth is limitations on Parliament's amending power. A constitution amendment bill requires the support of more than half the members of each house and a two-thirds majority of members present and voting. In addition, amendments affecting the powers of states and the judiciary require ratification by more than half of the states. Further, Parliament cannot amend the basic structure of the Constitution. The fifth is immunity to the members. The Constitution provides protection to parliamentary proceedings and members of Parliament, who are immune from court proceedings for anything said or voted in Parliament. Similarly, the conduct of a Supreme Court or High Court judge cannot be discussed in Parliament unless a removal motion is under consideration. Finally, the conclusion. Although there have been instances of judicial activism and parliamentary legislation overriding court rulings, a healthy convention that respects the boundaries of each institution is necessary so that no one holds absolute power. Through this playlist, you can easily watch all the videos related to this month's magazine. Legal aid in India. Recently, the Legal Services Authorities Act, 1987, which came into force on the 9th of November 1995 and is observed every year as National Legal Services Day, has completed 30 years of its implementation. Now let us look at the journey of legal aid in India. In 1949, the Bombay Government Committee emphasized that it is the duty of the government to provide free legal aid, such as covering court fees, lawyer fees, etc. In 1958, the 14th Law Commission report stated that free legal aid is an obligation of the state. In 1970, the National Conference on Legal Aid, and in 1973, the Expert Committee report, chaired by V.R. Krishnaiah, advocated for a statutory basis for legal aid. In 1976, legal aid was formalized in the Constitution by inserting Article 39A. In 1980, the Committee for Implementing Legal Aid Schemes was established under Justice P. N. Bhagwati to manage legal aid programs across the country. In 1987, the Legal Services Authorities Act, 1987, was enacted. We will understand the important provisions related to legal aid in the Indian Constitution. In a welfare state, justice should not be limited only to the rich. This idea is strengthened by these articles of our Constitution. First, let us talk about Article 39A. It was added in 1976 by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment. It directs the state to ensure that no citizen is denied justice due to poverty or any other disability. Therefore, the state is obligated to provide free legal aid. The second important provision is Article 21. As you know, it guarantees the right to life and personal liberty. The Honorable Supreme Court, in its various judgments, has clarified that the right to free legal aid is an inherent fundamental right within the right to life itself. Without legal help, justice has no meaning for a poor person. The third point is Article 22. It is specifically for persons who have been arrested. This article guarantees that every arrested person has the full right to consult a legal practitioner of their choice and to be defended by them. Finally comes Article 14, which is the basis of equality. It ensures that no person within India shall be denied equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws. Legal aid is a means to translate this equality into reality. Let us talk about the Legal Services Act, 1987. First, the Act established a three-tier system to provide free and competent legal services. The first tier is the National Legal Services Authority, i.e., NALSA, which is headed by the Chief Justice of India. The second is the State Legal Services Authorities, i.e., SLSA, which are headed by the Chief Justices of the High Courts. The third is the District Legal Services Authorities, i.e., DLSA, which are headed by the District Judges. This system works to deliver legal aid across the entire country. Now, eligible persons for free legal services. SC, ST members, women and children, victims of trafficking or disasters, mentally ill or disabled persons, industrial workmen, persons in custody, and those whose income is below the prescribed limit, such as less than 5 lakh rupees for Supreme Court cases. States can decide the eligibility income limit under the Act, which may range from 1 lakh rupees to 3 lakh rupees. Then, the establishment of Lok Adalats. This is an alternative dispute resolution mechanism that settles cases amicably, including pre-litigation matters. Meaning, cases can be resolved even before going to court. Now, the role of NALSA. The first is policy and scheme development. NALSA lays down policies and frames schemes for the implementation of legal services. The second is victim compensation. Through schemes like the Compensation Scheme for Women Victims, Survivors of Sexual Assault, Other Crimes, NALSA provides compensation and support to women victims or survivors of sexual assault or other crimes. The third is capacity building. It mandates standardized selection processes for legal services lawyers and para-legal volunteers and develops training modules. The fourth is prison legal aid. NALSA oversees the functioning of jail legal aid clinics, which exist in almost all prisons. The fifth is legal aid and assistance. This includes advocate representation, payment of process fees, document preparation such as drafting and translation, and certified copies of legal documents. The sixth is social justice litigation, such as public interest litigation. For example, NALSA filed a PIL that led to the landmark 2014 Supreme Court judgment recognizing the rights of the transgender community. Note: free legal services also include providing aid and advice to beneficiaries in accessing central or state government welfare schemes so that they receive overall justice. Let us talk about the challenges related to legal aid in India. The first is lack of awareness and legal literacy. Only 15% of rural residents are aware of these free legal services, as stated in the NALSA Report 2022. Meaning, people are not even aware that free legal help is available. The second is substandard quality of representation. Legal aid provided to the poor often becomes poor legal aid, because due to inadequate remuneration, high workload, etc., lawyers are unable to work effectively. The third is underfunding. The Department-related Parliamentary Committee Report 2024 flagged that India's per capita free legal aid spending is critically low, i.e., only 75 paise per person per year. The fourth is the digital divide. Although tech programs like telelaw exist, their effectiveness is limited due to low digital literacy and inadequate digital infrastructure in rural areas. For example, only 33% of rural India has internet access, while in urban areas it is 67%. The fifth is limited physical outreach. In rural India, there is one lawyer for every 10,000 people, while in urban areas there is one for every 1,000, showing lower availability in rural areas. Now, the conclusion. For a strong legal aid system, better public awareness, improved quality of counsel, and enhanced institutional capacity are necessary. The use of technology, empowering para-legal volunteers, and adopting a needs-based approach for vulnerable groups can significantly improve access to justice. Now, about Lok Adalat. Lok Adalat is an ADR forum, i.e., alternative dispute resolution, which settles pending or pre-litigation cases, thereby reducing judicial pendency. It was first held in Gujarat in 1982 and was given statutory status under the Legal Services Authorities Act, 1987, which was amended in 2002 to establish permanent Lok Adalats. There are three types of Lok Adalats. The first is State Lok Adalat, organized according to local conditions and needs. The second is National Lok Adalat, conducted quarterly, for settlements in all courts in a single day. The third is Permanent Lok Adalat, permanent establishments in most districts, which provide a compulsory pre-litigation mechanism for disputes related to public utility services. It handles compoundable criminal or other disputes, such as labor disputes. Non-compoundable offences are excluded, where settlement is not possible. India's legal aid system reached 44.22 lakh people in 2022-25 and resolved 23.58 crore cases through Lok Adalats. Its awards are final and binding, there is no appeal. It has the powers of a civil court, can set its own procedure, and no court fee is charged. If this video is helping you in your IAS preparation, then definitely share it with those friends of yours who are preparing for IAS. Supreme Court on Assent to Bills. Recently, a 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court has delivered a historic judgment under the 16th presidential reference under Article 143. The court has made it clear that it cannot fix any definite time limit or deadline for the president and governors to give assent to bills. An important point to note here is that earlier, in April 2025, the Supreme Court had taken a different view and talked about prescribing a time limit for governors and the president to take a decision on bills. But now, this new bench has changed the earlier stance and placed some very important points on record. Articles 200 and 201. First, let us understand Article 200. When a state legislature passes a bill and sends it to the governor essentially has 4 options. The first option is to give assent to the bill, after which it becomes law. The second is to withhold assent, which means the bill will lapse there itself. The third option is to return the bill to the legislature for reconsideration. And the fourth and most special option is to reserve the bill for the consideration of the President. Now let us talk about Article 201. It applies when the governor has reserved a bill for the President. Here, the President also has three options. The President may give assent to the bill, withhold it, or return it to the state government for reconsideration. The most important thing you need to remember here is that the Constitution does not prescribe any time limit for the President to give a decision. The court has said that deemed assent, i.e., assuming that a bill is automatically passed after the lapse of time, goes against the basic spirit of our Constitution. If the court does this, it would be considered judicial encroachment into the constitutional powers of the President and the Governor, which would harm the principle of separation of powers in our democracy. However, this does not mean at all that a governor or the President can sit on a bill indefinitely. The court has clearly warned that unnecessary delay in bills violates federalism, the will of the legislature, and constitutional morality. The governor must respect the will of the government elected by the people. The court has also clarified the scope of judicial review. The court can intervene only when it is proven that the governor or the President has acted with mala fide intent. Here, the court can examine the process, but cannot question the merits of the bill. Another important clarification given is that when a governor reserves a bill for the consideration of the President, it is not mandatory for the President to seek the advice of the Supreme Court. The personal satisfaction of the President will be considered sufficient in such cases. Through these playlists, you can watch the complete video series of Vision IAS magazine for all months. Artificial Intelligence and the Judiciary. Recently, the Supreme Court's Center for Research and Planning released a white paper on the use of artificial intelligence in the judiciary. This report explains how safe the use of AI in courts is and what challenges are associated with it. First, let us talk about the challenges and risks related to AI. The first major problem is overdependence. If judges become completely dependent on AI, human understanding and discretion may weaken. The second problem is hallucination, which means that AI sometimes gives completely incorrect information or cites fake legal cases, as happened in the US case of Roberto Mata versus Avianca. The third and serious problem is algorithmic bias. The report gives the example of the Compass tool, in which racial bias was observed in the US. According to data, when such tools were tested, it was found that black defendants were placed by AI in the high-risk category at nearly double the rate compared to white defendants, even though the reality was different. Apart from this, deepfakes and data privacy are also major concerns. What steps are actually being taken in this direction in India and around the world? First, let us talk about our own country, India, where several important initiatives have been taken to modernize the judiciary. Under the e-Courts Mission Mode project, in India, AI tools are being used to reduce pending cases and administrative delays. A portal named SUPACE has been launched to assist judges, which helps in preparing summaries of case records so that judges' efficiency can be enhanced. Another very impactful software is SUAS, which has so far translated more than 36,000 Supreme Court judgments into 19 Indian languages. Apart from this, systems like Terrorism for live recording of court proceedings and Legra for legal research are also operational. Now, if we look at the global level, the entire world is engaged in adopting and regulating this technology. UNESCO has released a global toolkit on AI ethics and the rule of law. The OECD had already published the principles of AI in 2019, which are considered the first intergovernmental standard in this field. The European Union is regulating high-risk judicial AI systems through its EU AI Act. At the same time, national models like Brazil's Athos and Singapore's LawNet AI are presenting excellent examples for the world. Now let us talk about the main recommendations of this report. The report says that courts should constitute their own AI ethics committee, which should include both technical and legal experts. The second recommendation is that courts should develop their own in-house AI systems instead of relying on external tools so that data remains secure. Third, there should be a formal ethical AI policy which determines where and how AI can be used. Along with this, the report also talks about making the use of AI transparent and providing special training to staff for this purpose. If possible, do like the video and definitely leave a nice comment, as this motivates us to create even better content. Prisons in India 2025 report. Recently, the Centre for Research and Planning of the Supreme Court of India released a report titled Prisons in India 2025 feat. This report sheds light on the condition of our prisons and the need for reforms there. First, let us understand the governance of prison administration. Under the second list of the 7th schedule of our constitution, prisons fall entirely under the legislative and administrative jurisdiction of the states. Because of this, diversity is seen in prison rules across different states. However, India follows the United Nations, Nelson Mandela rules, which advocate humane treatment of prisoners and the humanization of prison institutions. Now let us talk about the biggest challenge of prisons, i.e., overcrowding. You will be surprised to know that the number of prisoners in our prisons is 131.4% more than their capacity. The sad part is that 3 out of every 4 prisoners are under trials, i.e., their guilt has not yet been proven. On the other hand, open prisons are being used very little, where the occupancy rate is only 74%. The report has also expressed concern over prevailing conservatism and caste-based discrimination in prisons. Many prison manuals even today describe cleaning work as low, which promotes a hierarchy of labor. In some places, work was assigned on the basis of caste, which the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional in the Sukanya Shanta case. Apart from this, there is also a huge disparity in wages. While it is only 20 rupees in Mizoram, it goes up to 524 rupees in Karnataka. On the condition of women prisoners, the report says that they do not have clear rights over reproductive choices and are often confined only to domestic work like cooking. Finally, due to lack of infrastructure, the legal aid available to prisoners also does not remain very effective. Model Youth Gram Sabha. We will talk about a very new and inspiring initiative that strengthens the foundation of rural governance and democracy, called the Model Youth Gram Sabha. It has been launched by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. This initiative has been started mainly to strengthen public participation and increase students' interest in local governance, where students will organize artificial or simulated sessions like a real Gram Sabha. Its biggest objective is that students understand the importance of participatory governance from a young age. This entire initiative aligns with the objectives of the National Education Policy 2020 and will be implemented mainly in Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas, Eklavya Model Residential Schools, and state government schools. Here it is very important for you to know about 2 types of schools, because questions related to them can be asked in exams. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas are residential schools that were created under the education policy of 1986 to provide quality education to rural children irrespective of their socio-economic status. On the other hand, Eklavya Model Residential Schools provide education to scheduled tribe students in areas where the ST population is more than 50% and at least 20,000 tribal people reside. In Vision IAS, November 2025, we will cover all these topics of international relations. Rising global nuclear risk and India's approach to disarmament. Recently, US President Donald Trump announced the resumption of nuclear weapons testing. This decision can weaken decades of non-proliferation and disarmament efforts. In October 2025, Trump ordered the Pentagon that if other countries conduct testing, the US will do the same. This is a major cause of concern, as it can intensify the nuclear arms race. Now let us see why global nuclear risk is increasing. First, geopolitical tensions. Rising conflicts around the world are pushing countries towards nuclear security and readiness. For example, the SIPRI Yearbook 2024 states that operational warheads are increasing every year, and the 2025 report says that a new nuclear arms race is beginning. Second, doctrinal ambiguity. Lack of clarity on the threshold of nuclear response increases the risk of miscalculation. For example, uncertainty of retaliation in case of a cyber attack on nuclear command systems. Third, treaty breakdown. The collapse of arms control agreements weakens communication and arms limits, increasing the risk of escalation. For example, the fall of the INF treaty between the US and Russia, and the US withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal. Fourth, faster delivery systems. New missile technologies reduce decision time and increase the risk of misidentification. For example, hypersonic missiles, which reduce reaction time and create the risk of rapid escalation. Fifth, false alarm risks. Early warning errors can trigger accidental conflict if human checks are absent. For example, the 1983 Soviet false alarm incident. Sixth, space militarization. Arms competition is expanding into space, creating new strategic instability. For example, the expansion of the US Space Force. 7th, weaponization of AI. Increasing use of AI in military systems raises the risk of nuclear escalation, because it speeds up decisions and increases chances of misinterpretation, even if it is outside nuclear platforms. Nuclear weapons and related global treaties. The oldest and most important treaty is the 1970 NPT, i.e., the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Its main objective is to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons and promote disarmament. After this came the 1996 CTBT, which bans all kinds of nuclear explosion tests, although it is still awaiting ratification by some major countries. In recent years, the 2021 TPNW has proved to be a major step because it legally obligates countries to stay away from activities related to nuclear weapons. Apart from this, the Conference on Disarmament has been functioning as a forum for negotiations on arms control since 1978. At the global level, some institutions are also continuously working in this direction. For example, the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs, whose goal is to make the world completely nuclear-free. Meanwhile, the International Atomic Energy Agency ensures that nuclear technology is used only for safe and peaceful purposes. Just last year, i.e., in 2024, through the Pact for the Future, the world once again reiterated the goal of complete nuclear disarmament. Now let us talk about nuclear disarmament. It is the goal of reducing or completely eliminating nuclear weapons at the global level, which happens through unilateral decisions or international agreements, so that the world becomes nuclear-free. But there are many key issues in this. First, ineffective global platforms. Very little progress is happening in multilateral bodies, which weakens confidence. For example, the Conference on Disarmament has been stagnant for decades. Second, treaty loopholes. Ambiguous clauses allow commitments to be delayed or avoided. For example, the NPT does not have strict timelines for arsenal reduction. Third, exit from agreements. Withdrawal sets precedents of non-compliance and erodes norms. For example, North Korea's withdrawal from the NPT. Fourth, states outside the framework. De facto nuclear-armed countries are not bound by core treaties, which challenges universality. For example, India, Israel, and Pakistan are outside the NPT. Fifth, commitment implementation gap. States endorse disarmament in forums but simultaneously upgrade weapons. For example, Russia supports the NPT but modernizes its delivery systems. Sixth, dependency on nuclear deterrence. Military spending gaps rely on nuclear deterrence for strategic parity. For example, Russia maintains nuclear deterrence against NATO's stronger conventional forces. Seventh, lack of binding rules for delivery systems. The absence of dedicated legal controls enables unregulated missile competition. The main pillars of India's nuclear policy. The second important point is credible minimum deterrence. This means that we do not want to stockpile a massive arsenal of nuclear weapons, but will maintain only the minimum capability sufficient to deter an adversary from attacking us. The most fundamental principle is no first use. Its simple and direct meaning is that India will never initiate a nuclear attack on any country. We will use our nuclear capability only for our defense. The third pillar is massive retaliation. If any country dares to carry out a nuclear attack on India, the retaliatory response from India will be so massive and devastating that the attacking country will have to suffer irreparable damage. The fourth principle is civilian control. In India, the final decision on the use of nuclear weapons rests solely with the democratically elected political leadership, i.e., the government. This reflects our democratic maturity. The next point is the security of non-nuclear states. India has clearly committed that it will never use nuclear weapons against countries that do not possess nuclear weapons. The sixth important aspect is response to non-nuclear weapons of mass destruction. India has kept the option open that if India is subjected to a major attack using biological or chemical weapons, it reserves the right to respond with nuclear weapons. Finally, India's biggest goal is the vision of a nuclear-free world. We support global nuclear disarmament and envision a future world completely free of these destructive weapons. For this, we strictly adhere to tight controls over nuclear material and international norms. India's stand on nuclear disarmament. India's core principle is that it supports global, non-discriminatory, and verifiable nuclear disarmament, which applies equally to all countries. India wants nuclear weapons to be eliminated from the entire world, but the process should be fair and should not benefit any one group. India considers itself a responsible nuclear state and maintains credible minimum deterrence with a no first use policy. India was the first to call for a nuclear test ban. In 1954, Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru appealed for a standstill agreement on nuclear testing worldwide. This was the first time any leader talked about a test ban at the global level. Nehru said that nuclear explosions should be stopped so that the arms race does not increase. Then, in 1978, India proposed a global convention to ban the use or threat of nuclear weapons. This shows that India has always been against nuclear weapons. The biggest step came in 1988. Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi presented an action plan at the UN General Assembly proposing the elimination of nuclear weapons in 3 phases. Now let us look at India's stand on global treaties. India opposes the NPT, i.e., the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, because it is discriminatory. It allows only 5 countries to possess nuclear weapons: the US, Russia, the UK, France, and China, while prohibiting others. India considers it unfair and did not sign it. India also did not sign the CTBT, i.e., the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, because it does not focus on disarmament and ignores India's security concerns. India follows a unilateral moratorium, meaning it does not conduct tests, but has not signed the treaty. India does not support the TPNW, i.e., the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, because it does not bring new legal standards for disarmament. Even in 2024, India stated in the UN that since it did not participate, it is not bound by it. India believes that it does not create customary international law. Finally, to reduce nuclear risks, trust building, arms control, transparent doctrines, and inclusive multilateralism are necessary. India's consistent advocacy for universal, non-discriminatory, and verifiable disarmament, along with restraint, risk reduction, and civilian oversight, shows a pragmatic path. Through sustained dialogue, strong global institutions, and step-by-step confidence building, we can balance the reality of deterrence with the goal of a nuclear-free world. If you are liking the video, then like it right now. G2. Recently, in October 2025, during the APEC Summit in South Korea, a meeting took place between US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. This meeting was held near Gimhae Airport in Busan, on the sidelines of APEC. Trump described this meeting as a G2 engagement, meaning the US and China working together like a duopoly in global affairs. This happened in the background of the escalation of the US-China trade war, and the meeting resulted in a temporary trade truce agreement. The US reduced some tariffs, China provided relaxation in rare earth exports, and an agreement was also reached on issues related to phenyl. Now, what is G2? The G2 concept was first proposed in 2005 by economist C. Fred Bergstern. It is the idea of giving the US and China joint responsibility in global affairs. Together, they would handle major issues like macroeconomic stability, climate change, and global warming. It is similar to the G7 or G20, but involves only 2 countries, the US and China, which could divide the world into 2 spheres of influence. Now, what are the implications of a G2 duopoly? First, global duopoly and strategic realignment. This framing signals a shift in the world order. The US is viewing China as a near equal and prioritizing cooperation between the two, while sidelining other powers like the EU, Russia, India, and Japan. Other countries feel that multilateralism is weakening. Second, economic leverage for China. China is weaponizing rare earth exports, which gives it an advantage in future bargaining. In the recent meeting, China used this leverage to secure a truce. Third, eroding security guarantees. US allies fear that a G2 setup could reduce US military presence in East Asia and weaken security commitments. For example, Taiwan is concerned that the US might strike a deal with China and compromise on the Taiwan issue. Fourth, strained India-US relationship. This shift has come at a time when India-US ties are already tense, with enhanced tariffs imposed on Indian goods. The G2 concept creates uncertainty for the India-US partnership aimed at countering China's rise in the Indo-Pacific. For example, the postponement of the Quad Summit is a matter of concern for India. India prefers a multilateral approach, not just US-China bilateral deals. Now let us talk about the determinants that limit the formation of G2. The first major factor is political and ideological differences. The political systems and worldviews of the US and China are completely different. The US promotes a rules-based liberal order based on democracy, human rights, and free markets. China, on the other hand, prioritizes sovereignty, non-interference, and state-led development. These fundamental differences make any long-term partnership difficult. For example, on the Taiwan issue, the US supports it in the name of democratic values, while China considers it a core interest. Second, mutual distrust and rivalry. US-China relations are primarily defined by strategic competition and rivalry, not cooperation. Structural issues such as Taiwan's status, territorial disputes in the South China Sea, trade wars, and technology restrictions like the Hawaii Ban and the CHIPS Act create deep suspicion. In the recent Busan meeting, there was a trade truce, but tensions remain on issues like rare earths and phenyl. All of this together makes a genuine, long-term partnership impossible. Experts say this is only a tactical pause, not a strategic reset. Third, China's own rejection of the G2 concept. China has historically resisted formal G2 framing. It prefers multilateralism through platforms like the UN, BRICS, or G20, because that does not make it appear as a junior partner. Now, what lies ahead for India? First, preserving strategic autonomy. India should avoid dependence on or subordinate alignment with any single power. For example, balancing participation with China in BRICS while working with the US, Japan, and Australia in the Quad. This multilateral participation gives India flexibility. Second, diversifying economic and security partnerships. To reduce vulnerabilities and increase options, more free trade agreements should be finalized. For example, speeding up FTA negotiations with the EU, or deals with the UK and Australia. In security, deepening partnerships with ASEAN, Japan, and France. Third, deepening collaboration with like-minded regional and global partners. Remaining active in groups like ASEAN to advance national interests, keeping the Quad strong in the Indo-Pacific, but focusing on multilateral forums. In conclusion, G2 talks show that no matter how much weight US-China relations carry, deep mistrust and ideological differences make a true duopoly unlikely. These are only temporary deals. For India, the priority is to maintain strategic autonomy, expand diverse partnerships, and work with like-minded countries to strengthen a multipolar world order. In recent months, there has been no major shift, but India's policy remains consistent, balanced, and independent. G20 Summit 2025. In November 2025, the 20th G20 Leaders Summit was held in Johannesburg, South Africa. This was the first time a G20 summit was held on African soil. The theme was Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. South Africa's presidency was guided by the African philosophy of Ubuntu, which says, "I am because we are," meaning we are all interconnected. Now let us look at the key takeaways from the summit, which emerged from the Johannesburg Declaration. First, debt sustainability. A cost of capital commission was proposed to examine structural issues that increase borrowing costs for developing economies. There was a focus on the debt problem of African countries and bias in credit ratings was highlighted. Second, global resilience and development. A pledge was made to provide universal coverage by 2027 for the UN's Early Warnings for All initiative for disaster risk reduction. The AI for Africa initiative was launched to enhance computing power and talent in Africa, so that sovereign AI models can be built on African data. Third, energy and climate transition. Mission 300 was launched under the leadership of the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which will connect 300 million people in Africa to electricity by 2030. Commitments were reiterated to triple global renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency improvements. Fourth, the G20 Critical Minerals Framework. It is a voluntary and non-binding blueprint that focuses on securing sustainable value chains, investment in mineral exploration, and strengthening governance of sustainable mining practices. Most importantly, it fully preserves the sovereign rights of mineral-rich countries so that they can achieve inclusive economic growth from their resources, that is, it promotes local beneficiation and value addition. Fifth, youth and gender targets. The Nelson Mandela Bay target was adopted, which will reduce the rate of youth not in employment, education, or training by 5% by 2030. The revised Brisbane Ethequini goal was adopted, to reduce the gender gap in labour force participation by 25% from 2012 levels. Let us discuss G20. The G20 was established in 1999 after the Asian financial crisis, so that the world's major economies could jointly discuss global economic stability. In terms of its composition, it includes 19 countries, the European Union, and the African Union, which was recently included. You can gauge how powerful this forum is from the fact that it represents about 80% of global GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. The most unique feature of this organization is that it has no permanent secretariat. The work of the G20 is mainly conducted through two parallel tracks. The first track is the finance track, led by the finance ministers and central bank governors of member countries. It mainly focuses on global economic policies and financial stability. The second track is the Sherpa track, led by the Sherpas of member countries, who are personal representatives of the heads of state or government. This track advances discussions on anti-corruption, health, education, and other socio-economic issues. Let us discuss the proposals put forward by India in the G20. G20 Global Traditional Knowledge Repository. India wants traditional knowledge from across the world, such as Ayurveda or natural medicine, to be available on a common platform so that all humanity can benefit from it. G20 Africa Skills Multiplier. After the inclusion of the African Union, India has proposed this initiative for skill development of African youth, which will help in their economic empowerment. G20 Global Healthcare Response Team. A proposal has been made to create a global emergency team to deal with future pandemics, which can provide health services immediately during crises. Open Satellite Data Partnership. To ensure that everyone benefits from space technology, India has advocated sharing satellite data, which will improve agriculture and disaster management. Critical Minerals Circularity Initiative. Emphasis has been placed on recycling minerals essential for modern technology, so that environmental damage is reduced and resources are used efficiently. Countering the drug terror nexus. India has suggested a special G20 initiative to break the dangerous nexus between narcotics and terrorism. Let us talk about the importance of G20. The legitimacy and inclusiveness of the G20 are very high, because it brings together advanced economies like the G7 and emerging market economies like BRICS. This gives its decisions greater global legitimacy than smaller groups. Making the African Union a permanent member has made it even more representative. Second, G20 is the main coordinating body in economic crisis management. It played a major role in preventing the 2008 financial crisis from turning into a global depression. Even today, it coordinates macroeconomic policy. Third, it is a driver of multilateral reform. It pushes reform agendas of institutions like the IMF, World Bank, and WTO, so that they are fit for 21st century challenges and a multipolar reality. Fourth, it is a global agenda setter. It mainstreams issues like international taxation such as BEPS, the global minimum tax, and digital public infrastructure models. Now let us look at the effectiveness of the Global South in the 2025 summit. Through a 4-year continuum presidency of Indonesia, India, Brazil, and South Africa, development priorities like debt sustainability and a fair international order were articulated. In Johannesburg, Africa was at the center, with focus on the debt crisis, critical minerals, AI for Africa, and energy transition missions like Mission 300. Despite major geopolitical rifts, adopting a consensus declaration shows the growing influence of the Global South. However, the US boycott, with Trump citing the white farmers issue, challenges the summit's legitimacy. Now let us look at the challenges of G20. First, consensus fatigue. Tensions among major powers like US-China rivalry and Russia-US issues increase diplomatic friction, leading to vague and watered-down language in declarations. Second, undermined legitimacy. The absence of the US leader in 2025 due to political disagreements weakens the image of the G20 as a premier steering committee. Third, non-binding pledges. Commitments are not binding, and the lack of enforcement mechanisms leads to delays in implementation, especially in climate finance and debt restructuring. Fourth, ineffective common framework. The common framework for debt treatment is slow and complex. Other challenges. Protectionism and nationalist policies in trade such as MAGA in the US, geo-economic fragmentation due to subsidies. Agenda overload. Focus gets diluted due to multiple issues like AI governance, health security, gender equality. Finally, India's G20 priorities such as debt relief, critical minerals, DPI, the ability to drive these will define its role in a multipolar world. The Johannesburg summit is a strategic inflection point for India, where agenda setting must be translated into sustained global leadership. The voice of the Global South has become stronger, but challenges have also increased. Through this courses tab, you can watch all the videos of Vision IAS Magazine 2025 in both Hindi and English. India-US defense ties. It took place on October 31, 2025, on the sidelines of the ASEAN Defence Ministers meeting plus in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Indian Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth signed it. This is a follow-up to the 2005 and 2015 frameworks. In addition, in November 2025, the US approved the sale of Javelin anti-tank missile systems and Excalibur guided artillery munitions to India, with a total value of around $93 million. These deals strengthen regional stability and deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. Now let us look at the history and details of India-US defense ties. This cooperation began with the 1962 Sino-Indian War, when the US supplied India with transport aircraft, weapons, and training. But real growth has happened over the last 20 years. There are dialogue mechanisms. The 2+2 Ministerial Dialogue, which is co-chaired by the External Affairs Minister, Defense Minister, and the US Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. Others include the Defense Policy Group DPG, Military Cooperation Group MCG, Defense Joint Working Group DJWG, etc. Foundational agreements are very important. The first, GSOMIA, was signed in 2002, which allows sharing of classified military information. The second, LEMOA in 2016, gives the militaries of both countries access to each other's facilities for refueling and replenishment. The third, COMCASR in 2018, allows the sale and exchange of encrypted communications data and equipment. The fourth, Becker in 2020, shares advanced geospatial satellite data for long-range navigation and missile targeting. There has been major development in defense trade. In 2016, the US designated India as a major defense partner. In 2018, India received ASTA-1 status, which provides license-free access to many US military and dual-use technologies. India operates several US platforms such as P-8I maritime patrol aircraft, C-17 transport aircraft, Apache helicopters, MH-60R Seahawk, M777 howitzers, etc. The recent Javelin and Excalibur deals are part of this. Joint military exercises and interoperability are increasing. Bilateral exercises include Yuddha Abhyas for the Army, Vajra Prahar for Special Forces, COPE India for the Air Force, Tiger Triumph as a tri-service exercise, etc. Multilateral ones include Malabar of the Quad Navies, RIMPAC, Red Flag, etc. In November 2025, the 22nd Military Cooperation Group meeting was held in Hawaii, where discussions took place on a new framework. Now we will talk about the importance of India-US defense ties. The biggest importance of India-US defense ties is strategic balancing in the Indo-Pacific. This cooperation helps India balance China's assertiveness through deeper maritime cooperation, information sharing, and joint exercises. For example, the Malabar exercise, which includes the US, Japan, Australia, and India, it is part of the Quad and sends a signal to China. The recent 2025 framework focuses on operational coordination and new domains such as space and cyber. Second, technology and industrial partnership. India gets advanced military technology from the US and the defense industrial base is strengthened through co-production and technology transfer. For example, P-8I maritime patrol aircraft and GEF-414 aircraft engine manufacturing in India. This supports Make in India and export ambitions. The US is now among India's top 3 defense export customers, along with France and Armenia. Third, logistics and global reach. Through the LEMOA agreement, the militaries of both countries get access to each other's facilities, which increases India's operational footprint. Fourth, economic and capability gains. Defense trade has now crossed $20 billion, boosting jobs, supply chains, and technology ecosystems in both countries. Fifth, diversification away from Russia. Ties with the US help India reduce its historical overdependence on Russian platforms and expand technological options. Now let us look at the irritants that create challenges in the relationship. The first challenge is strategic autonomy. India emphasizes independent decision-making in its foreign policy and balances relations with both Russia and the US. But US pressure over India's purchase of oil and weapons from Russia often creates tension, such as the threat of CAATSA sanctions during the S-400 deal with Russia. The second obstacle is limitations on technology access. Despite India receiving ASTA-1 status, strict US export control rules still block the transfer of many advanced technologies. For example, sensitive components of jet engines are still subject to US licensing and regulatory approvals. The third major point is regional priorities. The US's continued security engagement with Pakistan creates discomfort for India. Recently, in 2025, after Operation Sindoor, high-level US-Pakistan military meetings have increased India's concerns. The fourth challenge is Russian legacy systems. India has a very large inventory of Russian weapons, and achieving interoperability with US platforms is technically difficult. For example, using US Apache helicopters alongside Russian S-400 systems and Su-30 MKI aircraft at the same time is challenging. The fifth reason is uncertainty in US politics. Domestic politics in the US and its Congress can sometimes block or delay important defense deals. For example, the MQ-9B drone deal was earlier stalled due to objections from Congress. The final and most important point is changing global equations. If there is any improvement in US-Russia relations or if the Russia-China partnership becomes even stronger, it will directly affect India's defense options. For instance, Russia exploring new defense links with Pakistan is a new cause of concern for India. In conclusion, the new 10-year defense framework is a big opportunity. It can shift India-US ties from a buyer-seller dynamic to a genuine strategic and industrial partnership. By deepening co-development, easing technology transfer barriers, and aligning with India's strategic autonomy, this relationship will contribute to a stable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific and strengthen India's long-term defense self-reliance and global security role. Despite trade tensions and irritants, defense cooperation remains resilient. The complete and deep analysis video of OPS 365 will be coming very soon on our channel. If you do not want to miss any important current issue in the exam, then subscribe to our channel now. India-Bhutan relations. We will discuss India-Bhutan relations, which are an excellent example of the neighborhood first policy. Recently, Prime Minister Modi undertook a 2-day state visit to Bhutan at the invitation of the King of Bhutan, which has taken these historic relations to a new height. There were some very important and glorious moments during this visit. This visit took place during the Global Peace Prayer Festival, held in Thimphu, where the sacred Piprawa relics of Lord Buddha were taken from India for exhibition. This symbolizes the shared spiritual and cultural heritage between the two countries. Let us understand the key points of this visit and the relationship in detail. Major achievements of the visit. The biggest achievement was the inauguration of the Puna Sangshu 2 hydropower project. This is a major pillar of energy cooperation between the two countries. Along with this, India announced a grant of 200 crore rupees and a concessional loan of 1,500 crore rupees for Bhutan's Gyaltsung National Service Program. This program is mandatory national service for Bhutanese youth. To enhance connectivity, agreement was also reached on establishing rail links between Kokrajhar Galefu and Banahat Sansa. At the same time, India has decided to allocate land in Varanasi for the construction of a Bhutanese temple and dharamshala. Historical evolution. The foundation of diplomatic relations between India and Bhutan was laid by the 1949 Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. Under Article 2 of this treaty, Bhutan had to take India's guidance in its foreign policy, and India provided it with security and arms assistance. Amendment of the treaty in 2007. Over time, to make these relations more equal and modern, the treaty was amended in 2007. Now Bhutan is independent in its foreign policy and there is no legal requirement to consult India. However, under the revised Article 2, both countries are committed to closely cooperate for their security and to ensure that their territories are not used against each other. Importance of Bhutan for India. For India, Bhutan is not just a neighbor, but a strategic buffer located between our borders and China. Bhutan's western region, especially Doklam, is extremely important for India's security because it ensures the protection of our Siliguri corridor. In addition, Bhutan is a reliable partner in our energy security. India is involved in 5 major hydropower projects in Bhutan. From an economic perspective, India has large investments in Bhutan, and it is the first country to adopt our Bhim UPI and RuPay cards, which is a major victory for digital diplomacy. Importance of India for Bhutan. For Bhutan, India has been its largest development partner. From the first 5-year plan in 1961 to the present day, India has played a key role in Bhutan's socio-economic development. Around 40% of Bhutan's total revenue comes from exporting electricity to India. Since Bhutan is a landlocked country, the 2016 Trade and Transit Agreement provides it with duty-free transit facilities to trade with the world. From education to space and military training, India stands with Bhutan at every step. Major challenges in the relationship. China's geopolitical pressure. China is continuously pressuring Bhutan to establish formal relations and resolve the boundary dispute. China's expanding rail and road network in Tibet is reducing India's geographical advantage. The Doklam Dilemma. China is offering Bhutan a package deal to resolve the boundary dispute, in which it seeks control over strategic areas like Doklam. This could pose a major threat to India's security. Economic perceptions. There is also a section in Bhutan that feels India's assistance often goes back to Indian companies and does not create sufficient employment opportunities locally. Hydropower financing. Earlier, India provided 60% as grants and 40% as loans, but now this ratio has been reversed. Now the loan component has increased to 60 to 70%, raising concerns in Bhutan about debt and interest rates. In conclusion, India-Bhutan relations are based on shared spiritual heritage and deep mutual trust. The Prime Minister's recent visits prove that India will remain a reliable and steadfast partner. The 1949 and 2007 treaties are the foundation of these relations, which need to be further strengthened with changing times. You can watch all the videos of this month's magazine from this playlist. UN80 Initiative Action Plan. Recently, the United Nations presented the UN80 Initiative Action Plan, which is a coordinated roadmap to bring reforms across the entire UN system. Now let us understand what the UN80 initiative is. It is an ambitious, system-wide reform effort across the UN. Launched in March 2025 on the occasion of the United Nations' 80th anniversary. The main objective of this initiative is to make the United Nations more agile, integrated, efficient, and effective amid shrinking resources, especially funding shortages. Under this initiative, the work has been divided into three major work streams. The first work stream aims to identify where efficiency can be increased and improvements can be made in the UN's ways of working. The second work stream will review the implementation of mandates received from member states. The third work stream will examine possibilities for structural changes and program realignment within the UN system. A timeline from November 2025 to December 2026 has been set for this entire reform program. Now let us understand its major reform areas, that is, the work packages. In the area of peace and security, new models of peace operations will be developed so that tasks can be distributed better and more efficiently. In the field of humanitarian assistance, a new humanitarian compact will be introduced to simplify emergency planning and integrate supply chains. Under the development system, UN country teams and regional structures will be reorganized to reduce costs and increase impact. Under institutional mergers, potential mergers of UN entities with overlapping mandates will be considered to achieve both coordination and savings, such as UNDP and UNOPS. Under operational enablers, shared data systems, joint technical platforms, integrated supply chains, and simplified training systems will be promoted. Now it is important to understand why UN reforms became necessary. At the structural level, the biggest problem is that the UN Security Council still reflects the global politics of the post-Second World War era, in which large and responsible countries like India have not received permanent membership. As a result, the UN's credibility and global trust have declined, especially when decisions cannot be taken due to vetoes in cases like the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Palestine conflict. In terms of governance challenges, the UN today has neither sufficient specialized institutions nor adequate resources to deal with new global issues such as cybersecurity and AI ethics. In addition, the UN is burdened with more than 40,000 mandates, leading to duplication of work and wastage of resources. Among institutional challenges, the most serious problem is the shortage of resources. It is estimated that in 2026, UN resources could decline by nearly 25% compared to 2024. It is also noteworthy that around 80% of UN funding depends on voluntary contributions. Along with this, many UN systems are still outdated, where the lack of digital tracking and manual processes slow down work. Different UN agencies work on the same subjects, such as UNWomen and UNFPA, which creates an additional administrative burden on countries and partners. The biggest problem is that member states assign more tasks to the UN than the resources and capacity available to it. We will discuss the United Nations. The United Nations was established after the Second World War in 1945 with the signing of the Charter in San Francisco. India is a founding member of this organization. At present, it has 193 member states, which are admitted by the General Assembly on the recommendation of the Security Council. The United Nations primarily works on the principles of international peace and security, sovereign equality, cooperation, and human rights. To carry out its functioning, 6 main organs have been created. The General Assembly, where all member states have equal votes and which elects the non-permanent members of the Security Council. The Security Council, which has 15 members, including 5 permanent and 10 elected members. Its main responsibility is to maintain world peace. The Economic and Social Council, a 54-member body that coordinates economic, social, and environmental activities. The International Court of Justice, the judicial organ of the United Nations, which settles disputes between states and is headquartered in The Hague. The Secretariat, which handles administrative and coordination functions and is headed by the Secretary General. In addition, there are 15 specialized agencies of the United Nations that function autonomously, such as the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Health Organization, and the World Bank. Along with these, important funds and programs like UNICEF and UNEP are also part of it. If you are liking the videos, you can share this video with your friends who are preparing for the IAS. East Asia Summit. At the recently held 20th East Asia Summit, the Kuala Lumpur Declaration was adopted. The main objective of this declaration is to implement joint projects and activities under the ACAS Plan of Action. This entire action plan has been prepared in line with the ASEAN 2045, our shared future vision. Its goal is to ensure long-term peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. Now let us understand what the East Asia Summit is. The East Asia Summit is a leader-level forum where dialogue and cooperation take place on strategic, political, and economic issues of regional and global importance. The core objective of this forum is to promote peace, stability, and prosperity in the East Asia region. If we talk about its origin, the East Asia Summit was established in the year 2005. The first summit was held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, which also reflects its historical significance. It is also important to understand its nature. It is an annual summit attended by heads of state or government of participating countries. This makes it clear that the ACAS is a high-level decision-making forum. Now let us talk about its member countries, which are often asked in exams. It includes all ASEAN member states. In addition, Australia, China, India, Japan, New Zealand, South Korea, the United States, and Russia are also members. Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. The APEC Summit 2025 was recently held in the city of Gyeongju, South Korea. Now let us understand what APEC is. APEC is a regional economic cooperation forum that brings together economies of the Asia-Pacific region to promote cooperation and dialogue. APEC was established in 1989. Its secretariat is located in Singapore, which manages its administrative activities. APEC has a total of 21 members, which are referred to as economies rather than countries. Its major members include Australia, Canada, Chile, China, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Mexico, and the United States. India's position is also very important. India is not a member of APEC, but it has been granted observer status. The main objective of APEC is to build a dynamic and harmonious economic community in the Asia-Pacific region. For this, it promotes free and open trade and investment. Along with this, it also emphasizes economic integration, cooperation, and capacity building. Remember that the nature of APEC is non-binding. This means its decisions are not legally binding, but are based on consensus and cooperation. You can watch all the videos of this month's Vision IAS magazine from these playlists. Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation. Recently, during the G20 Summit held in Johannesburg, India, Australia, and Canada jointly announced a new trilateral framework called Australia-Canada-India Technology and Innovation, that is, ACITI. Now let us understand what the ACITI partnership is. The main objective of ACITI is to strengthen cooperation among the three countries in the fields of critical and emerging technologies and innovation. Under this initiative, some key focus areas have been identified. This includes promoting cooperation in the field of clean energy. Along with this, special emphasis has been placed on making supply chains diversified, secure, and resilient, especially in the context of critical minerals. Another important aspect of ACITI is related to artificial intelligence. The three countries will jointly explore how to accelerate the development of AI and its widespread use, so that the quality of life of ordinary citizens can be improved. World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization. Recently, during the APEC meeting held in South Korea, China proposed the creation of a global institution called the World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, that is, WAICO, with the objective of governing global rules and standards related to AI. Now let us understand what WAICO is. The main objective of WAICO is to promote global cooperation and standard setting for artificial intelligence, so that harmony can be created in the use of AI among different countries. The core principles of WAICO are inspired by China's 2023 Global AI Governance Initiative. It places special emphasis on human-centric AI design, data sovereignty, and algorithmic transparency. This initiative was formally announced during the 2025 World Artificial Intelligence Conference, which was held in Shanghai. China is now trying to advance it as a global-level institution. It is also important to understand China's strategic objectives behind WAICO. China wants to redefine the existing structure of global AI governance. Through this, it wants to present itself as an alternative to the United States-led model. At the same time, WAICO is also a means to enhance China's soft power. If possible, please like the video and leave a nice comment, as this motivates us to make better videos. Abraham Accords. Recently, the President of the United States has confirmed that Kazakhstan will also become part of the Abraham Accords. This indicates that the agreement is no longer limited only to the Middle East, but its scope is expanding. Now let us understand what the Abraham Accords are. The main objective of the Abraham Accords is to reduce tensions in the Middle East and normalize relations between Israel and certain Arab countries. Under this, formal diplomatic relations, trade cooperation, and security cooperation are established between Israel and these countries. The naming of this agreement is also important from an examination perspective. It has been named after the biblical prophet Abraham. Abraham is considered the common ancestor by both Jewish and Arab communities, which is why this name is seen as a symbol of brotherhood and peace. Now let us understand its history, that is, its genesis. The Abraham Accords were first signed in the year 2020. Initially, this agreement was concluded between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Morocco. These countries openly normalized their relations with Israel for the first time. Water Convention. Bangladesh has become the first country in South Asia to formally participate in the United Nations Water Convention. This step is considered important for regional cooperation in the management of shared rivers and lakes. Now let us understand what the Water Convention is. Its full name is the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes. It is a legally binding international treaty, whose objective is to ensure the sustainable and equitable management of shared water resources. This convention was adopted in 1992 in Helsinki, Finland. It came into force in 1996, meaning its provisions have been legally effective since then. Let us understand the main provisions of the Water Convention in simple terms. It expects member countries to prevent, control, and reduce transboundary water impacts. It emphasizes ensuring the reasonable, equitable, and sustainable use of shared water resources. One very important aspect of this convention is cooperation. It obligates countries to enter into mutual agreements among riparian states, that is, countries located along river banks. Along with this, it also provides for the creation of joint institutions and bodies so that water management can be carried out collectively. Anegada Passage. Recently, US fighter aircraft and guided missile destroyers transit through the Anegada Passage. This activity was part of the USA's Operation Southern Spear, whose objective is to take action against narco-terrorism in the Caribbean region. Now let us understand what the Anegada Passage is. The Anegada Passage is a maritime strait located in the West Indies region. It connects the Atlantic Ocean with the Caribbean Sea, which makes it important for maritime traffic and from a strategic perspective. This passage separates the British Virgin Islands to the west and the Leeward Islands to the southeast. Another important oceanographic aspect of the Anegada Passage is that it is one of the two major routes through which subsurface waters of the Atlantic Ocean enter the Caribbean Sea. The other important route is the Windward Passage. In the November 2025 Vision IAS magazine, we are going to cover all the important topics of the economy in depth, topics that will play a crucial role in turning your UPSC dream into reality. Just imagine, a single mistake could make a year of hard work go waste, so watch this entire series. Export Promotion Mission. Recently, the Union Cabinet has given the green signal to the Export Promotion Mission. This mission was first announced in the Union Budget 2025-26. Along with this, the government has also approved another major scheme for exporters, the Credit Guarantee Scheme for Exporters. What is the Export Promotion Mission? This mission provides exporters of our country with a digital and flexible platform, from where they can receive all possible support to boost exports. Its main objective is to create a comprehensive and digital framework to promote exports. The government has allocated 25,060 crore rupees for this. This mission will run for the next 6 years, that is, from financial year 2025-26 to 2030-31. Special focus will be given to sectors that have suffered due to rising global tariffs, such as textiles, leather, gems and jewelry, engineering goods, and marine products. Functioning of the mission. This mission will operate through two main sub-schemes. Export promotion. Its aim is to provide exporters with affordable credit so that they can sell their goods in the markets of new countries. Export orientation. This focuses on preparing exporters for the international market. This includes improving product quality, branding, and facilities such as warehousing and logistics. It will be implemented by the Directorate General of Foreign Trade. Why was this mission needed? Modernization of old schemes. Many small schemes that were already in operation will now be consolidated and modernized under this mission. Logistics and infrastructure. Delays in transporting goods to ports and rising freight costs, especially due to ongoing tensions in the Red Sea, have made exports expensive. Market access. Many times, our exporters lack information about new markets or are unable to connect with buyers there. International sanctions and competition. Intense competition from countries like China, where production costs are low. Heavy tariffs imposed by the United States. Recently, the US imposed tariffs of up to 50% on some Indian goods, making them expensive there. The US is India's largest export market, so this is a serious challenge. Data Bank. Status of India's export sector. In financial year 2024-25, the contribution of exports to total GDP is 21%. More than 4.5 crore people are directly or indirectly employed in export-oriented industries. The MSME sector contributes around 45% of India's total exports. India's share in global exports of goods and services is around 2.5%. Other government initiatives to strengthen the export landscape. The government has not only launched missions, but has also created an entire ecosystem. Foreign trade and export promotion. The new Foreign Trade Policy 2023 focuses on emerging areas such as e-commerce and high-tech products. Along with this, tax rebates are being provided to sectors like pharma and chemicals through the ROSCTL scheme. Ease of doing business. The government has reduced nearly 42,000 compliances and decriminalized 3,800 provisions to simplify business processes. Digital initiatives like the National Single Window System have made approvals easier. Infrastructure and logistics. Through PM Gati Shakti and the National Logistics Policy, the movement of goods is being made faster and cheaper. E-commerce and digital trade. Through the ICEGATE digital platform, customs procedures have been made completely digital and transparent. What more can be done to boost exports? Free trade agreements. FTA negotiations with Europe and Central Asia should be finalized quickly to improve market access. Empowering MSMEs. Small industries need to be encouraged to participate in international exhibitions and trained in export documentation and standards. Innovation and value addition. Platforms like Bharti, launched by APEC, will create new opportunities for young entrepreneurs. National Trade Network. There is a proposal to create an integrated digital platform that links customs, banks, and ports into one system, reducing transaction costs. Credit Guarantee Scheme for Exporters. As discussed earlier, the Cabinet has also approved this special scheme to ensure exporters do not face fund shortages. Objective: to increase exporters' liquidity and improve global competitiveness. Financial support. Under this, additional collateral-free loans of up to 20,000 crore rupees will be provided, with 100% guarantee by NCGTC. Beneficiaries, both MSMEs and large exporters, can benefit from this scheme. Implementation. It will be implemented by the Department of Financial Services through NCGTC. Conclusion. The Export Promotion Mission is a concrete effort to strengthen India's global position by bringing scattered schemes onto a single platform. If we successfully address challenges such as logistics and quality standards, India will certainly emerge as a global export hub. If this video is bringing you closer to your IAS dream, if it is giving you the confidence you need, then press the like button now. Because one like from you tells us that we are on the right path and gives us the strength to create better content. Manufacturing in India. Recently, Niti Aayog's Frontier Technology Hub, in collaboration with Key and Deloitte, released a 10-year roadmap titled Reimagining Manufacturing, India's Roadmap to Global Leadership in Advanced Manufacturing. This report explains how India can lead the world in advanced manufacturing over the coming decade. Key features of the roadmap. This roadmap primarily emphasizes the use of frontier technology, that is, advanced technology. Key technologies. This is based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, advanced materials, digital twins, and robotics. Sector-specific approach. This roadmap identifies 13 priority sectors, including electronics, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, and green energy as major ones. Benefits of technological integration. AI and machine learning. For quality control and maintenance of machines. Digital twins. To understand and improve the factory environment in real time. Robotics and automation. To increase precision and safety in production. What is the importance of manufacturing for India? Economic rebalancing. It moves labor from low productivity agriculture to high productivity non-agricultural activities, something the services sector alone has not been able to do. Employment generation. The manufacturing sector has the strongest backward and forward linkages. This means that every single direct job created here also indirectly creates many other jobs. Strategic autonomy. Self-reliance in sectors such as defense, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals is essential for India's security. COVID-19 taught us how risky it can be to depend on other countries for pharmaceutical raw materials and medical equipment. Regional balance. Through manufacturing, development can be taken out of metropolitan cities and extended to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. For example, the government's Micro and Small Enterprise Cluster Development Program focuses on creating jobs in rural and backward districts. Major challenges of the Indian manufacturing sector. Lack of funding and technology. At both the government and industry levels, there is a lack of investment in modern technologies. According to the Niti Aayog report, if we do not adopt these technologies, India's share in global manufacturing could decline to just 2.5% by 2035. Low investment in research and development. India spends only 0.64% of its GDP on R&D, while China spends around 2.5%. Without innovation, we cannot survive in the global market. Industries afraid of scaling up. Due to stringent regulations and taxes, MSMEs find it beneficial to remain small, which limits employment and production capacity. At present, around 35.5% of manufacturing output comes from these MSMEs. Services versus manufacturing imbalance. Instead of manufacturing-led development like East Asian countries, India chose a direct path of services-led development. While the services sector contributes 55% to GDP, it generates far fewer jobs compared to manufacturing. Low labor productivity. According to the ILO, GDP per working hour in India is only $8, placing us at 133rd position in the world. Unequal distribution. The benefits of manufacturing are not reaching the entire country. Only the top 5 states account for around 54% of the country's total manufacturing value added. Government initiatives to promote manufacturing. Make in India. Its goal is to increase the share of manufacturing in GDP to 25% by 2025 and create 100 million jobs. PLI scheme. This scheme, launched for 14 key sectors, provides financial incentives to companies based on incremental sales. National Logistics Policy. Its objective is to bring logistics costs down to 8% of GDP. Semiconductor Mission. To make India an electronics hub, the government is providing incentives of up to 50% of project costs. PM Gati Shakti. To achieve the $5 trillion economy target, emphasis is being placed on multimodal and last-mile connectivity. National Industrial Corridor Program. Under this, 32 modern industrial areas are being developed across the country. Conclusion. To fully utilize the potential of the manufacturing sector, India will have to undertake coordinated reforms in land, labor, and tax regulations. At the same time, only by investing in R&D and adopting frontier technologies can we realize the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The complete and in-depth analysis video of PT 365 will be coming very soon on our channel. Just imagine how disappointing it would be if you missed an important current issue in the exam. To avoid that, subscribe to the channel now and press the bell icon, so that you get every update first and your selection comes one step closer. World Inequality Report 2026. Recently, the World Inequality Report 2026 has been released by the World Inequality Lab. This report highlights the deep gaps in the distribution of wealth and income at the global level. Share of global wealth: the world's richest 10% population holds around 75% of total wealth. In contrast, the bottom 50% population owns only 2% of wealth. Income distribution: the situation is worrying even in terms of income. The top 10% earners earn more than the total income of the remaining 90% people. Meanwhile, the poorest half of the world's population has a share of less than 10% in total global income. Climate inequality: huge disparity in carbon emissions. At the global level, the poorer half of the population is responsible for only 3% of private capital-related carbon emissions, whereas the richest 10% are responsible for around 77% of emissions. Unequal distribution of risk. The irony here is that those who emit the least are the most vulnerable to the shocks and risks of climate change. Systemic global financial inequality. Excessive privilege. The current global financial system further promotes inequality by allowing rich economies to borrow cheaply and earn higher returns on foreign investments. Transfer of wealth. Because of this system, around 1% of global GDP flows every year from poor countries to rich countries, which is almost 3 times the total amount of global development assistance. Measurement of inequality. Gini index. It ranges from 0 to 100 and measures how far income distribution in an economy deviates from perfect equality. A Gini index of 0 means perfect equality and 100 means perfect inequality. It is generally defined through the Lorentz curve. Kuznets ratio. It is the ratio between the income received by the upper class and the income received by the lower class. The higher this ratio, the greater the inequality is considered to be. Palmer ratio. This is an example of the Kuznets ratio. It is calculated by dividing the income share of the top 10% population by the income share of the bottom 40% population. Status of inequality in India. High income inequality. In India, 58% of total national income goes into the pockets of the top 10% earners. In contrast, the bottom 50% of the country's population receives only 15% of national income. Extreme wealth inequality. If we talk about wealth or assets, the richest 10% in India hold around 65% of the country's total wealth. Within this, a shocking fact is that the top 1% population alone holds around 40% of the country's total wealth. Consequences of high inequality. Economic inefficiency. When a large population lacks access to better health, nutrition, and education, the country's productivity declines and talent is lost. For example, according to NFHS 5, anemia affects workforce participation, which reduces household income and slows economic growth. Intergenerational poverty trap. Unequal outcomes give rise to unequal opportunities. Parents' income and education directly affect children's futures, reducing social mobility. Obstacle to climate action. Excessive consumption and carbon emissions by the rich fuel climate change, whose worst impacts fall on the poor. Despite low per capita carbon emissions in developing countries, the risks are higher. Debt and vulnerability. Low-income households face the highest risk from economic shocks, pushing them into debt traps. The impact of the COVID-19 lockdown on migrant workers and street vendors is a vivid example of this. Erosion of democracy and trust. Economic inequality turns into political inequality. The wealthy have the power to bend rules in their favor, increasing social polarization. Policy solutions to reduce inequality. Universal basic income. OB can be an effective solution to eliminate poverty in India. It is based on the principles of universality and unconditionality, which give every citizen the right to a minimum basic income and directly increase the purchasing power of the poor. Fiscal and wealth redistribution. Progressive taxation. Imposing higher taxes on the wealthy to mobilize resources for public goods reduces inequality. Global minimum wealth tax. It is necessary to implement a globally standardized and effective tax system for ultra-wealthy individuals. Gender equality policies. Valuation of unpaid work. Recognizing domestic and care work, providing affordable childcare, and gender-neutral parental leave are essential. Fairness in the labor market. Strict enforcement of equal pay laws and strengthening protections against workplace discrimination. Climate policy and ownership reforms. Imposing a progressive carbon tax on the assets of the wealthy based on their carbon content and enforcing strict regulations on high carbon investments. Conclusion and India's progress. According to the World Bank, India's Gini index is 25.5, placing it fourth globally in terms of income equality. Extreme poverty in India declined to 2.3% in 2022-23, and around 171 million people moved out of extreme poverty between 2011 and 2023. Major government schemes have played a significant role in this, such as PM Jan Dhan Yojana, Direct Benefit Transfer, Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. From the Courses tab, you can watch all the videos of Vision IAS Magazine 2025 in both Hindi and English. Implementation of Labour Codes. Recently, the Ministry of Labour and Employment has made effective the 4 Labour Codes passed by Parliament. These codes have been implemented across the country from the 21st of November 2025. Key facts. These codes have been formulated by subsuming 29 old central labour laws. Their objective is to simplify laws, improve ease of doing business, and provide better protection to workers. Which are the 4 Labour Codes? Code on Wages. It ensures minimum wages for all and timely payment. Industrial Relations Code. It modernizes rules related to trade unions, industrial disputes, and strikes. Social Security Code. It extends social security to gig and platform workers. Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code. It sets standards for workers' health and safety at the workplace. India's Labour Law Framework. Constitutional Provisions. Concurrent Jurisdiction. Labour is a concurrent list subject, which means that both the centre and the states can make laws on it. Preamble. Social justice, the dignity of the individual, and equality of status are the guiding principles of our labour welfare. Directive Principles of State Policy. Article 39. Equal pay for equal work for both men and women. Article 41. Right to work and education in situations of unemployment, old age, and illness. Article 42. Ensure fair and humane conditions of work and maternity benefits. Article 43. A living wage and decent standard of life for all workers. Article 43A. Participation of workers in the management of industries. Fundamental rights. Article 16. Equality of opportunity in public employment. Article 19. Right to form an association or union. Article 23. Prohibition of human trafficking and forced labor. Article 24. Prohibition on employment of children under 14 years in hazardous industries. Labor force statistics. LFPR. The total labor force participation rate in India has been 59.6%. Unorganized sector. About 90% of workers in India are still employed in the unorganized sector, who will now get protection through these codes. Female participation. During 2023-24, the female labor force participation rate increased to 41.7%, which is a major shift towards women's empowerment. Institutional mechanism. Ministry of Labour and Employment. This is the main body that formulates policies for the protection of workers' interests. Labour Bureau. It publishes data on industrial disputes, layoffs, wages, and working conditions. It also evaluates the functioning of various labour laws. Chief Labour Commissioner. Its role is to resolve industrial disputes, enforce labour laws, and promote workers' welfare under the central government. Employees State Insurance Scheme. It is an insurance system under the 1948 Act. It provides medical assistance in case of sickness, maternity, disability, and death during work. It covers units where employees earn up to 21,000 rupees per month. Employees Provident Fund Organization. It is one of the largest social security organizations in the world. Both employees and employers deposit a fixed portion of wages for the future. Why labor reforms are needed? Simplifying compliance. Due to the large number of laws, it was difficult for businesses to comply with them. Reforms will increase ease of doing business. Modernization of old laws. Many laws like the Payment of Wages Act, 1936, were from the British era and did not fit with today's technology and economic realities. Lack of universal coverage. 90% of workers in India are in the unorganized sector. Traditional laws did not provide them social security benefits. Recognizing new forms of work. Gig and platform work is rapidly growing in today's economy. According to Niti Aayog, around 7.7 million workers were part of the gig economy in 2020-21. Some important terminologies. Gig worker, a person who works outside traditional employer-employee relationships. Platform worker, someone whose work is based on online apps or digital platforms. Example, employees of Ola, Uber, Zomato, or Swiggy. Aggregator, a digital intermediary connecting buyers and sellers. Fixed-term employee, means an employee is employed directly by the employer on a fixed-term contract. As soon as the period ends, employment automatically terminates unless the contract is renewed. In this case, the employer does not need to give prior notice for termination. Layoff, this is a temporary situation. When the employer is unable to provide work to employees due to shortage of raw materials, power crisis, or natural disaster, it is called a layoff. Here the employee is not dismissed, work is temporarily stopped. Retrenchment means permanently terminating an employee's service. Note, this does not include disciplinary action. It is often due to the company's financial condition or restructuring. Closure, when an establishment or enterprise permanently ceases its operations entirely, it is called closure. Contract labor, when an employee is employed through a contractor or intermediary instead of being directly on the main employer's payroll, it is called contract labor. These new codes aim to prevent exploitation of such workers. Floor wage, this is a benchmark or baseline set by the central government. It is set to ensure a minimum standard of living across the country. No state government can set its minimum wage below this floor wage. The Code on Wages, 2019. We will discuss in detail the first and most important of the four labor codes, the Code on Wages, 2019. This code consolidates four old laws related to wages and remuneration. Its main objective is to strengthen workers' rights and simplify and standardize wage-related compliance for employers. Key provisions. Universal minimum wage. Now getting minimum wages for all employees in both organized and unorganized sectors has become a legal right. Criteria for determination. While fixing wages, skill level, geographical area, and arduous working conditions will be considered. Introduction of floor wage. The central government will set a floor wage based on minimum living standards. No state government can set the minimum wage below this level, ensuring adequate wages across the country. Fair compensation. This code ensures timely payment of wages and provides at least double the normal rate for overtime work. Simplification of rules. It standardizes key definitions like wages and employ throughout the legal framework, eliminating confusion. Merits and importance of this code. Reduction in regional disparities. National floor wage will reduce large wage differences between states. Gender equality. Ensures equal pay and equal working conditions not just for men and women, but also for transgenders. Trust-based system. Some offenses prescribe fines instead of jail, creating a positive business environment. Challenges and concerns. Implementation. Success depends on how effectively it is implemented in informal and rural areas. Federal structure. Some experts believe that setting a national floor wage may affect states' autonomy to set their own minimum wages. The Industrial Relations Code, 2020. We will discuss the Industrial Relations Code, 2020. This code consolidates three old laws governing industrial dispute resolution and relations between employers and workers. Its main aim is to simplify laws related to trade unions, employment conditions, and investigation and settlement of industrial disputes, to maintain peace and productivity in industries. Key provisions. Trade unions and negotiating unions. Now any trade union needs 51% membership to be recognized as the sole negotiating union. If there is more than one union, a negotiating council will be formed, consisting of representatives of unions with at least 20% worker support. Fixed-term employment. This code officially institutionalizes FTE. Its objective is to reduce contract practices and provide flexibility to employers. Wider definition of worker. It now includes sales promotion staff, journalists, and supervisors earning up to 18,000 rupees per month. Higher threshold for layoff, retrenchment. Earlier, factories with 100 workers required government permission for retrenchment or closure. Now this limit is increased to 300 workers. State governments can further increase this limit. Broader definition of industry. It includes all organized activities between employer and employee, regardless of profit or capital. Merits of this code. Skill development, a very positive step. For each retrenched worker, the employer must contribute an amount equal to 15 days' wages to a reskilling fund so the worker can be retrained. Simple dispute resolution. Internal grievance redressal committees are mandatory for institutions with 20 or more workers, enabling resolution at the factory level. Concerns and drawbacks. Hire and fire policy. The high limit of 300 workers raises fears that companies may easily dismiss workers without government oversight. Permanent temporariness. Experts fear FTE may replace permanent jobs with short-term contracts, reducing job security. Weakened collective bargaining. The 51% high threshold may marginalize smaller unions, reducing workers' collective power. The Code on Social Security, 2020. We will discuss the most important link in labor reforms, the Code on Social Security, 2020. This code consolidates 9 old social security laws and acts as a safety shield for India's emerging workforce. Its main aim is to expand social security coverage, so not only the organized sector but also unorganized, gig, and platform workers can get pensions, insurance, and health benefits. Key provisions. Identification of gig and platform workers. For the first time, gig workers and platform workers are legally defined under Indian law. Contribution of aggregators. Companies like Zomato or Uber must contribute 1% to 2% of their annual turnover to the Social Security Fund. Expansion of ESIC. Now employees' state insurance will be applicable all over India. Earlier, it was limited to notified areas. Institutions with fewer than 10 employees can also opt in by mutual agreement. It has been made mandatory for hazardous industries and plantation workers. Uniform definition of wages. Now, wages will include basic salary, dearness allowance, and retaining allowance. It ensures that at least 50% of total remuneration is considered wages, so that gratuity and pension calculations are correct. Gratuity for fixed-term employees. Earlier, 5 years of continuous service was mandatory for gratuity, but now this period has been reduced to just 1 year for FTE employees. Merits of this code. National Database for Unorganized Workers. This code provides for the creation of a national digital platform for unorganized workers, where their registration and skill details will be recorded. Comprehensive safety net. For the first time, it attempts to provide protection to both organized and unorganized sectors under a single law. Concerns and drawbacks. Lack of clarity in funding mechanism. Full clarity is still required on where the money for the Social Security Fund will come from and how it will be managed. Absence of universal coverage. Social Security is still dependent on the size of the establishment. For small establishments, it is still voluntary, leaving many workers outside the coverage. The Occupational Safety, Health, and Working Conditions Code, 2020. We will discuss the final and fourth link in labor reforms, the Occupational Safety, Health, and Working Conditions Code, 2020. This code consolidates 13 old central laws and is directly related to the protection of your life and health at the workplace. Its goal is twofold: on one hand, to protect workers' rights and safe working conditions, and on the other, to create a business-friendly regulatory environment for industries. Key provisions. Unified registration. A uniform threshold of 10 employees has been set for electronic registration. Extension to hazardous work. The government can apply the provisions of this code to any establishment where even a single employee is engaged in hazardous or life-risk work. Broad definition of migrant workers. The definition of interstate migrant worker now includes those employed directly by the employer, those brought in through a contractor, or those who have migrated on their own. Female employment. Women can now work in all types of establishments, including night shifts, provided their consent is taken and proper safety arrangements are in place. Institutional monitoring. Safety committee. In factories with more than 500 workers, construction works with more than 250 workers, and mines with more than 100 workers, it is mandatory to form a safety committee with representatives of employers and workers. Welfare officer. Where there are 250 or more workers, the appointment of a welfare officer is mandatory. National Advisory Board. The central government will establish a tripartite board to set safety and health standards across the country. Contract labor. These rules will now apply to contractors with more than 50 workers. Merits of this code. Strengthening of workers' rights, work hours fixed at 8 hours per day and 48 hours per week. Transparency and accountability, providing all workers with a formal appointment letter, has been made mandatory. Increase in female labor force participation, permission to work night shifts and safety standards will increase employment opportunities for women. Concerns and drawbacks. Limited coverage. The threshold for factory licensing has been increased. This may leave many small units outside the scope of safety regulations. Reduced monitoring. A tendency towards self-certification may increase the risk of concealing violations of rules. Conclusion. These new labor codes are a revolutionary reform in India's labor framework. They not only make business easier but also ensure workers' welfare, fair wages, and transparency in line with changing times. Proper implementation of these reforms is the key to a balanced economy. Watch all the videos of this month's magazine from this playlist together to supercharge your preparation. Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights ACT, 2001. The Silver Jubilee of this Act was recently celebrated. On this occasion, the Plant Genome Savior Award ceremony was organized in New Delhi, honoring farmers who have played a significant role in preserving agricultural biodiversity. Why did India adopt it? When India signed the TRIPS agreement of the World Trade Organization, we had two ways to protect plant varieties: either grant them a patent or adopt a sui generis system. Sui generis means a unique in its kind law. India refused to grant patents on plants and instead created its own law that protects the rights of both companies and our farmers. Key features of the PPV and FR Act, 2001. Objective: to promote the development of new plant varieties and at the same time to maintain the traditional rights of farmers over seeds conserved by them for centuries. Basis of registration: to register any variety it must meet 3 criteria. Distinctiveness: it should be different from other varieties. Uniformity: all its plants should be alike. Stability: its traits should not change in the next generations. Rights under the Act. Breeders' rights. Those who have developed a new variety get exclusive rights for the production, sale, export and distribution of that seed. Researchers' rights. Researchers can use any registered variety for new experiments. However, if they want to create something new by repeatedly using that variety, then they will have to take permission from the original breeder. Farmers' rights. This is the most important part. Farmers can get their developed new varieties registered like breeders. Farmers can save the seed of the crop grown on their field, re-sow it, share it among themselves or sell it, even if that variety is protected by law. Important restriction: farmers cannot sell that seed as a branded seed. Benefit sharing. The most progressive part of this law is that if any seed company or breeder uses a farmer's traditional variety to develop a new variety or for production, then it is mandatory that a part of the profits generated is given to that farmer or community. This is an excellent example of social justice in the field of intellectual property. Categories of plant varieties. Under the Act, varieties are divided into 3 main groups: existing varieties, those varieties which are notified under the Seeds Act, 1966 or are already in public use. Community varieties. Those varieties which farmers have traditionally developed and conserved in their fields. This also includes wild species and local land races. Essentially derived varieties. These are those varieties which are developed from an initial variety, retain the essential characteristics of the original variety but differ from it in at least one trait. Plant Variety and Farmers' Rights Protection Authority. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. Headquarters, New Delhi. Structure. It consists of a chairperson and 15 members, including representatives from farmers' organizations, tribal organizations, the seed industry and women's organizations. Main objectives. To grant rights to breeders for their innovation, reward farmers who conserve traditional varieties, and promote research. Important institutions under the authority. National Plant Variety Register. It contains details of all registered varieties and breeders' rights. National Gene Bank. It has been established to conserve seeds of registered varieties and their parents. National Gene Fund. This fund is used for disbursing benefit sharing amounts, providing compensation to farmers, and conserving genetic resources. Limitations of the Act. Procedural complexity. The registration process is difficult, and without technical assistance it is hard for farmers to meet the thus testing criteria. Disputes in balance. Maintaining a balance between the commercial interests of breeders and the traditional rights of farmers is a continuous challenge. Weak enforcement. Due to lack of awareness among farmers and absence of enforcement capacity, effective implementation of the rules does not take place. Fear of monopoly. There is concern that large companies may monopolize selected varieties, which could harm small farmers. Loss of traditional knowledge. If adequate incentives are not provided for traditional breeding practices, the existence of climate-resilient traditional seeds may be threatened. Conclusion. The PPV and FR Act, 2001 is a unique and humane response by India to global intellectual property obligations. It creates a balance between innovation and equity. In the future, only by simplifying registration procedures and strengthening the benefit-sharing mechanism will we be able to fully utilize the potential of this law. If you are liking this video, then share it with those of your friends who are engaged day and night in IAS preparation. Your one share can become a ray of hope for them. Together we will all succeed. Maritime Sector of India. Recently, in October 2025, India Maritime Week 2025 was held in Mumbai, where the Prime Minister launched several major initiatives. This is in the news because it will make India's maritime sector stronger and greener. First, the major initiatives that were launched at India Maritime Week. One is the Maritime Investment Roadmap, under which India invited Singapore to join its investment plan of 1 lakh rupees crore. This is for cooperation in shipbuilding, port modernization and green fuel. This will bring foreign investment and boost India's shipbuilding sector. The second is Digi Bandar, which is a national framework that will make all ports data-driven, AI-enabled and interconnected. This will increase efficiency at ports, strengthen security and bring transparency. This means ships will be loaded and unloaded faster and errors will be reduced. The third is the Green Tug program, under which 100 environment-friendly tugs will be deployed by 2040, with an expenditure of around 12,000 crore rupees. Tugs are small vessels that help large ships move in and out of ports. If these are green, they will run on batteries or green fuel instead of diesel, which will reduce pollution and strengthen India's clean energy-based logistics. Now understand the status and vision of India's maritime sector. About 95% of India's trade by volume and 70% by value takes place through maritime routes. This is the backbone of trade. In the financial year 2024-25, major ports handled around 855 million tons of cargo, while total port capacity has increased from 1,400 million tons per year to 2,762 million tons. The average turnaround time of ships has reduced from 93 hours to 48 hours, which has increased productivity and made India globally competitive. In the shipping sector, the number of Indian-flagged vessels has increased from 1,205 to 1,549 and gross tonnage has increased from 10 million to 13.52 million gross tons. On inland waterways, operational routes have increased from 3 to 29 and cargo movement has increased by 710%. The number of Indian seafarers has increased from 1.25 lakh to 3 lakh, which is 12% of the world's total. India is among the top 3 countries supplying trained seafarers. But there are challenges as well. There is a connectivity problem, such as lack of last-mile road or rail connectivity to ports, which increases logistics costs. Competition in transshipment is low because neighboring ports like Colombo are strong. The share of Indian-flagged vessels globally is only 0.8% because taxes are high, and taxes increase further on large vessels. India's global share in shipbuilding is only 1% and we import more than 95% of marine engines. There are maritime security challenges, such as terrorism, drug trafficking, piracy, illegal fishing, pollution and state-level threats from China-Pakistan. First, the major programs. The first is Maritime India Vision 2030, that is MIV 2030. It was launched in 2021. It has 10 important themes that will help make India a global maritime powerhouse, such as port development, shipbuilding, inland waterways, etc. The second is Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. This is a long-term roadmap for India's maritime resurgence. It includes an investment plan of around 80 lakh rupees crore in ports, coastal shipping, inland waterways, shipbuilding and green shipping. This is the dream of making India a global leader in the maritime sector by 2047. The third is the Sagarmala program. Its focus is on reducing logistics costs, increasing trade efficiency and generating employment through smarter, greener transport networks. It includes better port connectivity, coastal community development, etc. A major step in port development is that India has operationalized its first deep-water international transshipment hub at Vizhinjam. Along with this is the One Nation One Port Process initiative, which will standardize documentation and processes across all major ports, saving time and money. Legal changes have also taken place. Parliament has passed 5 important maritime laws: the Indian Ports Act, the Merchant Shipping Act 2025, the Carriage of Goods by Sea Act, the Bills of Lading Act and the Coastal Shipping Act 2025. These are new modern laws replacing old British-era laws, which will make investment and operations easier. There is a favorable environment for investment because 100% FDI is allowed in port development. This allows foreign companies to enter easily. To promote inland water transport, there is the Jalwahak Cargo Promotion Scheme. Under this, 35% reimbursement is provided on operational costs and assistance is given to start scheduled cargo services on major national waterways routes. Now let us talk about making the maritime sector green. Why is this necessary? Because maritime transport contributes around 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Ports are major sources of air and water pollution. These emissions damage the biodiversity of coastal mangroves, lagoons, coral reefs and beaches. At the same time, traditional shipping depends on imported heavy fuel oil, whose prices remain volatile and are affected by geopolitical reasons. The International Maritime Organization has set a target to reduce CO2 emissions from shipping by 40% by 2030, which is linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. What measures are there for this? In the Indian Ports Act 2025, compliance with global green norms has been made mandatory. It has strong provisions for pollution control and disaster readiness. It is also linked to the MARPOL Convention and ballast water management. The Maritime India Vision 2030 outlines measures such as increasing the use of renewable energy, reducing air emissions, optimizing water use and solid waste management. The Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines provide a complete framework to make Indian ports safe, efficient, green and sustainable. There is the Green Tug Transition Program, that is GTTP, under which conventional fuel-based harbour tugs are to be converted into green alternatives. Tugs are small vessels that help ports by pushing or pulling large ships. There is the Harit Nauk initiative, which promotes adoption of green technology in vessels operating on inland waterways. Financial Sector Assessment Program Report by World Bank. The World Bank's Financial Sector Assessment Program, that is the FSAP report, was recently released in October 2025. It highlights the strengths and weaknesses of India's financial sector. The most important point is that the report says that for India's long-term goal of becoming a $30 trillion economy by 2047, reforms in the financial sector will have to be accelerated further. This will boost private capital and the economy will grow faster. The first point is a resilient system, that is a strong financial system. The report says that India's financial system has now become stronger and more diversified than before. Its total assets have reached around 175% of GDP, which was 144% in 2017. The government has a major role in this, but now the private sector is also growing. This change is good because it makes the system more stable. The second point is digital strength. India's digital public infrastructure such as UPI, Aadhaar and Jan Dhan accounts has made financial access very easy. This has increased efficiency and financial inclusion, that is banking access for every person, has improved significantly. Especially for women and small entrepreneurs, this has been very beneficial. The report praises this and says that it should be strengthened further. The third point is regulatory progress. RBI and SEBI have improved supervision. For example, increasing control over cooperative banks and tightening some important regulations. The report appreciates these reforms but says that there are still some challenges in the supervision and risk management of NBFCs, that is non-banking financial companies. More work is needed on these aspects. The fourth point is market development. The corporate bond market and infrastructure financing are still underdeveloped. Investors mostly invest money in government securities because they appear safe. This makes funding for long-term projects difficult. The fifth point is tax disparities, that is inequality in taxation. The tax treatment between debt and equity is different, due to which people invest less in the bond market. If this is equalized, the bond market will become deeper. Now let us understand a little about FSAP. FSAP is a joint program of the World Bank and the IMF that was started in 1999. In developed countries it is run only by the IMF, but in emerging economies like India it is carried out jointly by both. India's previous FSAP was conducted in 2017 and this new one came in 2025 after assessment in 2024. Watch all the Vision IAS magazine videos of the previous months from these playlists, because consistent hard work is the key to success. Initial public offering. Recently, in November 2025, India's Chief Economic Advisor V. Ananta Nageshwaran expressed concern that IPOs are now mostly being used as an exit route for early-stage investors, rather than as a means of raising long-term capital for the company. This is weakening the true spirit of public markets. So far in 2025, 84 companies have raised 1.30 lakh rupees crore through IPOs, but 64% of this is offer for sale, that is OFS, where existing investors sell their shares and exit, and the company does not receive new funds. First, what is an IPO? IPO means initial public offering, that is when a private company sells its shares to the public for the first time in the primary market. Through this, the company becomes a public company from a private one, meaning its shares can now be traded on the stock exchange. IPO is the biggest source of funds for a company, that too for the long term or an indefinite period, because the money received by selling shares does not have to be repaid by the company, only dividends may have to be paid. Now the types of IPOs. There are mainly two types. The first is a fixed price issue, where the company fixes the share price in advance. The second is a book building issue, where there is no fixed price, but a price band, such as 100 rupees to 120 rupees, and investors place bids, after which the final price is decided based on demand. In India, most IPOs are book building issues. If possible, like the video and leave a nice comment or tell us your favorite topic. Your comments give us the enthusiasm that we put into making the best videos. Your support is our biggest motivation. Digital initiatives launched to modernize warehousing and boost PDS transparency. Recently, on the 18th of November 2025, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution Minister Prahlad Joshi launched these initiatives. This will increase supply chain efficiency, modernize warehouse operations and bring transparency in the PDS, ensuring that ration reaches the poor in the right quantity and at the right time. The first is Bhandaran 360. This has been launched by the Central Warehousing Corporation, that is CWC. It is a cloud-based ERP platform that integrates HR, finance, warehouse management, contract monitoring, etc. What are the benefits? There will be real-time monitoring of warehouse operations and standardization will come across all CWC warehouses. This will speed up operations, reduce errors and enable faster decision-making. The second is the Smart XM warehouse system. This is also by CWC, especially for container freight stations, that is CFS or ICDs, and general warehouses. It uses technologies like AI, IoT, FASTag, OCR or ANPR and GNSS so that key processes are automated. The benefits include gate automation and yard management, cargo tracking and smart inventory management. This will speed up imports and exports and make tracking of goods easier. The third is Anna Darpan. This has been launched by the Food Corporation of India, that is FCI. It is a new microservices-based and mobile-first platform that will replace the old depot online system. It integrates procurement, storage, movement, sales, labor and contract management. This will provide real-time dashboards and enable faster decision-making in the food supply chain. For FCI, this will become a single source of truth. The fourth is the ASHA platform. ASHA stands for Anna Sahayata Holistic AI Solution. This has been launched by the Department of Food and Public Distribution. It is an AI-based platform where beneficiaries can give feedback on ration distribution through AI-enabled calls in their preferred language, such as whether ration was received or not, what the quality was like, or whether there was any problem at the shop. This will speed up grievance resolution and improve oversight in the PDS. National Industrial Classification 2025. National Industrial Classification, that is NIC 2025. This was recently released on the 18th of November 2025 by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, that is MOSPI. It helps in GDP calculation, tracking industrial growth and policy design. First of all, what is NIC? NIC is the standard system for categorizing all economic activities in India. It was first introduced in 1962 and has been updated with the changing economy, such as in 1970, 1987, 2004 and 2008. Now NIC 2025 will replace the old NIC 2008. It has been prepared by MOSPI in alignment with the United Nations International Standard Industrial Classification, that is ISIC Revision 5. This will align India's data with global standards and make international comparison easier. Now the main changes. The biggest structural change is that now a 6-digit code structure will come instead of a 5-digit code. This will bring greater granularity and allow better representation of new and emerging activities. For example, indigenous sectors like Ayush-based healthcare and the handloom industry have now been given separate recognition. Along with this, new sectors like renewable energy, fintech, e-commerce and digital intermediation have been included. Key features of NIC 2025. First, better classification of intermediation services. Considering the increasing role of intermediaries in sectors like power, retail, logistics, healthcare and education, new classes have been created. Second, representation of the digital economy. Cloud infrastructure, blockchain, platform-based services and web search portals have been classified separately. Third, integration of the environmental and green economy. Activities like carbon capture, waste management and environmental remediation have been given greater coverage, which aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, that is SDGs. Fourth, this classification is technology agnostic, meaning whether an activity is carried out through traditional methods or modern techniques does not matter. The focus is only on the product or service. In Vision IAS, November 2025, we will cover all these security topics. White-collar terrorism. Now we will talk about a very serious and current topic, white-collar terrorism. Why has this recently been in discussion? Because last month, on the 10th of November 2025, a car bomb blast took place near Delhi's Red Fort, in which 11 to 15 people were killed and many were injured. In this case, the National Investigation Agency, that is NIA, arrested a doctor, Bilal Nasir Mullah, from Baramulla in Jammu and Kashmir, who is the 8th main accused in this case. The NIA described it as a case of white-collar terrorism because educated professionals like doctors were involved, who were supporting terrorist activities. This blast was of a Jaish-e-Mohammed-linked module, and the suicide bomber himself was a doctor, Umar an-Nabi. Now let us understand white-collar terrorism. Its origin lies in Edwin Sutherland's concept of white-collar crime, which focuses on crimes committed by respectable professionals. White-collar terrorism means educated professionals secretly participating in terrorism. These people use not weapons, but their intellect. For example, creating encrypted communication, laundering money, creating fake identities, exploiting bureaucratic loopholes, or leaking secret information. Now this trend is changing, where these people are not just supporting but are directly involved in terrorist acts, such as the doctor's module in the Delhi blast. Look at its evolution. In the 1980s, professionals in North America raised funds for organizations like the PLO and IRA. In ISIS, engineers made weapons, in Al-Qaeda doctors ran networks, and IT specialists created propaganda machinery. In India, ISIS recruits from Kerala were educated and came from good backgrounds. The difference from traditional terrorism is that traditional terrorism involves open violence and fear, whereas white-collar terrorism involves covert support and subversion. The motivation is ideological, religious or political, not just money. These people exploit their position and access. What are the reasons behind it? The first reason is the rise of digital technology. Today's educated individuals can use technical skills and global networks to carry out very precise and high-impact operations. For example, delivering explosives through drones or creating complex funding mechanisms. Their expertise makes terrorist plots more sophisticated, longer-lasting and more destructive. The second reason is difficulty in detection. These people get institutional cover. Places like universities, hospitals, corporate offices, NGOs and research labs provide respect and access to sensitive materials. This allows them to operate easily while remaining hidden. The third is transnational linkages and networked radicalization. For example, the Delhi blast module was ideologically and operationally connected to Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed handlers. The fourth reason is a sense of religious superiority. Some people believe that Sharia-based governance, justice, society and education systems are far superior to secular, democratic and modern institutions. This thinking radicalizes them. The fifth is relative deprivation theory. In this, an individual perceives a gap between expectations and reality, which creates a sense of injustice and resentment and leads towards extremism. The sixth is social identity theory. In this, grievances transform into a search for a larger, inclusive identity. For example, abandoning a professional identity and adopting an identity with an extreme higher purpose. The seventh is diaspora and connectivity. For example, Kerala has a large diaspora in Gulf countries. A higher number of passports and frequent international travel make recruitment easier. India's counter-terrorism strategy. First, investigation and intelligence agencies. The National Investigation Agency, that is NIA, investigates cases related to terrorism. In the recent Delhi blast as well, the NIA arrested several accused, including doctors. The National Security Guard, that is NSG, Black Cat Commandos take immediate action in cases of hijacking or major terrorist attacks. The Intelligence Bureau, that is IB, collects intelligence. Coordination among these agencies is crucial in preventing terrorism. In the legal framework, the Unlawful Activities Act, 1967, that is UAPA, is the main law that allows banning terrorist organizations and taking strict action against accused persons. To stop terror funding, there is a terror funding and fake currency cell within the NIA. In the Ministry of Home Affairs, the combating financing of terrorism cell functions. They keep an eye on money coming through Hawala, crypto and NGOs. In retaliatory response, the 2016 surgical strike took place after the Uri attack, where terrorist launch pads were destroyed by crossing the LOC. What is the way forward? The first is strict regulation and enforcement. It is necessary to further tighten GO audits, compliance and blacklisting. Many times terrorist funding takes place through NGOs. ED and CBI should be given more powers to investigate the financial links of white-collar terrorism. The second is strengthening institutional oversight. Making background checks mandatory in universities, hospitals and research labs, conducting forensic audits and appointing security officers. There should be digital tracking of sensitive materials like chemicals or technology. The third is connecting with global transparency. Fully adopting the rules of FATF, that is the Financial Action Task Force, so that gaps in funding and oversight can be closed. India is already a member of FATF, but reporting will have to be improved further. The fourth is a crackdown on money laundering networks. Strengthening KYC further through biometrics like Aadhaar. FIU India and ED should keep an eye on high-value transactions and shell companies. The fifth is fiscal transparency and accountability. Involving citizens in budget monitoring so that misuse of public funds and corruption can be stopped. The sixth is creating a unified risk intelligence grid. A national registry should be created for sensitive professions like doctors and engineers, where the databases of IB, NIA, ED and state police are linked. The seventh is early warning of radicalization. Teachers and managers should be trained to identify red flags such as sudden behavioral changes. Anonymous reporting and prevention programs should be run. In conclusion, white-collar terrorism is the new face of extremism that emerges from within society itself. This threat from classrooms, clinics, offices and labs is more dangerous because it remains hidden. In India, this is not a coincidence but an emerging pattern, for which immediate and strategic steps are necessary. The complete and deep analysis video of PT 365 is coming very soon on our channel. If you do not want to miss any important current issue in the exam, then subscribe to our channel right now. Exercise in news. Now we will talk about some important military exercises that have recently been in the news. In 2025, many major exercises were conducted or are ongoing, which show India's preparedness and international partnerships. Let us understand them one by one. First is Trishul 2025. This is a major tri-service exercise that was held in November 2025 in the western border areas of Gujarat and Rajasthan. The Army, Navy and Air Force worked together in this. This exercise was conducted to strengthen preparedness on the Pakistan border. Next is Sagar Kavach. This is a biennial coastal security exercise of the Indian Coast Guard. In 2025, it was conducted in many coastal areas such as West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. Its objective is to test preparedness to deal with maritime threats such as infiltration, smuggling or attacks. The Navy, police and other agencies participate in it. Mitra Shakti is an annual joint military exercise between India and Sri Lanka. The 11th edition in 2025 was held in November at Belagavi in Karnataka. The focus was on counter-terrorism, drones and heliborne operations. Both countries host it alternately. Winbacks is a bilateral army exercise between India and Vietnam. The 6th edition in 2025 was held in November in Hanoi, Vietnam. It focuses on UN peacekeeping operations. Malabar is a naval exercise of the Quad countries India, the United States, Japan and Australia. In 2025, it was held in Guam in November. The objective is to strengthen cooperation and security in the Indo-Pacific. Garuda is a bilateral air exercise between the Indian Air Force and the French Air and Space Force. The 8th edition in 2025 was held in November at Mont-de-Marsan in France. The focus was on high-intensity air combat. Finally, Ajay Warrior. This is a biennial joint military exercise between India and the United Kingdom. The 8th edition in 2025 was held in November at the Mahajan Field Firing Range in Rajasthan. The focus was on counter-terrorism and UN mandates. If you are liking the video, then like it right now. GPS spoofing. Recently, in November 2025, several cases of GPS spoofing were reported around Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport, due to which hundreds of flights were delayed, some had to be diverted and there were navigation problems. Airlines complained of serious spoofing, and the DGCA ordered pilots and air traffic controllers to report within 10 minutes. The government started an investigation involving the NSA's office and the Ministry of Civil Aviation. In December, Parliament was informed that spoofing cases were reported at many major airports such as Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and Amritsar. This is unusual in Delhi because earlier it mostly occurred in border areas like Amritsar, Jammu. Now let us understand what GPS spoofing is. GPS spoofing is a type of cyber attack in which false GPS signals are transmitted to mislead navigation systems. Signals from real GPS satellites are very weak because they come from thousands of kilometers away. The attacker sends more powerful fake signals from the ground, which overpower the real signals. As a result, the receiver, that is the aircraft's GPS, starts showing the wrong location. Sometimes the location can be shown incorrectly by up to 2,500 kilometers. This is different from jamming. In jamming, the signal gets blocked. But in spoofing, a wrong yet believable signal is received, which is more dangerous. Through this courses tab, you can watch all the Vision IAS Magazine 2025 videos in both Hindi and English. Burevestnik Missile. Recently, on the 26th of October 2025, President Vladimir Putin announced that Russia has successfully tested its nuclear-powered and nuclear-capable Burevestnik missile. In the test conducted on the 21st of October, the missile flew for 15 hours and covered a distance of 14,000 kilometers. Russia claims that this missile can evade any missile defense system and its range is almost unlimited. Putin described it as a unique weapon of the world and ordered preparations to begin for deploying it in the military. Now let us understand the Burevestnik missile. It is also called SSC-X-9 Skyfall, which is the name given by NATO. It is one of Russia's 6 new-generation strategic weapons. It is a long-range, low-flying, nuclear-powered cruise missile. A cruise missile runs on a jet engine and can fly continuously throughout its flight. But Burevestnik has a nuclear reactor, which gives it an almost unlimited range. It flies at low altitude, can change its path, and is difficult for missile defense systems to detect. Russia claims that it is a response to America's missile defense. In Vision IAS, November 2025, we will cover all these environment topics. UNFCCC COP30. Recently, a very large international meeting was held in the city of Belém in Brazil, which we know as UNFCCC COP30. Now you might be wondering what COP30 is. In simple words, it is a group of countries from around the world that meet every year to discuss how we can protect our Earth from climate change, that is, dangerous changes occurring in weather patterns. This meeting was also special because the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement was celebrated during it. The Paris Agreement is a kind of promise that the countries of the world made 10 years ago to stop the rising temperature of the Earth. This time the meeting was held in the Amazon forest region, which is called the lungs of the world because these forests provide us with a huge amount of oxygen. That is why this conference was also called the Forest COP or the Forests Meeting. It was also called a Conference of Truth and Action because now the time is not just for talking, but for action on the ground. One main goal of this meeting was that by the year 2025, all countries should state what concrete steps they will take in the coming years to reduce pollution. In technical language, this is called NDC 3.0, which you can think of in simple terms as each country's climate progress card or future plan. At the end of the meeting, 195 countries together approved the Belém package. This package is not a box of goods, but a complete set of agreements. It includes agreement on how rich countries will help poor countries so that they can also adopt clean technologies like solar energy. It also saw cooperation on important issues such as women's participation, technology transfer and trade. During this time, some technical sessions were also held, which were given names like COP30, CMP20 and CMA7. You can think of these as different rooms of one big conference, where review of old rules and setting of new targets go on simultaneously. UNFCCC, which in simple terms can be called a large joint platform of countries on climate change. Its headquarters is located in the city of Bonn in Germany. The story of this institution began in 1992, when a very large conference was held in Rio de Janeiro, known as the 1992 Earth Summit. From here this idea emerged and it was officially adopted in 1994 so that the entire world could together tackle changes occurring in the climate. To protect the environment, three major agreements emerged from the Rio Conference, which are called the Rio Conventions. The first is our UNFCCC, the second is the Convention on Biological Diversity, called UNCBD, and the third is the Agreement to Prevent Desertification, called UNCCD. Together, these three take care of the health of our Earth. When this institution was formed, its first major meeting, called the COP meeting, was held in 1995 in Berlin, the capital of Germany. COP means Conference of Parties, that is a gathering of all countries that are part of this agreement. Today, a total of 198 member countries are part of this large mission, and it is a matter of pride for us that India is also an active member of it. This institution reminds us that just as we keep our home clean, similarly 198 countries together have to keep this Earth, our shared home, safe. We will understand in detail the important decisions and agreements taken at the COP30 meeting held in the city of Belém, Brazil. These decisions have been called the Belém Package, whose objective is not just paperwork but showing action on the ground. First of all, let us talk about Mission 1.5 degrees Celsius, which has been launched jointly by a group of three countries, the UAE, Azerbaijan and Brazil, called the Troika. Its direct objective is that countries across the world cooperate with each other in reducing pollution and increasing investment so that the Earth's temperature does not rise beyond 1.5 degrees. Along with this, a Global Implementation Accelerator has also been launched, which will help countries in implementing their environmental plans. National Adaptation Plans Implementation Alliance. In simple words, this is a joint platform of countries that are focusing on how to protect themselves from dangerous impacts of changing weather, such as floods, droughts and rising sea levels. It was launched as a special action plan during the COP30 conference held in Belém, Brazil. This alliance has been jointly launched by the United Nations Development Programme, the governments of Italy and Germany, and organizations like the NDC Partnership. Often, countries make plans for their protection, but do not get enough money or technology to implement them. This alliance will work to bridge that gap. It will help mobilize investment from both the public and private sectors so that priority adaptation projects of countries can be implemented on the ground. Major steps have also been taken to protect agriculture and forests. A massive fund of $125 billion is planned to be created under the name Tropical Forest Forever Facility. This fund will make payments to countries that conserve their tropical, that is dense and moist, forests. The most beautiful aspect of this scheme is that at least 20% of it will go directly to the indigenous and local communities who have been protecting these forests for generations. India has also joined this initiative as an observer. RISE stands for Resilient Agricultural Investment for Net Zero Land Degradation. It may sound a bit technical, but its work is very simple. Reviving agricultural land that has become barren or degraded due to chemicals or wrong practices. Brazil, along with 10 partner countries such as Australia, Canada, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, Peru, Saudi Arabia, Uruguay and the United Kingdom have set a target to restore 3 million hectares of degraded land. For this, they will use blended finance, in which government money acts as a cushion so that private companies can also invest in improving agriculture without fear. This initiative is not only important for the environment, but also for global food security, because fertile soil is what feeds everyone. Another major achievement in the direction of protecting forests is the Scaling J Red Plus Coalition. Red Plus means reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. This time the emphasis has been placed on J, that is jurisdictional, which means that instead of only small private projects, forest conservation will now be carried out at the level of entire states or regions. This coalition includes countries such as the United Kingdom, Singapore, Costa Rica, Ethiopia, Ghana, Guyana and Kenya. Their target is to mobilize $3 to $6 billion every year by 2030 to prevent the cutting of tropical forests. Money. At the Belém conference in Brazil, some historic decisions related to the world economy and finance have been taken, which can change the shape of our world in the coming years. First of all, let us talk about the Baku to Belem roadmap. You can think of it as a map that will take us to the target of mobilizing $1.3 trillion every year by 2035. This huge amount is being called the New Collective Quantified Goal, that is NCQG. In simple words, this is the shared global budget that rich countries will collectively raise so that poor and developing countries can adopt pollution-reducing technologies. Along with this, another big decision has been taken to triple adaptation finance, that is the funds given to protect against disasters. Now the target is that every year $120 billion should be spent only on reducing the impacts of changing weather, such as sudden floods or droughts. This $120 billion is part of the same $300 billion annual fund that was agreed upon at the COP29 conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan. Along with this, the Baku Adaptation Roadmap for the period 2026 to 2028 has also been approved so that the work of the next few years can be carried out with a complete plan. To bring investment to the ground level, a special initiative called FINI has been launched. Its purpose is to make countries' security plans, that is national adaptation plans, so strong and attractive that large investors are ready to invest their money in them. The target is that by the year 2028, a pipeline of such projects worth $1 trillion is prepared, in which 20% of the investment comes from private companies and big businesses. It is receiving support from the Atlantic Council and other institutions. Another important step has been taken regarding the carbon market. Major players like Brazil, China, and the European Union have together formed a coalition to standardize carbon prices and their benchmarks across the world. This means that if a company causes pollution, it will have to pay its true cost, and the rules for monitoring this will be transparent everywhere. Finally, 35 countries have together signed the Belem Declaration for Green Industrialization. Its direct objective is to make heavy industries, such as iron and cement factories, pollution-free so that development can take place along with protection of the environment. What major and revolutionary decisions were taken at the COP30 conference in the field of energy and infrastructure? First, let us talk about electricity networks, that is power grids. We often talk about generating electricity, but pay less attention to the wires and systems that carry it from one place to another. To address this gap, the plan to accelerate the expansion and resilience of power grids has been introduced. Its simple objective is to make power grids across the world strong enough to bear the heavy future load of solar and wind energy. It is being advanced under the Green Grids Initiative, which brings together experts and governments from across the world to remove obstacles in grid expansion. A very concrete plan has also been made in the direction of giving up coal, called PACT. We all know that coal is a major cause of pollution, but shutting it down suddenly can also cause a power crisis. That is why, under the Powering Past Coal Alliance, it prepares a pathway, that is a roadmap, through which we can safely move away from coal towards clean energy. It ensures that electricity supply is maintained while pollution is reduced. Another very big commitment taken this time is being called the Belem 4X Pledge. Countries like India, Brazil, Italy, and Japan have together promised that by the year 2035, they will increase the use of sustainable fuels like hydrogen and biofuels 4 times compared to 2024. This directly means that in the coming time, these clean fuels will be seen more in our vehicles and factories instead of petrol and diesel. The International Energy Agency, that is IEA, will monitor this entire effort to see how well countries live up to their promises. We will talk about those aspects of climate change that are directly connected to our health, our rights, and our everyday lives. At the Belem conference in Brazil, some decisions have been taken that for the first time place the social and health aspects of human life at the center. First, let us talk about the Belem Health Action Plan. This is the world's first international plan that has been designed entirely to protect health from the dangers of climate change. An initial amount of $300 million has also been earmarked for this. Its main objective is to strengthen hospitals and health services in developing countries like India so that they can face disasters such as extreme heat or new diseases. It has been supported by more than 30 countries and 50 organizations. For a very important section of society, that is women, the Belem Gender Action Plan has also been adopted here. This plan will be implemented from 2026 to 2034. Its aim is to ensure that women have equal participation in every policy to protect the environment and that they also get the opportunities necessary for this transition. Along with this, a very unique topic was discussed this time, called information integrity. For the first time in climate change meetings, misinformation and rumors have been considered a major obstacle. Countries like Brazil, Canada and Denmark have together pledged that they will convey scientific truth to people and rebuild trust by stopping information pollution, that is rumors. A major announcement has also been made against poverty and hunger, called the Belém Declaration on Hunger and Poverty. It has been signed by 43 countries and the European Union. Its direct meaning is that the worst impact of climate change often falls on those who are already poor or who face food shortages. This agreement promises protection to the most vulnerable people. Finally, to save lives from sudden disasters, the Emergency Action 2030 strategy has been created. Its goal is to install early warning systems in countries where weather patterns are changing rapidly. Along with this, Brazil has appealed to countries around the world to come together to deal with wildfires, that is forest fires, so that we can collectively prevent these devastating incidents. The greatest significance of this conference is that the world is now focusing on implementation, that is putting things into action on the ground, rather than just making big promises. This summit marks a major shift towards fixing accountability. A lot of attention was given to the money and rules necessary for adaptation, that is adjusting to changing weather, which was a long-standing demand of developing countries. Along with this, a new global model like TFFF has been presented to protect forests, which does not depend only on carbon markets. The most important point is that a target has been set to mobilize $1.3 trillion every year, which is the most ambitious finance target so far. Despite all international tensions, 195 countries together adopted the Belém package, which shows global unity. To move forward, countries will now have to include strict targets for reducing pollution in their new plans, that is NDC 3.0. Just setting targets is not enough. Essential infrastructure like power grids and storage will also have to be prepared so that the Belém Mission 1.5 degrees Celsius target can be made a reality. Rich countries should ensure that, as per their promises, financial assistance and technology reach poor countries. In addition, we need to develop the right data and monitoring systems for adaptation, that is adjusting to climate conditions, so that it can be known whether the work is going in the right direction or not. In this entire process, equity is very important. This means that the responsibility of each country should be determined according to its capacity. Countries should work together to resolve complications related to carbon taxes and trade so that no developing country faces a double burden. Along with this, governments will also have to encourage the private sector, that is private companies, so that the voluntary commitments made by them actually help in reducing pollution. The climate march held in Belém showed that the voice of the public is equally important and should be heard while making policy. In conclusion, COP30 has taken a major step towards turning the Paris Agreement into reality. The Belém package has prepared a blueprint. Now the real challenge is to implement this blueprint rapidly so that we can safeguard our forests, oceans and future. Other important outcomes of COP30. First, let us talk about a unique method of collecting accurate weather information, which is being called the Systematic Observation Impact Bond. Started by United Nations agencies, this is the world's first bond based on weather and climate data. Its main objective is to mobilize $200 million by the end of 2026 to strengthen early warning systems for natural disasters across the world. This step will especially help the 30 poorest and small island countries that do not have modern resources to understand weather patterns. In the same sequence, a very large coalition has also emerged regarding health, called the Climate and Health Funders Coalition. In this, major donors like Bloomberg and the Gates Foundation have together pledged an initial $300 million to fight the adverse health impacts caused by climate change. Their main focus will be on extreme heat, air pollution and climate-driven infectious diseases. Along with this, a special plan has been made to bring different levels of government together, with the goal that by 2028 local administrations are included in the main environmental policies of 100 countries, and by 2030 of 120 countries. To tackle the growing threat of heat, a global campaign has been launched called Global Mutirav, or Beat the Heat. In this, 185 cities from around the world have joined, which will implement nature-based solutions like urban forests and greenery on rooftops. The aim of this effort is to protect about 3.5 billion, that is 350 crore, people across the world from heat risk by the year 2030. In addition, 72 countries have also agreed to the Global Cooling Pledge, so that pollution emitted by machines like air conditioners and refrigerators can be reduced in the future. Another very important initiative is the Food Waste Breakthrough, which is directly related to our kitchens and farms. The goal of this campaign is to halve global food waste by the year 2030. Doing so will not only feed millions of people, but will also reduce methane emissions in the atmosphere by up to 7%. For this noble effort, the Global Environment Facility is providing assistance of $3 million, and along with India, countries like Brazil, Japan and the United Kingdom are actively participating in it. All these efforts teach us that whether it is weather information, health or saving food, every small step is very valuable for saving our planet. Let us talk about our vast oceans, to protect which an Oceans Breakthrough Dashboard has been launched. This dashboard will work like a vehicle's meter, monitoring progress in 5 key areas such as marine conservation, shipping fleets, clean energy, seafood and coastal tourism. Scientists believe that if we make the right improvements in these areas, global emissions can be reduced by up to 35% by the year 2050. Along with this, through the One Ocean Partnership, a plan has been made to mobilize at least $20 billion to build a blue economy, that is a marine economy, which revives oceans instead of harming them. Along with the oceans, a very big promise has also been made for our land and the people living on it. 15 countries from Asia, Africa and Latin America have together decided that they will grant ownership rights and security over 160 million hectares of land to indigenous and tribal communities there. This is a very big step because these communities have been the true guardians of forests and land for centuries. In addition, focusing on waste management, an initiative called No Organic Waste, that is, NOW, has been launched. Its goal is to reduce methane emissions from wet waste, which are very dangerous for the environment, by 30% by the year 2030. To modernize farming practices and make them environmentally friendly, agricultural institutions from India, Brazil and Kenya have joined hands. Together, under the Global Carbon Harvest Coalition, they will research new farming methods and ways to increase the soil's capacity to absorb carbon. Along with this, a special forum has been created to make trade a tool for environmental improvement, so that international trade helps reduce pollution instead of becoming an obstacle. Finally, a large group of power companies called UNEZA has increased its annual investment target to $148 billion. Their collective goal is to invest about $1 trillion by the year 2030 so that clean energy can be expanded across the world and old power grids can be modernized. India's position at COP30. We will talk about the most important part of COP30, India's position. It is very important to know how India is presenting itself on the international stage. At COP30 held in Belém, Brazil, India's stance was very clear and firm. India emphasized not just promises, but bringing implementation and climate justice onto the ground. India strongly presented its views through groups like G77 plus China, BASIC and LMDC. We will talk about those major climate groupings that become the voice of developing countries on the international stage. Whenever a major conference like COP takes place, countries present their views not alone but in groups. The largest group is G77. It was established in 1964 and today includes 134 developing countries. This group protects the economic interests of developing countries at the United Nations. Their main argument is that developed countries have historically caused the most pollution, so they should take greater responsibility for climate change and provide financial assistance to poor countries. Within G77 itself, another important group is LMDC, that is, like-minded developing countries. It includes about 24 countries such as India, China, Egypt and Iran. This group adopts a somewhat stricter stance. They believe that developed countries should have reduced their emissions much earlier so that developing countries can get carbon space to grow. Recently at COP30, speaking on behalf of this very group, India said that technology should be seen not as a bargaining tool, but as a right. The third major group is BASIC, which includes the world's 4 fastest growing economies, Brazil, South Africa, India and China. This group came into existence in 2009. These countries represent nearly 40% of the world's population. The main objective of the basic countries is to ensure that climate agreements do not hinder their efforts to eradicate poverty and pursue development. They consistently demand technology transfer and climate finance from developed countries. Let us understand these main pillars of India's strategy. Climate justice and equity. India reiterated that equity and common but differentiated responsibilities should be the cornerstone of the global climate regime. India's argument is straightforward: those who have caused the most pollution should bear the main burden of cleaning it up. An unfair mitigation burden should not be placed on developing countries. Climate finance as a legal obligation. Citing Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement, India said that money given by developed countries to developing countries is not charity, but their legal obligation. Adaptation, a fight for survival. For India, COP30 was the COP of adaptation. India said that millions of people across the world are facing the impacts of climate change, therefore finance for adaptation should be nearly 15 times higher than current flows. India welcomed the progress on the global goal on adaptation, but also demanded flexibility according to national circumstances. Just transition mechanism. India supported the creation of an institutional arrangement for just transition. This means that when we move from coal or fossil fuels towards clean energy, it should not adversely impact workers and local economies dependent on them. This transition should be people-centric. Responsibility for mitigation and net zero. India made a very logical point that developed countries should not wait until 2050, but should reach their net zero targets much earlier. This is so that some carbon space can be left for developing countries. Along with this, India urged developed countries to invest more in negative emission technologies, that is, technologies that absorb carbon from the atmosphere. Unilateral trade measures. India clearly stated that trade restrictions being imposed in the name of climate change should be rejected. India believes that these rules are being used less for environmental protection and more to protect their own economies, that is, for protectionism. Transfer of technology. India categorically stated that access to technology is a right, not a tool for negotiation. India argues that intellectual property rights and market barriers should not be such that environment-protecting technologies fail to reach poor and developing countries. Reaffirmed its unwavering faith in multilateralism and diplomacy. India praised Brazil's presidency, which is based on the spirit of Montreal. Montreal means inclusivity and balance, where everyone is taken along. Climate finance. Recently, the United Nations Climate Change Conference, i.e. COP30, was held in the city of Belém in Brazil. It concluded in November 2025. At this very conference, India, along with 12 other developing countries and in collaboration with the Climate Commission of African Island Nations, announced that they will develop platforms for climate and nature finance at the country or regional level. This is a new initiative that will help developing countries secure better funding for climate action. Now let us understand this in more detail. These 12 countries are Cambodia, Colombia, Kazakhstan, Lesotho, Mongolia, Nigeria, Oman, Panama, Rwanda, Dominican Republic, Togo and South Africa. These platforms mean country-driven strategic approaches that will convert their climate priorities into investable programs. That is, they will link global assistance and investment with their national needs. Where will the funding come from? These platforms will be supported by the Green Climate Fund, IEGCF, Readiness Program. This Readiness Program is the largest capacity-building fund for climate action for developing countries. Two platforms are already operational, the country platform of Brazil and the regional platform of the Caribbean. Now these new platforms will replace the fragmented project approach and will coordinate all stakeholders, public, private, international, local, together. This will make funding more effective and integrated. Now understand some important perspectives on climate finance. First, historical responsibility. Developed countries have contributed the most to cumulative emissions, but they are not providing adequate public finance. Second, distributional inequality. Least developed countries, small island states and indigenous peoples face the highest climate risks. Third, intergenerational justice. Delaying adaptation finance until 2035 will weaken future resilience. And what is India's stand? India has always emphasized equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, i.e. CBDRRC. India opposed shifting the burden to private finance because the responsibility of developed countries lies with public funds. Let us talk about the problems related to climate finance. The first major problem is ambition without guaranteed delivery. At COP29, a new collective quantified goal, IENCQG, was set that developed countries will provide $300 billion annually by 2035, but this mainly depends on voluntary pledges and private flows. The public and affordable finance that vulnerable countries need is not guaranteed. Developing countries need around $1.3 trillion every year for climate action, but the NCQG is only $300 billion, and that too by 2035. The second problem is access to affordable finance and conditions. Least developed countries and small island states face barriers in accessing funds. Blended instruments, i.e., mixed financing, can increase debt if the grant component is not ensured. The third is excessive dependence on private finance. Private capital prefers bankable mitigation projects like emission reduction, but adaptation and loss and damage require grants, which are scarce. The fourth problem is unspent funds in the Green Climate Fund. More than $19 billion are committed in the GCF, but disbursement is only around 40% because rules are complex and developing countries have complaints. The fifth is the 2035 problem, i.e., a slow timeline. Postponing large funds till 2035 is easy, but countries facing climate impacts right now need immediate help. The sixth is concern over transparency and additionality. There is double counting, and whether the private finance mobilized is truly new or merely repackaged order. Now India in climate finance. According to theory, reaching net zero by 2070 will require around $10.1 trillion. To implement NDCs, between $2.5 to $6 to $8 trillion will be needed from 2015 to 2030. What steps has India taken at the domestic level? Issued sovereign green bonds, 16,000 crore rupees in FY23 and 20,000 crore rupees in FY24. Launched a carbon credit trading scheme, creating the Indian carbon market and setting GHG intensity targets for various sectors. RBI prepared a draft climate risk disclosure framework so that banks and NBFCs disclose climate risks. Issued a framework for green deposits to prevent greenwashing. Developing Gift City IFSC as a sustainable finance hub to attract foreign capital. What is the way forward for India and other developing countries? Demand predictable public flows and fixed timelines for the 300 billion target. Emphasize grants for adaptation and loss and damage so that new debt does not increase. Standardize accounting for mobilization to prevent double counting. Strengthen domestic frameworks by aligning climate finance taxonomy and disclosures with global ISSB standards. Create bankable project pipelines in renewables and resilience with social and environmental safeguards. Enhance South-South cooperation and link private capital in blended finance with public interest. In conclusion, the Country Platform Initiative represents Global South leadership that is reshaping the architecture of climate finance. COP30 created a political framework and provided promising tools, but success depends on implementation and transparency. BELAM's credibility lies in converting commitments into predictable public and affordable finance. Most importantly, do not impose new debt on vulnerable countries. If you are liking the video, then like it right now. Urban air pollution. Recently, air quality in Delhi NCR deteriorated severely. The Air Quality Index crossed 450, due to which the Commission for Air Quality Management, IECAQM, implemented GRAP STAGE3 and then Stage 4 across the entire NCR. Later, Stage 4 was withdrawn as the air improved slightly, but the rules from Stage 1 to Stage 3 are still in force. This shows how big a problem urban pollution is. First of all, what is GRAP? GRAP means Graded Response Action Plan. It is a system of emergency measures based on Delhi's air quality. It is implemented by CAQM. It was first created on the directions of the Supreme Court in the MC Mehta vs Union of India case. It has 4 stages, which are based on the Air Quality Index, i.e. AQI. Stage 1, when AQI is between 201 and 300, is called the poor category. Stage 2, when it is between 301 and 400, very poor. Stage 3, when it is between 401 and 450, severe. And STAGE4, when it is above 451, severe plus. Different restrictions are imposed at each stage, such as stopping construction, banning old vehicles, closing schools, etc. The objective is to control pollution quickly. Now, what are the main causes of urban air pollution in India? First, meteorological factors. In winter, temperature inversion occurs, in which cold air stays below and warm air remains above, causing pollutants to get trapped near the ground. Low wind speed also prevents pollutants from dispersing. This happens a lot in cities like Delhi. Before summer, dust comes from the Thar Desert and the Middle East, which increases pollution in northern cities. Second, urban and industrial causes. Industries such as cement, steel, refineries, and brick kilns emit a lot of pollution. Refineries and chemical industries in Mumbai's Chembur area are examples of this. Vehicles are a very big cause. In Delhi, the number of vehicles has doubled since 2005. Construction and demolition generate dust, such as the intense construction on Gurugram's Golf Course Road. Third, city design. Narrow lanes and tall buildings create a street canyon effect, in which pollutants get trapped. Unplanned urban expansion has reduced green and blue areas, which earlier acted as natural filters. Fourth, transboundary pollution. In Delhi, smoke comes from stubble burning in neighboring states. In Chennai, aerosols from North India deteriorate air quality. Fifth, other sources. Ground-level ozone, which is formed when nitrogen oxides and VOCs react in sunlight. Firecrackers burn during festivals. Open burning of waste or fires at landfills, such as the Bhalswa Gazipur landfills in Delhi and Ghaziabad. Now, what are the impacts of pollution? The biggest impact is on health. Heart diseases, respiratory illnesses, eye irritation. In 2023, about 15% of all deaths in Delhi were linked to pollution, according to the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air. Children, the elderly and the poor are affected more. There are adverse effects on the environment as well. Black carbon and ozone increase global warming. Sulfur dioxide and NOx cause acid rain, which damages soil, crops, forests, monuments and water. The yellowing and surface damage of the Taj Mahal is an example of this. Economic losses are huge. In 2022, 9.5% of India's GDP was lost due to pollution, according to the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change Report 2025. There are social impacts too. Reduced visibility leads to school and office closures, lowering quality of life. A greater burden falls on vulnerable sections. Key steps to reduce pollution. First is the National Clean Air Program, IENCAP. It was launched in 2019, with the goal of reducing particulate matter by 40% by 2026 in 131 cities. Under this, cities receive funding and action plans are prepared by identifying sources. Second, the Graded Response Action Plan, i.e. GRAP. It is an emergency measure in Delhi NCR, which lagu stages based on AQI. For example, recently STAG4 was imposed and then withdrawn. Third, the Commission for Air Quality Management, IECAQM. It is a legal body formed in 2021, which coordinates efforts to improve air quality in the NCR. Measures to control pollution from vehicles. In 2020, BS6 fuel and vehicle standards were implemented across the country. Promotion of 20% ethanol blended petrol, E20. Environmental compensation charge and RFID system for commercial vehicles entering Delhi. PME Drive Scheme and Electric Mobility Promotion Scheme 2024 to promote electric mobility. The SUTET initiative is creating an ecosystem for compressed biogas, i.e. CBG. For air monitoring. In 2015, the National Air Quality Index was launched. Online continuous emission monitoring systems were installed in red category industries in Delhi NCR. The Sabha portal provides air and weather information. For municipal solid waste and construction dust control. Guidelines for construction and demolition waste management were issued in 2017. Preventing landfill fires by biomining and bioremediation of legacy waste. All brick kilns in Delhi NCR are being shifted to zigzag technology. Now, what are the challenges? In policy and governance. Transboundary pollution, i.e. 30% of pollution comes from outside cities, but NCAP's city plans are separate. Measures are mostly reactive, like GRAP or smog towers, not long-term. Multiple agencies are involved, Central, Delhi, NCR states, CPCB, leading to lack of coordination and budget mismatches. Enforcement is weak, stubble burning continues, uncontrolled construction, old industrial boilers. Lack of monitoring. There are fewer PM2.5 or PM10 monitors in small towns and rural areas. India's standards are looser than WOS. Other challenges. EV penetration in public transport is slow, unlike China where entire electric bus fleets exist. High dependence on coal because power demand is rising. Low public awareness of the health impacts of PM2.5. Small industries like brick kilns or dyeing units lack funds for pollution control equipment. Standards for major pollutants. WHO updated its air quality guidelines in 2021, which are very stringent. India's National Ambient Air Quality Standards, i.e. NAAQS, date back to 2009 and are looser than WOS. Understand with examples. For PM2.5, WHO recommends an annual average of 5 micrograms per cubic meter, but in India it is 40, i.e. 8 times higher. For PM10, WHO is 15, India is 60, i.e. 4 times. For nitrogen dioxide, WHO is 10, India is 40. This means higher pollution is permitted in India, as standards are framed considering our conditions, but for health, WHO standards are better. We should gradually move towards them. Now, what is the way forward? Recommendations of the Parliamentary Standing Committee to reduce stubble burning. An MSP-like price system for farmers to sell stubble, so that they benefit. Real-time mapping of cropped area and maturity forecasting, enabling better district-level planning. A national policy to convert agricultural residue into bioenergy. Governance and institutional measures. Give NCAP legal status and empower pollution control boards for stricter enforcement. Interstate and regional coordination, adopt ASHT-based planning, with simultaneous action on stubble, transport and industry. Create a regional clean air council on the model of international transboundary pollution frameworks. Convert GRAP-like triggers into year-round, city-specific clean air action plans. Economic and financial measures. Adopt AI and machine learning-based predictive systems that can forecast pollution spikes and identify sources in advance, enabling preventive rather than reactive action. Ensure stable funding through new tools like green bonds and pollution taxes. The risk investment in clean technologies, with risk sharing in renewables and EV sectors and reforms in Discom finance. Look at best practices. In Surat, since 2019, the particulate emissions trading system has reduced industrial pollution by 20 to 30%. In Tirunelveli, Mewaki forests have reduced PM 2.5, showing the benefits of microforests on vacant land. In sustainable transport, London's congestion pricing, Paris car-free days, Amsterdam's plan to ban fossil fuel vehicles by 2030, and the Beijing model of public transport electrification and strict vehicle emission norms. In conclusion, India's clean air journey needs to move away from short-term fixes towards sustained, technology-based and well-coordinated action. Only a multi-sector, data-driven approach will ensure healthy air for all. India's renewable energy growth. In 2025, two major milestones were achieved. In July 2025, on one day, renewable energy met 51.5% of total electricity demand. And by September 2025, installed capacity from non-fossil fuel sources reached 51%, i.e. 256 gigawatts. Total capacity crossed 500 gigawatts. This was one of the Panchamrit targets meant for 2030, but we achieved it earlier. What is renewable energy? It is energy that comes from natural sources and renews quickly, such as solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, ocean and bioenergy. India's main targets. NDC 2022 targets 50% non-fossil capacity by 2030, which has already been achieved. Under Panchamrit, 50% of energy from renewables and 500 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity by 2030. Status of India's renewable energy. By September 2025, non-fossil source capacity reached 256 gigawatts, including solar at 127 gigawatts and wind at 53 gigawatts. In global rankings, India is 4th in renewable capacity, 4th in wind, 3rd in solar, and 3rd in ethanol production. Look at the progress. From 2014 to 2025, renewable capacity tripled. Solar increased 40 times. Wind grew by 30% during 2020 to 2024. Ethanol blending increased from 1.5% in 2014 to 20% in 2025. Top states are Rajasthan, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. Reasons for growth. India has immense potential. Due to the Tropic of Cancer, many states get around 300 sunny days a year. Long coastlines and elevated terrains provide strong wind potential. Government policies. Offshore Wind Policy 2015, Wind-Solar Hybrid Policy 2018, Biofuels Policy 2018. Infrastructure such as green energy corridors. Under the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, 1 million rooftop solar installations were completed by March 2025. Regulatory reforms such as Renewable Purchase Obligation, Indian Carbon Market 2024, Green Open Access Rules 2022. Schemes such as the National Green Hydrogen Mission, Ethanol Blended Petrol Program, National Solar Mission, Bioenergy Program. 100% FDI and priority sector lending to attract investment. PLI scheme for domestic manufacturing. In 2024-25, solar module capacity increased from 38 to 74 gigawatts. International cooperation. First is the International Solar Alliance, i.e. ISA. It was launched by India and France in 2015 at Paris COP21. Now more than 100 countries are members. Recently Moldova became the 107th member. Its objective is to mobilize $1 trillion in solar investment to make clean energy affordable. Second, One Sun One World One Grid, i.e. OSOWOG. It was launched by India in 2018 at the ISER Assembly. The aim is to create a globally interconnected solar grid so that electricity can be transferred worldwide from wherever the sun is shining. In 2025, progress was made with increased cooperation from countries like Sri Lanka, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Singapore. A regulatory framework is expected soon. Now, challenges in realizing the full potential. Financial constraints. Around $10 trillion will be needed by 2070 for the clean energy transition. Discoms are financially weak, with low billing, revenue gaps, and tariff delays, causing payment and debt issues for renewable companies. Infrastructure challenges. Intermittency of renewables, solar peaks during the day but not during evening demand, hence coal backup is required. Transmission bottlenecks, such as high wind capacity in Tamil Nadu but a congested grid. Limited storage capacity, expensive batteries costing ₹5-6 per unit. Land acquisition is difficult, requiring large tracts, leading to local conflicts and food security issues. According to the Economic Survey 2023-24, solar requires 300 times more space than nuclear. In manufacturing, 80 to 90% of solar cells and modules are imported from China. Disruptions in the supply chain of critical minerals, with China controlling about 60% of rare earth and critical mineral production. Other issues include weak enforcement of RPO targets, inconsistency in net metering rules, and environmental concerns from mineral extraction. Now, the way forward. First, we must improve the health of our distribution companies, i.e. Discoms. This requires reducing power losses, installing smart meters, and rationalizing tariffs to ensure payment discipline. Second, we must expand domestic manufacturing capacity. Through PLI schemes, India should manufacture solar modules, wind turbines, and green hydrogen components domestically to reduce import dependence. The third important point is advanced storage technology. Since solar and wind energy are not continuously available, we need to scale up ACC batteries, pumped storage hydropower, and hybrid systems. Along with this, to build investor confidence, there is a need for an integrated renewable energy law that clearly and simply defines rules related to land acquisition and grid access. Fourth, we must explore new ways to mobilize financial resources, such as green bonds, multilateral financing, and private investment. In addition, there is a very humane aspect, just transition. In regions dependent on coal, people must be prepared for the future through new jobs, skill development, and local manufacturing so that livelihoods are not adversely affected. Finally, we must modernize our grid infrastructure. By using technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, we need to develop smart grid systems that can smoothly manage renewable energy. Through this courses tab, you can watch all videos of Vision IAS Magazine 2025 in both Hindi and English. Seed Management. Recently, the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare released the Draft Seeds Bill 2025. It will replace the old Seeds Act 1966 and Seeds Control Order 1983. This proposed law will regulate the quality of seeds and planting material available in the market. Its objective is to provide farmers with good quality seeds at affordable prices, prevent the sale of fake or substandard seeds, facilitate seed imports to promote innovation, and bring transparency to the supply chain. Key highlights. First, mandatory registration. Except for farmer varieties and seeds meant only for export, registration will be mandatory to sell any seed. Registration will be based on value for cultivation and use trials. Old varieties will be deemed registered. Second, mandatory onboarding on the Sathi portal. Sathi stands for Seed Traceability, Authentication and Holistic Inventory Portal. It is a national portal of the Ministry of Agriculture and NIC that provides complete traceability of seeds, where the seed came from, who produced it, and how it reached the farmer. This will make it easier to detect fake seeds. Third, regulation of seed sales. All seeds must comply with Indian minimum seed certification standards, such as germination, purity, health, etc. Fourth, seed committees. Central and state seed committees will be constituted. The Central Committee will advise on seed planning, production, storage, and export-import. Fifth, registration subcommittees. These will examine varieties and recommend registration. Sixth, National Register on Seed Varieties. A register of all registered varieties will be maintained by the registrar. Seventh, protection of farmers' rights. Farmers can save, use, exchange, or sell their traditional varieties without brand registration. However, they cannot sell them under brand name. This aligns with the PPV and FR Act 2001. Eighth, central and state seed testing laboratories. These will have seed analysts and inspectors with powers of sampling, search, and seizure. Penalties will be graded, trivial, minor, and major. For major offences like selling fake seeds, penalties include fines up to 30 lakh rupees and imprisonment up to 3 years. Under regulatory scope, the 1966 Act applied only to notified varieties, leaving a large part of the market unregulated. The 2025 draft covers all commercially sold seed varieties and creates uniform regulation. In seed registration, earlier, it depended on government notification and was not mandatory for every variety. Now, mandatory registration before selling every variety, with old notified varieties deemed registered. In quality assurance, in 1966, basic standards for germination and purity existed, with limited testing infrastructure. In 2025, stricter standards, digital labeling, QR-based traceability, and more laboratories. In farmers' rights, earlier, protection was limited and there was no structured compensation mechanism. Now, farmers can save, use, exchange, and sell seeds without a brand name. If a registered seed fails to perform, compensation is provided. In market responsibility, earlier, oversight was weak and fake seeds circulated. Now, strong monitoring, enrollment, labeling, and traceability. Complete traceability through the Sathi portal. In penalties, in 1966, fines were low and outdated. In 2025, a 3-tier system, trivial, minor, major. Major offenses like fake seeds attract heavy fines and imprisonment. In technological adaptation, the old law could not adequately address hybrids, GM, and biotech seeds. The new law includes biotech norms, import regulation, and oversight for modern technologies. Now an overview of India's seed sector. India is the world's 5th largest seed industry, with the USA being the largest. Exports in 2023-24 were around $150 million, less than 1% of the global market of $15 billion. The seed program follows a limited generation system. 3 generations. The first is breeder seed, the progeny of nucleus seed, produced by the originating breeder. ICAR sponsors its production through NSC, state farms, and KVKs. The second is foundation seed, the progeny of breeder seed. It is produced by NSC, SFCI, state seeds corporations, agriculture departments, and private producers. The third is certified seed, the progeny of foundation seed. Let's look at the existing challenges. The seed replacement rate in India is very low. Especially in open-pollinated crops like cereals and oilseeds, it is less than 25 to 30%. This means farmers repeatedly use old seeds, which leads to lower yields. Another major problem is the monopoly of multinational corporations in the seed market. Companies like Bayer and Monsanto have captured the market, reducing farmers' access to local seeds. Then there are also difficulties in seed production. India's cropping system is very diverse, so producing sufficient and timely seeds is a major challenge. Most farmers save about 65% of their seed requirements themselves or obtain them from neighbors. This reduces the use of certified seeds. Poor quality seeds are also a major problem, leading to low germination rates and poor crop yields. In addition, there are shortcomings in seed storage, processing, and distribution after harvest, which affect seed quality and availability. Now let's look at the initiatives taken by the government. There is the Submission on Seeds and Planting Materials, which ensures the production and multiplication of high-yielding certified seeds. There is the National Seeds Policy 2002, which emphasizes seed production, quality assurance, distribution, and marketing. There is the Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act 2001, which protects new plant varieties, safeguards the rights of farmers and breeders, and encourages the development of new varieties. There is the Seed Village Scheme, which improves the quality of seeds saved by farmers. There is the National Seed Reserve, which ensures seed availability during adverse weather conditions. In addition, there are schemes like the National Seeds Project Phase 3 and Seed Management 2.0. Now, what is the way forward? Biotech innovations should be promoted to develop high-yielding, stress-tolerant, and nutrient-rich seed varieties. This is essential for climate change adaptation and food security. Recently, ICAR has developed 2 genome-edited rice varieties, DRR Rice 100 Kamla, which is based on Samba Mesuri, and Pusa DST Rice 1, which is based on MTU 1010. These varieties are drought and salinity tolerant and increase yields. Community seed banks should be established to conserve and promote local seed varieties. Seed hubs should be created to facilitate seed production and supply in specific regions. This will reduce transportation costs and farmers will get cheaper seeds. SRR should be increased, meaning seeds should be replaced on time, especially for regionally important varieties. Seed quality assurance should be improved, such as upgrading laboratories, introducing digital traceability, and implementing strict standards. Safe post-harvest storage facilities should be created. In conclusion, the Draft Seeds Bill 2025 is a major step towards strengthening India's seed system. It has been released recently and provides for improving quality standards, making affordable certified seeds available to farmers, and promoting innovation. By addressing old shortcomings, it will increase agricultural productivity and make the agricultural sector more resilient. Vultures. The Wildlife Institute of India has released its first pan-India assessment and monitoring of endangered vulture species. This report was released in November 2025 and is based on surveys conducted from 2023 to 2025. It is very important for the UPSC Environment and Biodiversity section because vultures are essential for the ecosystem. This is India's first nationwide vulture survey, focusing on 4 critically endangered species, namely the white-rumped, Indian, slender-billed, and red-headed vulture. In this survey, the presence of vultures was recorded at 216 locations across 17 states. The major findings are that nesting is no longer happening at about 70% of historical nesting sites, meaning their range has shrunk significantly. 54% of all recorded nests are in protected areas, meaning vultures are now largely dependent on protected regions. Now look at species-specific findings. The Indian vulture is mainly found in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and the largest colony is in the Mukundra Hills. They depend on safe cliff sites. The white-rumped vulture is mainly concentrated in the Kangra Valley of Himachal Pradesh. Breeding of the slender-billed vulture is now mostly taking place in Upper Assam, and Assam has become the last stronghold of this species. The red-headed vulture has been found in Madhya Pradesh. It depends on dense and undisturbed forests, but its population is very small and scattered. Now basic information about vultures. Vultures are large carrion-eating birds mainly found in the tropics and subtropics. There are 9 species in India. Their importance lies in the fact that they keep the environment clean by feeding on dead animal carcasses and help control wildlife diseases. Their conservation status is that they are protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. What are the threats? Habitat loss, food scarcity, diclofenac poisoning, and electrocution. What are the conservation initiatives? Diclofenac, ketoprofen, and aceclofenac have been banned. The Action Plan for Vulture Conservation from 2020 to 2025 focuses on breeding programs, monitoring, and creating safe zones. India-Botswana Cheetah Translocation Pact. During President Draupadi Murmu's visit to Botswana in November 2025, India and Botswana formally announced the transfer of 8 African cheetahs to India. This is under Project Cheetah, and the President of Botswana symbolically handed over these cheetahs. These cheetahs will come to Kuno National Park, increasing genetic diversity in India's cheetah population. By December 2025, the number of cheetahs in India is around 30, including several India-born cubs. Now understand Project Cheetah. It was launched in 2022 with the objective of reintroducing African cheetahs into India. It is the world's first intercontinental large wild carnivore translocation project. In 2022, 8 cheetahs were brought from Namibia to Kuno National Park and were personally released by the Prime Minister. Then in 2023, 12 cheetahs arrived from South Africa. Now 8 more are to come from Botswana. The implementing agency is the National Tiger Conservation Authority, which functions under the Ministry of Environment. NTCA was constituted under the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. In 2023, a Cheetah Project Steering Committee was formed to monitor the project. This project comes under Project Tiger, which is now called Project Tiger and Elephant. Now about the cheetah. The cheetah is the fastest running mammal in the world and became extinct in India in 1952. Unlike other big cats such as lions, tigers, leopards, and jaguars, the cheetah cannot roar. There are 2 types of cheetahs, the African cheetah, which is listed as vulnerable by the IUCN, and the Asiatic cheetah, which is critically endangered. In Asia, it is now found only in the arid regions of Iran and in Africa. You can watch all the videos of this month's magazine from this playlist. Supreme Court Directions for Tiger Reserves Protection. Recently, the Supreme Court has issued some strict directions regarding the protection of tiger reserves. This has been done because deforestation and unregulated tourism have greatly increased human-animal conflict. First, let us talk about tiger safaris. The Supreme Court has clearly stated that safaris will be allowed only on barren or degraded land in the buffer zone. No safari will be permitted at all in the core forest area or tiger corridors. The court has also banned commercial mining, polluting industries, and large hydro projects in buffer and outer areas. There is even a ban on low-flying aircraft and commercial logging. All states have been directed to declare eco-sensitive zones as soon as possible under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. Strictness has also been shown regarding the Tiger Conservation Plan. States must notify their core and buffer areas within 6 months. A very humane initiative is that human-wildlife conflict will now be treated as a natural disaster. If someone dies in such a conflict, a uniform compensation of 10 lakh rupees will be provided across the country. The National Tiger Conservation Authority has been asked to frame new guidelines for mitigation within 6 months. Now let us briefly understand the structure of a tiger reserve. A tiger reserve has two main parts. The first is the core area, where no human activity or tourism is allowed. The second is the buffer area, where limited tourism and development activities are permitted. The authority to declare tiger reserves in India lies with NTCA, which is a statutory body under the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. At present, there are a total of 58 tiger reserves in India. SC recalls judgment striking down ex post facto environmental clearances. The Supreme Court's recent decision in which the Vanashakti judgment has been recalled. The Vanashakti judgment was delivered in May 2025, in which the court had completely banned the practice of granting ex post facto environmental clearances, that is, giving clearance later to projects that had already started. First, what was the Vanashakti judgment? In May 2025, a bench of Justice Abhay Okar and Justice Ujjal Bhuyan declared the central government's 2017 notification and 2021 office memorandum illegal. Both these documents allowed ex post facto environmental clearance, meaning a way to regularize projects that had started without prior APEC. The court had said that this was against environmental law, violated the precautionary principle, and weakened the right to a clean environment under Article 21. The court had directed the centre not to issue any such notification in the future. Now, why was it recalled? The real estate developers body CREDAI and others filed review petitions. The majority held that the Vanashakti judgment was per incuriam, meaning it was delivered while ignoring earlier decisions of coordinate benches. For example, in the Alembic Pharmaceuticals 2020 case, the court discouraged ex post facto APEC but regularized the existing one by imposing a penalty. In D. Swamy vs. Karnataka Pollution Control Board 2021, it was held that post facto APEC could be granted in exceptional cases. There were several such judgments that the Vanashakti bench did not fully consider. The second reason was economic cost. The court said that if the Vanashakti judgment remained in force, many completed public projects would have to be demolished, causing losses worth thousands of crores, wasting public money, and demolition debris and reconstruction would cause even more pollution. What is ex post facto APEC? It is a clearance granted after a project has started. The EIA notification 2006 clearly states that prior APEC is mandatory, that is, before starting a project. Earlier, in Common Cause vs. Union of India 2017, the court had said that the ex post facto concept is completely alien to environmental law. However, in some later judgments, it was allowed in exceptional cases with penalties. Now, with the recall, the matter is open again and may go to a larger bench. Dump Site Remediation Accelerator Program launched. The program was launched in November 2025 at the National Urban Conclave by the Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal. It is a one-year targeted initiative under Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0, aiming to achieve zero dump sites by September 2026. Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0 was launched in 2021 to make all cities garbage-free. One of its major goals is to remediate all old dump sites, that is, legacy dump sites, and convert them into green zones. Legacy waste is old municipal solid waste that has accumulated at dump sites over the years. It includes decomposed organic waste, plastic, etc. The main objective of DRAP is to prioritize high-impact locations. About 80% of legacy waste is concentrated at 214 sites across 202 urban local bodies, totaling around 88 million metric tons. These are huge garbage mountains that harm the environment and public health. The ministry concerned is the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Eligibility is for all states and UTs that are already running legacy waste projects. Priority will be given to sites with more than 45,000 metric tons of waste. There is no minimum threshold for northeastern states and UTs. Look at the status of dump sites in India. In 2021, 2,476 dump sites were identified. So far, 1,048 have been fully remediated, 143.3 million metric tons of waste have been processed, and 7,580 acres of land have been reclaimed. Work is currently ongoing at 1,428 sites. The main emissions from dump sites are leachate, that is, polluted liquid seeping downward that contaminates groundwater, and landfill gas, a mixture of methane and carbon dioxide, which is produced under anaerobic conditions and increases global warming. We will discuss two main technologies that are being widely used under Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0 and the DRAP program. These are biocapping and biomining. Biocapping. Its main objective is to convert a heap of waste into a natural environment such as a park or green area. In simple terms, the waste heap is covered with layers of soil and vegetation. Challenges. In this process, leachate and landfill gases continue to be generated, which is difficult to manage. Maintenance. After adopting this technology, the area has to be maintained and monitored for at least 15 years to ensure no environmental damage. Biomining. It is a more modern and sustainable technology. In this, microorganisms are used to extract economically valuable materials from waste heaps. Benefits. The biggest advantage of biomining is that it eliminates the problem of leachate and landfill gases at the root. Monitoring. Once the entire land is freed from waste, there is no need for any continuous monitoring or maintenance thereafter. If you are liking the videos, you can share this video with your friends who are preparing for IAS. Global Reporting Initiative. We will talk about an organization that is setting new benchmarks of transparency and responsibility in the corporate world. The name of this organization is the Global Reporting Initiative, that is, GRI. Recently, GRI has launched the Integrity Matters Checklist, which is a United Nations-supported framework. Its main objective is to align companies' net zero claims with United Nations standards. Established in 1997, it is an international non-profit organization that develops the world's most widely used sustainability reporting framework. In simple terms, it teaches companies how to explain the impact of their operations on the environment and society. GRI standards mainly focus on ESG, that is, environmental, social, and governance disclosures. Its structure is very systematic and is called a modular structure. Under this, standards are defined at three levels. First, universal, which applies to all organizations. Second, sector, which is for specific industries. And third, topic, which relates to specific issues such as emissions or waste management. Leadership Group for Industry Transition. Recently, during COP30 held in Belém, Brazil, India's Union Environment Minister addressed the roundtable conference of the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, that is, LEAD-IT. LEAD-IT was launched jointly by India and Sweden in 2019 during the United Nations Climate Action Summit, with support from the World Economic Forum as well. It was the world's first such high-level initiative, whose main goal is to take high-emission industries like iron, steel, cement, and aluminium to the net zero carbon emissions target by the year 2050. The work of LEAD-IT is not limited to making rules. Rather, it promotes public-private partnerships, mobilizes resources, and shares technical knowledge so that industrial transition can be fair and equitable. This means that industries in developing countries should not be left behind in terms of technology and investment. At present, it has 18 countries and 27 large companies as members. An important update is that during COP28, LEAD-IT 2.0 FEAT was adopted, which will further strengthen the roadmap for industrial transition for the period from 2024 to 2026. UAE Consensus. We will discuss a historic agreement in the direction of climate change, known as the UAE Consensus. It was adopted during COP28 held in Dubai in the year 2023. This agreement is very special because through it, the global stocktake, that is, an assessment of the world's progress so far, was conducted for the first time under the Paris Agreement. The most ambitious part of this agreement is related to the energy sector. For the first time, all countries of the world have unanimously agreed to move away from fossil fuels, that is, coal, oil, and gas. Its aim is that this transition should be fair, just, and balanced so that no country's economy faces a sudden shock. The agreement has set two very clear targets for the year 2030. First, to triple the global capacity of renewable energy, that is, solar and wind power. Second, to double the rate of energy efficiency. This simply means doing more work with less energy and preventing wastage. This agreement is also very important in terms of climate finance. It calls for greater financial reform and support to help vulnerable and developing countries fight the impacts of climate change. The ultimate objective of all these efforts is the same: to keep the global temperature rise within the limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius and to take the entire world to the net zero emissions target by the year 2050. You can watch all the videos of this month's Vision IAS magazine from these playlists. UNEP's Adaptation Gap Report 2025. We will discuss a very serious aspect of the environment and economy, which has been highlighted in the United Nations Environment Programme's Adaptation Gap Report 2025 feat. In simple language, adaptation means preparing ourselves to avoid the damage caused by climate change, such as building higher embankments to protect from floods or increasing greenery in cities to cope with heat. The most shocking part of this report is the lack of finance. The report states that by the mid-2030s, developing countries will need $310 to $365 billion every year for their protection. But how much is currently being provided? Only $26 billion. This is a very large gap between need and supply, which is called the finance gap. The report also says that although most countries have plans on paper, the pace of implementing them on the ground is very slow and their quality is also weak. UNEP has warned that we will have to find new and modern ways of financing and further strengthen our capacity to deal with disasters, that is, resilience. From India's perspective, our country has done considerable work in this direction. India has created its National Adaptation Fund, and every state has its own climate action plan. Despite this, India's geographical situation makes us highly vulnerable due to extreme heat, erratic monsoons, and rising sea levels. Emission Gap Report 2025. Emission Gap Report 2025 off target. This report was released in November 2025 and came ahead of the ongoing COP30 conference in Brazil. This report is released every year and shows the gap between global greenhouse gas emissions and the targets of the Paris Agreement. This time, it warns that we are very far from the target. Look at the main points of the report. Even if all countries fully implement their updated nationally determined contributions, the temperature will still rise by 2.3 to 2.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. If only current policies continue, it could rise to 2.8 degrees. This is far from the Paris Agreement goal, which is to keep it below 2 degrees and make efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees. The second major point is that in 2024, greenhouse gas emissions increased by 2.3% to a record 57.7 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. To achieve the 1.5 degree target, emissions will have to be reduced by 55% from 2019 levels by 2035. Even for the 2 degree target, a reduction of 35% is required. But with current pledges, only about a 15% reduction will be achieved. Regarding India and China, the report says that the largest absolute increase in total emissions has occurred in these two countries. India added an additional 165 million tons of emissions. However, India's per capita emissions are still lower than the global average. State of the CRYOSPHERE Report 2025. Recently, the State of the Cryosphere Report 2025 has been released by the International Cryosphere Climate Initiative. This report mainly focuses on 5 major impacts on our ice sheets, glaciers, and sea ice. Ice sheets. According to the report, the rate of melting of the ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica has increased 4 times compared to the 1990s. Its direct impact is visible in the form of rising sea levels, creating a major threat of loss of infrastructure, agricultural land, and human settlements in coastal areas. Polar oceans. Our polar oceans absorb heat and carbon, but increasing greenhouse gases have disrupted this cycle. Due to the melting of freshwater ice, important ocean current systems such as the Antarctic overturning circulation and the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation have slowed down significantly, which can destabilize the global climate. Mountain glaciers and snow. Glaciers across the world are disappearing very rapidly. Between 2000 and 2023, about 273 gigatons of ice were lost every year. Just imagine, this will create a crisis of water, food, and economic security for billions of people, because our rivers depend on these glaciers. Sea ice. Since 1979, the extent and thickness of sea ice at both poles have declined by 40 to 60%. This is creating a situation of Arctic amplification, where the Arctic region is warming much faster than the rest of the world. This is completely disrupting marine life and global weather patterns. Permafrost. Permafrost, that is, ground that has remained frozen for years, is thawing at a rate of 210,000 square kilometers every decade. It contains 3 times more ancient organic carbon than the atmosphere. If it melts, a huge amount of carbon will be released, further accelerating the process of global warming. Global Cooling Watch 2025 report. We will talk about a very important report related to the environment and climate change. This is the Global Cooling Watch 2025 report. This report has been released by the United Nations Environment Programme's Cool Coalition and was recently launched at the ongoing COP30 conference in Brazil. The report explains how we can meet the rising demand for cooling in an environmentally friendly way. First, let us understand the main concerns of the report. The demand for cooling is increasing very rapidly across the world. If we continue with business as usual practices, the capacity of cooling equipment will more than triple by 2050. In 2022, it was 22 terawatts, which will become 68 terawatts by 2050. This could also double greenhouse gas emissions, reaching around 7.2 billion tons of carbon dioxide. The second major concern is the lack of policies. Many countries have good policies related to cooling, but only 54 countries fully meet the standards of sustainable cooling. The third issue is the increasing heat risk. According to the IPCC, today 30% of the world's population is facing deadly heat stress, and by the end of the century this could rise to 48 to 76%. In cities, the urban heat island effect and heat waves make this even worse. Just think how many people, especially poor and vulnerable communities, will be affected. This is not just discomfort, it is a threat to life. Now the report suggests a sustainable cooling pathway through which emissions from cooling can be greatly reduced by 2050. It has 4 main components. First, passive cooling. That is, cooling without electricity. For example, designing buildings in a way that less heat enters, planting trees in city planning, keeping roofs cool, or installing doors on refrigerator cabinets. This reduces both electricity consumption and emissions. Second, low energy cooling. Use low power systems such as fans and evaporative coolers instead of, or along with, air conditioners. These are cheaper and also save energy. Third, best energy efficiency. Choose high efficiency appliances with variable speed compressors and ensure good maintenance. This ensures efficient use of electricity. Fourth, rapid HFC phase down. Choose refrigerants with low global warming potential that reduce emissions while maintaining system efficiency. By adopting this pathway, emissions can be reduced by up to 64% and up to 97% if the electricity grid is also decarbonized. At the same time, trillions of dollars can be saved and millions of people can get access to cooling. Now let me tell you about a new initiative, the Beat the Heat Global Initiative. It is a joint effort of UNEP's Cool Coalition and Brazil's COP30 presidency. Its aim is to convert the findings of the report into real action. It promotes multi-level governance involving governments, cities, industries, and financial institutions so that cooling is accessible to everyone in an equitable manner. The focus areas are integrating passive and nature-based cooling into design, public procurement of efficient and low GWP technologies, heat planning in cities, and inclusive cooling for vulnerable communities. The complete and deep analysis video of PT 365 will be coming very soon on our channel. If you do not want to miss any important current issue in the exam, then subscribe to our channel right now. Climate Change Performance Index 2026. This report is jointly prepared by German Watch, New Climate Institute, and Climate Action Network and is released every year. This time, it was released in November 2025 during the ongoing COP30 conference in Belém, Brazil. This index compares 63 countries and the European Union, which together are responsible for more than 90% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The CCPI evaluates countries across 4 main categories: greenhouse gas emissions, renewable energy, energy use, and climate policy. No country performs so well across all categories as to receive a very high rating, so the top 3 positions are vacant. Denmark is at the top at 4th position, followed by the United Kingdom at 5th and Morocco at 6th. At the bottom, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the United States are the worst performers. Now let us talk about India. This year, India is ranked 23rd with a score of 61.31. Last year, we were ranked 10th and were in the high performer category, but this time we have fallen by 13 places to become a medium performer. India has received a medium rating in greenhouse gas emissions, climate policy, and energy use, but a low rating in renewable energy. The report says that the main reason for India's fall in ranking is dependence on coal. There is no national timeline to completely phase out coal, and auctions of new coal blocks are continuing. Fossil fuel subsidies and infrastructure are still in place. The main recommendations of the report are that India should carry out a time-bound phase down and eventual phase out of coal. No new coal projects should be started, and a peak year for coal use should be fixed. Fossil fuel subsidies should be removed and redirected towards decentralized, community-owned renewable energy. Social and environmental safeguards in renewable projects should be strengthened so that land disputes and displacement do not occur. Climate Risk Index 2026. The Climate Risk Index 2026, that is, CRI 2026 report, is released by an organization called German Watch and was recently released in November 2025 during the ongoing COP30 conference in Belém, Brazil. This index ranks countries based on human and economic losses caused by extreme weather events such as cyclones, floods, droughts, heat waves, etc. It helps us understand how severe climate risk is becoming and the need to build strong climate resilience. The CRI was launched in 2006 and is released every year. This index looks at the number of deaths, the number of people affected, and economic losses. Data is taken from the MDAT database, the IMF, and the World Bank. Look at the main findings of the report. Over the 3 decades from 1995 to 2024, more than 9,700 extreme weather events occurred worldwide, causing over 832,000 deaths, affecting about 5.7 billion people, and resulting in economic losses of $4.5 trillion. These figures show how much the threat from climate change has increased. In the long-term ranking, that is, from 1995 to 2024, the most affected countries are Dominica, Myanmar, and Honduras. Most of the top 10 countries are from the Global South. India ranks 9th in this long-term period. In the separate ranking for 2024, India is at the 15th position. Look at the specific figures for India. Over 3 decades, around 430 extreme weather events occurred in India, causing more than 80,000 deaths, affecting 1.3 billion people, and resulting in economic losses of $170 billion. The report places India in the continuous threats category, meaning persistent threats. State of Food and Agriculture 2025 report. The State of Food and Agriculture 2025 report, i.e., the SOFA 2025 report, was released in November 2025 and its main focus is human-induced land degradation. It explains how our incorrect activities are reducing soil fertility and harming agricultural production, food security, and the environment. The title of the report is Addressing Land Degradation Across Landholding Scales. First, understand land degradation. The report says that land degradation is a long-term decline in which land loses its ability to provide essential ecosystem services. Its causes are of 2 types. Natural, such as soil erosion and salinization. And human-induced, such as deforestation, overgrazing, unbalanced cropping, and improper irrigation practices. Nowadays, human-induced causes are more dominant. Now look at its impacts. Around 1.7 billion people live in areas where crop production has declined by at least 10% due to human-induced degradation. Asian countries are the most affected because they have a high legacy of past degradation and dense populations. In India, the Indo-Gangetic Plain, i.e., the Gangetic Plains, has been identified as a hotspot where poverty, malnutrition, and production losses overlap simultaneously. India has the highest yield gap due to human-induced degradation. Talking about productivity, total factor productivity, which comes from technology and efficiency, has been declining since 2000, especially in the Global South. Look at the link with food security. Globally, 47 million children suffering from stunting live in such hotspots where yield loss is high. There is also an impact on ecosystems. Degradation affects all agricultural systems. In rangelands, livestock rearing weakens, and agricultural expansion leads to deforestation, which disrupts climate patterns and biodiversity. The report says that agricultural expansion accounts for 90% of global deforestation. Talking about policy options, there are many suggestions for sustainable land use. Regulatory policies such as land use zoning, bans on deforestation, and soil conservation regulations. Incentive-based policies such as payments for ecosystem services, i.e., financial rewards for adopting sustainable practices. Cross-compliance mechanisms where government subsidies or support are linked to environmental standards. Most important is the principle of land degradation neutrality, i.e., LDN. It has 3 levels: first, preventing degradation, i.e., avoid, then reducing it, i.e., reduce, and finally reversing it, i.e., reverse. The report says that policies should vary according to farm size because the challenges of small farmers and large commercial farms are different. If possible, please like the video and leave a nice comment. This encourages us to make good videos. Montreal Protocol. Recently, its 37th meeting of the parties, i.e., 37 Macanese Patakas, has concluded. This meeting was held in October 2025 in Bangkok, and major concerns were raised about emissions of hydrofluorocarbons, i.e., HFCs. A large gap has been found between reported data and actual atmospheric measurements. In many regions, there is a lack of atmospheric monitoring stations, due to which accurate data is not available. This shows challenges in the implementation of the treaty. Now let us understand the Montreal Protocol properly. It is a globally legally binding treaty signed in 1987 whose objective is to completely phase out the production and use of substances that damage the ozone layer, i.e., ozone-depleting substances. This treaty operates under the Vienna Convention of 1985, which provides a framework for the protection of the ozone layer. The Montreal Protocol is considered the greatest environmental success because all countries are part of it and dangerous substances like CFCs and halons were phased out in a gradual manner. As a result, the ozone hole is now slowly recovering and is expected to fully heal by 2060. In 2016, its Kigali Amendment was adopted. Note that HFCs do not damage the ozone layer, but they are very powerful greenhouse gases whose global warming potential is thousands of times higher. Minamata Convention. We will talk about the Minamata Convention on Mercury, which is a global treaty that protects human health and the environment from the dangers of mercury. This convention is named after the Japanese city of Minamata, where in the 20th century, mercury-containing wastewater discharged from a factory poisoned thousands of people and caused a serious disease known as Minamata disease. Recently, the 6th Conference of the Parties, i.e., COP6, of the convention was held in November 2025 in Geneva, Switzerland. It was held from 3 to the 7th of November and included more than 1,000 participants. A total of 22 important decisions were taken at COP6. The biggest decision was to completely phase out mercury-containing dental amalgam, i.e., materials used for tooth fillings, by 2034. This is being considered a historic milestone for the convention. Along with this, agreement was reached to accelerate global efforts to eliminate mercury-containing skin lightening products, i.e., fairness creams. This included decisions to curb illegal trade and increase cooperation with the World Health Organization. Now let us understand mercury. Mercury is a naturally occurring heavy metal with atomic number 80. It is silvery white and shiny, soft and malleable, a conductor of heat and electricity, and the only common metal that remains liquid at normal temperature. Its sources are of two types: natural, such as volcanic eruptions and emissions from the oceans, etc., and human-induced, such as the use of mercury in gold mining, burning of fossil fuels, metal and cement production, etc. Talking about its uses, earlier it was used in thermometers, barometers, fluorescent lighting, some batteries, and dental amalgam. The biggest concern is its toxicity. Mercury released into the air eventually settles into water or soil. There, some microorganisms convert it into methylmercury, which is a very toxic form. It accumulates in fish, shellfish, and fish-eating animals, i.e., bioaccumulation occurs. Even in very small quantities, mercury damages the nervous system, kidneys, skin, eyes, digestive system, and immune system. It is especially dangerous for unborn babies and young children. Lake Turkana. In a research published in Nature Scientific Reports in November 2025, scientists from Syracuse University and Auckland University found that when climate change causes lake water levels to fall, seismic activity in the region increases. The study is about the end of the African humid period, which ended around 5,300 years ago. At that time, due to drought, the lake level dropped by 100 to 150 meters. This reduced the weight of the lake water and decreased pressure on the Earth's crust. As a result, fault lines began to move more easily and the probability of earthquakes increased. At the same time, magma production also increased. The study analyzed 27 faults and found that during dry periods, the fault slip rate increased by an average of 0.17 mm per year. Lake Turkana. It is the world's largest permanent desert lake and also the largest alkaline lake. Its water is slightly saline and alkaline, due to which it appears blue-green in color. It is mainly in Kenya, but its northern end extends into Ethiopia. More than 90% of its water comes from the Omo River, which is in Ethiopia. Lake Turkana National Parks were declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1997 because ancient fossils of human evolution have been found here, and it is called the cradle of humanity. Volcanic eruptions in news. First, Indonesia's Mount Semeru. It is the highest volcano on the island of Java, with a height of about 3,676 meters. It is a stratovolcano type and part of the Pacific Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire is a horseshoe-shaped belt where 75% of the world's volcanoes are located and where more earthquakes occur because tectonic plates collide here. Semeru is very active. So far in 2025, thousands of eruptions have occurred in Indonesia, with Semeru accounting for the highest number, over 3,000. Other volcanoes in Indonesia, such as Luatobi Laki-Laki and Merapi, have also remained active. Now Ethiopia's Heli Gubbi volcano. It is located in the Afar region and is a shield volcano type. It had been dormant for about 12,000 years and erupted for the first time in recorded history on the 23rd of November 2025. The eruption was very powerful. A plume of ash and sulfur dioxide rose 14 to 15 kilometers high. It crossed the Red Sea and reached Yemen, Oman, Pakistan, and India. In India, ash affected the northern regions, many flights were cancelled or diverted, and Air India and Akasa Air carried out precautionary checks. However, there was not much impact on surface-level air quality because the plume was in the upper atmosphere. Later, it moved towards China. 6. Social issues. Decolonizing the Indian mind. Recently, our Prime Minister has called for a 10-year national pledge so that we can free ourselves from a colonial mindset. This mindset is linked to the legacy of British MP Thomas Babington Macaulay, who ran a major campaign to uproot India from its cultural roots. Now see what contributions Macaulay made to Indian administration. First, in education policy. He was the chairman of the Public Instruction Committee, where he broke the deadlock between Orientalists, who supported Indian languages, and Anglicists, who supported English education. His 1835 Minute on Education made English the medium of instruction and placed Western literature and science above traditional Indian education. His objective was to create Indians who would be Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, opinions, morals, and intellect. This was an attempt to create an intermediary class. Also, under the downward filtration theory, he emphasized elite English institutions rather than mass primary education, hoping that knowledge would filter down from the top. Then, in legal reforms. Under the Charter Act of 1833, he became the first law member of the Governor-General's Council. He removed the privileges of British settlers, who could appeal to the Calcutta Supreme Court. As chairman of the First Law Commission in 1835, he codified Indian criminal law, which led to the Civil Procedure Code, Indian Penal Code, and Criminal Procedure Code. His contribution to the civil services as well. The Macaulay Committee of 1854 introduced merit-based competitive examinations, replacing the old patronage system. It emphasized general academic education, especially giving preference to graduates from Oxford or Cambridge. In social reforms, he supported freedom of the press, abolition of slavery, free trade, free movement of people, and women's property rights. Now, what are the main aspects of the colonial mindset in India? First, creating a sense of inferiority. Macaulay's policy broke India's self-confidence and instilled a sense of inferiority by rejecting thousands of years of indigenous science, art, and philosophy. The issue of language. The use of English in courts and universities is considered aspirational, which becomes a barrier for non-English speakers. For example, former Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud said that the English language in its legal avatar is incomprehensible to 99.9% of citizens. In culture, colonial rule imposed Western cultural elements, such as Western clothing, food, art forms, etiquette, and values, by portraying Indian knowledge systems as inferior. For example, in the corporate sector, Western dress codes are associated with professionalism. In law and institutions, many colonial laws such as the IPC, forest laws, sedition, etc., were made to establish control, not to serve. In the economic system, the emphasis on imported economic models and private capital impoverished large sections of the population. In knowledge systems, indigenous knowledge was forgotten due to emphasis on imported research and innovation models. For example, Ayurveda and Siddha were labeled unscientific, while Western medicine was given official status. Impact of the colonial mindset. Excessive interference in bureaucracy. Even today, our administration is a license permit Raj, the police are highly intrusive, and there is a command and control type bureaucracy. All this is a continuation of British rule, where the government's focus was on controlling people, not on facilitating them. The British created such systems to control us, and even today we are following the same pattern. The second major impact is the search for foreign validation. Whether it is the academic field, corporate standards, or policy making, we always seek foreign approval. Research is considered good only when it is published in foreign journals, and a company is considered successful only when it follows foreign standards. This mindset does not allow us to trust our own capabilities. Third, racism or colorism. There are deep roots in Indian society of considering fair skin as superior. This is directly linked to the racial hierarchy of the colonial period, where fair-skinned Indians were given greater social respect. Even today, the craze for fairness in matrimonial advertisements and beauty products is the result of this mindset. Fourth, strengthening social discrimination. For example, caste stereotypes. The British, through the census, rigidly classified castes for their own convenience. Earlier, caste was not so rigid. It was quite fluid, but colonial censuses made it permanent and divisive. This damaged social identities. Now let us talk about those cultural movements that challenged this colonial mindset. These movements show us how our ancestors tried to return to their roots. First, the Arya Samaj, established by Swami Dayanand Saraswati in 1875. Its slogan was "Back to the Vedas." Its objective was to purify Hinduism and reject Western influences. They considered the Vedas supreme and opposed superstitions. Second, the Ramakrishna Mission, established by Swami Vivekanand in 1897. It emphasized the universal spirit of all religions and took Indian spiritual traditions to the West. Swami Vivekanand displayed India's dignity at the Parliament of Religions in Chicago and taught us to take pride in our culture. Third, the Swadeshi movement, from 1905 to 1908. It rejected Western goods and cultural consumption. Swadeshi clothes, music, art, theatre, etc. were promoted. Mahatma Gandhi considered Swadeshi an important tool for India's economic development. Khadi and the charkha became its symbols. Fourth, the Bengal School of Art. It was led by Abanindranath Tagore. It rejected Western academic realism and revived traditional Indian art styles. It drew inspiration from Mughal and Pahari art. This was decolonization in the field of art. Fifth, nationalist historiography. Nationalist historians wrote history centered on national pride. For example, M.G. Ranade, Radha Kumud Mukherjee, R.C. Majumdar, etc. They opposed the perspective of foreign historians who always portrayed India as backward. They highlighted India's ancient greatness. Initiatives to remove colonial remnants. Major changes in laws. The government has repealed more than 1,500 old and irrelevant colonial-era laws. The Indian Penal Code, CRPC, and Evidence Act have now been replaced by the Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita, Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, and Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam. This is liberation from colonial control-oriented laws. In education. Under the National Education Policy 2020, education in the mother tongue or Indian languages is being promoted, so that we can come out of the slavery of English. Symbolic and name changes. Delhi's Rajpath is now Kartavya Path. Racecourse Road has been renamed Lok Kalyan Marg. These changes remind us that we are no longer servants of the ruler, but servants of the people. Revival of traditional knowledge. In 2022, the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine was established in Jamnagar, Gujarat. Recently, in December 2025, i.e., just a few days ago, from 17th to the 19th of December, the second WHO Global Summit on Traditional Medicine was held in New Delhi. The Prime Minister addressed the closing ceremony, the Delhi Declaration was adopted, and the Traditional Medicine Global Library was launched. This is giving global recognition to our ancient systems of medicine like Ayurveda. In the Navy. The Indian Navy's new ensign was introduced, in which the St. George's Cross, a colonial symbol, was removed. In the budget. In 2017, the railway budget was merged with the main union budget, breaking a 92-year-old British tradition. Cultural pride. The Biplobi Bharat Gallery was inaugurated at the Victoria Memorial in Kolkata, showcasing the contributions of revolutionaries. Now, what is the way forward? The Prime Minister has given the Panch Pran. The resolve of a developed India, erasing every trace of the colonial mindset, pride in our heritage, the power of unity, and fulfilling citizens' duties honestly. Cognitive decolonization, through policies, such as promoting Indian languages in the NEP and reviving indigenous knowledge systems. Behavioral and economic changes. Self-reliant innovation, sustainable lifestyles, community-centric development. For example, promoting traditional sustainable practices under Mission Life. Cultural revival. Reviving indigenous festivals and crafts, such as International Yoga Day. Promoting a pluriversal ideology, epistemic the linking and reconstruction, i.e., challenging the dominance of Western knowledge and adopting pluralistic thinking. Finally, responsibly restoring our heritage and pride along with constitutional values, scientific temper, and social justice. Juvenile justice system in India. Recently, in November 2025, the India Justice Report released a report titled Juvenile Justice and Children in Conflict with the Law, a study of capacity at the front lines. This report evaluates the functioning of the system on the completion of 10 years of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015. The report states that there are many shortcomings in the system, such as a very high pendency of cases and children not receiving timely justice. Now, what is the juvenile justice system in India? It is based on the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015, which replaced the earlier 2000 Act. It was amended in 2021. This act strengthens the law for children in conflict with the law and children in need of care and protection. Its objective is to fulfill the basic needs of children through proper care, development, treatment, and reintegration into society. Definitions under the Act: a child is one who has not completed 18 years of age. A juvenile is also a child below 18 years of age. A child in conflict with the law means a child below 18 years of age who is alleged or found guilty of committing an offense. What are the key provisions of the Act? It is mandatory to constitute a juvenile justice board in every district, which handles cases of children in conflict with the law. Monitoring of the implementation of the Act. At the national level, the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, and at the state level, the state commissions. Preliminary assessment in heinous offences. If a child above 16 years is accused of committing a heinous offence, the JJB conducts a preliminary assessment of the child's mental and physical capacity. After this, the Children's Court may decide whether the child should be tried as an adult or not. Child Welfare Committee. Constituted by the state government in every district. It examines children in need of care, declares fit persons, directs placement in foster care, etc. What are the problems in the juvenile justice system? According to the report, JJBs are uneven. As of 2023-2024, out of 765 districts, there were only 707 JJBs. Only 18 states and Jammu and Kashmir have a JJB in every district. Unequal capacity of JJBs. Out of 707, data from 470 showed that 24% were functioning without a full bench. This weakens child-sensitive decisions, prolongs cases, and children spend more time in institutions. Case pendency is increasing. As of October 2023, 55% of cases were pending before 362 JJBs. In Odisha, it was 83%, and in Karnataka, 35%. This is due to a lack of resources. Lack of monitoring. Monitoring of children in custody is not meeting statutory targets. Monthly inspection of childcare institutions is mandatory, but in 14 states and Jammu and Kashmir, only 810 inspections were conducted against a requirement of 1,992. Excessive institutionalization in observation homes. 83% of children in custodial facilities are in observation homes, indicating pendency of inquiry. Weak access to information. Unlike the adult justice system, there is no national judicial data grid and no central public repository. Low funding. JJ funds are available, but many states are unable to utilize them due to capacity constraints and delays. This is not yielding good outcomes for children. First, important judicial decisions. The first case, Sheila Barse vs Union of India, 1986. The Supreme Court directed that district and sessions judges should regularly visit jails and detention centers to ensure that the rights of juveniles in custody are not violated. This judgment laid the foundation for separating children from adult prisoners and for humane treatment. The second important case, Sampurn Behura vs Union of India, 2018. The Supreme Court directed all states and union territories to establish and properly run juvenile justice boards and child welfare committees in every district, so that there is no backlog of cases and children receive timely justice. The court also said that the absence of these institutions amounts to a violation of children's rights. Both these judgments show that the Supreme Court has always placed the interests of children at the highest level, emphasizing reform and rehabilitation. Now, what is the way forward to strengthen the juvenile justice system? First, strengthen the capacity of JJBs. Ensure adequate and trained staff in key positions such as judges, superintendents, probation officers, counselors, and legal aid counsels. Without a full team, boards cannot function properly. Second, use technology. Create digital case management systems and centralized databases connecting the police, courts, and child care institutions. This will make tracking children easier, protect their interests, and reduce pendency. Third, prioritize training. Regular training will enhance staff capacity, and periodic evaluations should be conducted to assess the effectiveness of the system. In addition, establish fast-track juvenile courts so that children are not kept in custody for long periods while awaiting trial. Create strict monitoring and accountability mechanisms to prevent rights violations, abuse, or exploitation in juvenile institutions. Establish special juvenile units in police stations and courts to handle children's cases sensitively and ensure due process. In conclusion, to strengthen India's juvenile justice system, we must go beyond mere compliance with the law. There is a need for a child-centric, rights-based framework, with emphasis on reform and rehabilitation rather than revenge or punishment. Bridging the capacity gaps in JJBs, bringing transparency and tracking through technology, and institutionalizing regular training and monitoring will significantly improve outcomes for children in conflict with the law. Remember, these children are our future. They need a second chance, not punishment. Curriculum on AI in schools. The Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, has announced that from the academic session 2026-27, a curriculum on artificial intelligence and computational thinking will be introduced in all schools from Class 3 onwards. Recently, in December 2025, NCERT constituted a team to develop AI textbooks and syllabus for classes 11 and 12, which is a further step in this direction. Now, about this AI and CT curriculum. This step is linked to the National Education Policy 2020 and the National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023. Its objective is to strengthen the concepts of learning, thinking, and teaching, and gradually move towards AI for public good. Curriculum development. The Central Board of Secondary Education has formed an expert committee, chaired by Professor Karthik Raman of IIT Madras. By December 2025, learning materials, handbooks, and digital content will be prepared. Implementation. Teacher training will be conducted on the National Initiative for School Heads and Teachers Holistic Advancement Platform, grade-wise. Now, what role can AI and CT play in education? First, development of computational thinking. It is a problem-solving approach in which complex problems are understood and solutions are derived in a computer-like manner. It has four main techniques: decomposition, i.e., breaking complex problems into smaller parts; pattern recognition, i.e., identifying patterns; abstraction, i.e., focusing on important information; and algorithms, i.e., creating step-by-step solutions. Foundational skills. Starting AI at an early age enhances critical thinking, logical reasoning, and ethical awareness. Children learn to understand and question technology, which is as essential as literacy and numeracy in the digital age. Increasing accessibility and inclusion. With AI, learning systems can adapt to different needs, especially for children with disabilities. For example, UNICEF's Accessible Digital Textbooks initiative uses AI to create customizable tools. Improving foundational literacy and learning outcomes. In Brazil, the Letras program uses AI-based feedback to improve literacy, overcoming barriers of poverty. Personalized learning and mentorship. AI creates learning paths according to each child's strengths and pace. For example, in South Korea, AI-powered digital textbooks are calibrated to students' levels, reducing dependence on private coaching. Future readiness. Automation is transforming industries, and an AI curriculum will make the next generation skilled and adaptable. According to the World Economic Forum, 40% of the core skills of all jobs will change in the next 5 years. Challenges in implementing AI and CT in education. One major risk is diseducation, meaning if machines provide instant answers, children's motivation to learn may reduce, and the tradition of intergenerational knowledge transmission may weaken. Upskilling teachers. We have more than 1 crore teachers, with varying levels of exposure to technology. Reskilling or upskilling all of them is a major challenge. Localization. AI models are mostly available in English, with limited availability in Indian languages. This can leave rural and local children behind. Lack of basic infrastructure. In India, about 9% of schools have only one teacher, and many schools lack basic facilities like electricity or computers. In such a situation, how can AI be taught? Curriculum fluidity and relevance. AI is changing rapidly, making it difficult to design a static syllabus. For example, skills like prompt engineering may become outdated in a few years. Psychological impact. Children may share emotional matters with AI chatbots, leading to risks of emotional dependency and privacy breaches. Now, existing initiatives underway in India. SAW initiative. This is an excellent initiative of the Ministry of Skill Development. Under this, AI has been introduced as a skill subject in CBSE schools from class 6 to 12. Its objective is to develop an understanding of technology among children from an early age. National AI Center of Excellence for Education. In the Union Budget 2025-26, the establishment of AI Centers of Excellence in the education sector has been announced. This will realize the vision of the National Education Policy 2020, where technology and education converge. Skill India Digital Hub. It is a comprehensive digital platform where students can pursue courses in AI, milliliter, and other digital technologies at their convenience. This platform helps youth not only in learning but also in exploring employment and entrepreneurship opportunities. Yuva AI for All. Launched by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, this is India's first of its kind free course. Its aim is to provide basic AI understanding to 1 crore citizens so that no one is left behind in this digital revolution. Now, the way forward. AI as a foundational skill. AI education should be seen not merely as a subject, but as an essential skill connected to the world around us. It should be taught alongside subjects like mathematics and science, as done in Uruguay's KBAL program. Unplugged approach. In rural areas where internet or computers are limited, algorithms and logical thinking can still be taught using physical objects or games. AI entrepreneurship. For students of classes 9 to 12, the focus should not be only on literacy, but on making them work-ready. For example, West Africa's Kabako academies are helping youth build local businesses through AI mentoring. Ethics and safety. Most importantly, when children interact with AI, data protection and adherence to ethical protocols must be the minimum standard. In conclusion, integrating AI and computational thinking into school education is a major step towards preparing India's children for a technology-driven yet human-centric future. This will democratize technological capability, reduce future skill gaps, and enable youth not just to use AI, but to shape it for inclusive growth and public good. There are challenges, but initiatives in the right direction are underway. We must move towards ethical and inclusive AI. Second World Summit for Social Development. Recently, the Second World Summit for Social Development was concluded in Doha, the capital of Qatar. The summit concluded with the Doha Political Declaration. Let us understand this entire development in simple terms. Background and organization of the summit. This summit was organized under United Nations General Assembly Resolutions 78-261 and 78-318. You may recall that the First World Summit for Social Development was held in Copenhagen in 1995. After a full 30 years, this second summit was organized to address old shortcomings and give new momentum to the 2030 agenda. Key events during the summit. Several important events took place during the summit. The first was the inaugural high-level meeting of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. This is the same alliance that was launched in 2024 during Brazil's G20 presidency. Along with this, a private sector forum was also organized, where organizations like the UN Global Compact and UNDISA discussed how companies can contribute to inclusive development. Key features of the Doha Declaration. The declaration places maximum emphasis on 3 main pillars. Poverty eradication, completely eliminating poverty from the world. Full employment, ensuring decent work for all. Social inclusion, integrating every section of society into the mainstream of development. The declaration also emphasized that the UN Commission for Social Development will bear the primary responsibility for monitoring and reviewing these goals. Finance and economic framework. The most important point that emerged here was the demand for reform of the global financial architecture. The summit stated that changes in the global financial framework are necessary to protect developing countries from debt distress and to ensure easy access to climate finance. In this context, the Seville Commitment was also welcomed, which talks about reshaping global financing for development. Generational ban on tobacco. Recently, Maldives has become the first country in the world to implement a generational ban on tobacco. This development is being seen as a major shift in global health policies. What is a generational ban? A generational tobacco ban, also known as a lifetime tobacco ban, is a policy under which the sale of tobacco products is permanently prohibited for anyone born after a specified date. This means that generation will never be able to legally purchase tobacco in their lifetime. This restriction is not age-based but based on the date of birth, which naturally eliminates the tobacco-consuming population over time. Other global measures for tobacco control. A complete ban is not the only solution. The World Health Organization and other international bodies also emphasize several other tobacco control measures, which countries like Maldives are adopting. Monitoring and warnings. Continuous monitoring of tobacco use and clear warnings about its harmful effects on product packaging. Ban on advertisements, imposing a complete ban on the promotion and advertising of tobacco products to prevent youth from being attracted. Increase in taxes, imposing high taxes on tobacco so that prices rise and people avoid purchasing it. Curbing illicit trade, preventing black markets and smuggling of tobacco to reduce its availability. Regulation of new products, regulating e-cigarettes and other new nicotine products that are becoming popular among youth. Reports in News. International Migration Outlook 2025. This report has been released by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. The most striking fact of this report is that in 2023, approximately 225,000 Indian citizens acquired citizenship of OECD countries. This shows that global demand for Indian talent and skills is continuously increasing. Indian professionals have become particularly important in the healthcare and technology sectors. 2. World Urbanization Prospects 2025. This report has been released by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. It describes the changing landscape of urbanization. Currently, 45% of the world's population lives in cities. In 1975, there were only 8 megacities in the world, which increased to 33 by 2025. According to this report, Indonesia's capital Jakarta has now become the most populous city in the world. It is followed by Dhaka, Tokyo, and then New Delhi. Key findings for India. Towns and cities. About 44% of India's population now resides in towns. Future urbanization. India is among the 7 countries that will add more than 500 million new residents to the global urban population between 2025 and 2050. This indicates a massive future requirement for urban infrastructure and planning. A new megacity, interestingly, by 2050, Hajipur, Bihar, is also on the path to becoming a megacity. Vision IAS. In November 2025, we will cover all these science and technology topics. National One Health Mission. Recently, in November 2025, the National One Health Mission Assembly was held, where Health Minister J.P. Nadda inaugurated it through a video message and described it as a major step for India's pandemic preparedness. Along with this, in December, a meeting of the Scientific Steering Committee was held to review the mission's progress. The mission is now fully operational and is working by integrating multiple ministries. Now, what is the National One Health Mission? It is a multi-sectoral initiative that integrates the health of humans, animals, wildlife, and the environment. Its objective is coordinated surveillance, diagnostics, and rapid response to disease outbreaks. That is, all sectors will work together to prevent diseases that spread from animals to humans, such as zoonotic diseases. What is its vision? To build an integrated disease control and pandemic preparedness system in India, where human, animal, and environmental sectors come together. This will lead to better health outcomes, increased productivity, and conservation of biodiversity. Imagine being prepared in advance so that a pandemic like COVID does not occur again. When was this mission approved? It was approved in 2022 at the 21st meeting of the Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council, i.e., PMSTIAC. Who is the nodal agency? It is implemented by the Indian Council of Medical Research, i.e., ICMR, under the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor. What is the anchor institution? The National Institute of One Health in Nagpur. It is the core institution of the mission that coordinates all activities. Now, what are its main pillars? There are 4 main pillars. First, research and development. This involves targeted research to develop essential tools such as vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. Second, clinical readiness. Strengthening clinical care infrastructure and response capacity so that diseases can be handled immediately when they arise. Third, data integration. Integrating data from human, animal, and environmental sectors so that information is easily available and better analysis can be carried out. Fourth, community engagement. Ensuring community participation so that preparedness for response is always maintained. When people are aware, diseases can be prevented even before they spread. Now, why was this mission needed? First, reducing zoonotic risk. Globally, around 60% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic, i.e., they spread from animals to humans. This will enhance India's early detection and prevention capacity, so that spillover events, the transmission of disease from animals to humans, can be prevented in advance. Second, pandemic preparedness. This mission will build a predictive and preventive health security system. So far, we were reactive, meaning we responded after diseases emerged, but now an anticipatory, system-based public health framework will be created, so that a situation like COVID does not arise again. Third, rising antimicrobial resistance, i.e., AMR. The misuse of antibiotics in humans, animals, and aquaculture is rendering medicines ineffective. Through the One Health approach, this will be controlled across all sectors. Fourth, the impact of climate change. Changing weather is expanding the range of vectors like mosquitoes, due to which diseases such as dengue and malaria are spreading. This will be handled by integrating environmental health. Fifth, livelihood security. Animal health will improve, productivity will increase, diseases will be prevented, which will increase farmers' income and strengthen the rural economy. Sixth, ecosystem health. Disease surveillance in wildlife and biodiversity monitoring will be strengthened, which will help prevent environment-linked diseases and ensure ecological security. Seventh, global alignment. This mission will connect India with the One Health quadripartite of WHO, FAO, WHO and UNEP, making India a regional leader in integrated health governance. Now, what is the One Health approach? It is an integrated approach that aims to balance and improve the health of humans, animals, and ecosystems. It is especially essential for preventing, predicting, detecting, and responding to global health threats like the COVID-19 pandemic. In other words, working by viewing health not as separate, but as interconnected. Now, what is the way forward? First, legal foundation. Creating a legal or formally notified intersectoral coordination authority, so that there is sustained coordination among the human, animal, and environmental health sectors. Second, capacity building. Prioritizing systematic training in veterinary epidemiology, wildlife disease surveillance, genomic science, and field diagnostics, so that technical and operational capacity is strengthened. Third, strengthening at the state level. Establishing state One Health cells with dedicated financial resources, trained manpower, and technological support, so that implementation can happen in a decentralized manner. The framework released in the recent meeting is a major step in this direction. Fourth, better diagnostics and technological innovation. Creating an integrated national One Health digital platform, which will help in real-time data fusion, risk assessment, and coordinated decision-making across all ministries. Fifth, climate change adaptation. Climate change is affecting the spread of diseases, therefore research on its impacts and development of climate adaptive control strategies is necessary. Sixth, global partnerships. Enhancing strategic collaboration with WHO, FAO, WHO, UNEP and regional One Health networks, so as to align with global standards and strengthen cross-border disease preparedness. Now, some important initiatives related to the One Health approach. First, Center for One Health at NCDC. It coordinates efforts, runs programs on rabies, zoonoses, leptospirosis, snakebite, and promotes the One Health approach in India. Second, One Health Support Unit in the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. This is a specialized team of veterinary, health, wildlife, and data experts that implements the National One Health framework. Third, BSL 3 and 4 Lab Network. A national network of high-security labs for rapid analysis of disease outbreaks across all sectors, which has now reached 23. Fourth, One Health Joint Plan of Action IEO-JPA. A collaborative framework from 2022 to 2026, created by the Quadripartite Alliance of FAO, UNEP, WHO and WOAH, to promote One Health globally. Finally, conclusion. This mission is bringing a shift towards anticipatory health governance by integrating human, animal, and environmental systems. With continuous coordination and investment, India can become a global model in dealing with zoonotic, environmental, and emerging public health threats. If you find the video useful, then like it right now. National Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2.0. On the 18th of November 2025, Union Health Minister J.P. Nadda launched the National Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2.0. This plan addresses the shortcomings of the first NAP-AMR 2017 and is now more robust. Now, what is NAP-AMR 2.0? It is a 5-year plan from 2025 to 2029. Its vision is to create a sustainable ecosystem for humans, animals, plants, and the environment, where the emergence and spread of AMR is prevented. It is based on a multi-sectoral and evidence-based One Health approach. What is the One Health concept? It recognizes that the health of humans, animals, and the environment is deeply interconnected. What are its key features? First, whole-of-government approach. There will be sustained funding in every sector or department. Second, enforceable accountability model. More than 20 ministries and departments have submitted specific, time-bound and budgeted action plans. Third, integration of the One Health approach. For the first time, NAP 2.0 has made systematic surveillance of antibiotic residues and resistant pathogens in the environment mandatory. Joint working groups have been created, where experts will be present, and the National AMRA Steering and Monitoring Committee will resolve intersectoral conflicts and ensure strategic alignment. Other features include making data sharing easier, focus on genomic surveillance, prescription audits in hospitals and antimicrobial stewardship programs, which will guide empirical prescribing. That is, doctors should not prescribe antibiotics without tests. Under the National Action Plan, the Government of India has shared its 6 main goals. The very first goal is to increase awareness and understanding. Its direct meaning is that until the general public and health workers have correct information about its dangers, we cannot fight this problem. Only through effective communication and education can people be made to understand how deadly the misuse of medicines is. The second important point is to reduce the rate of infections. If we maintain cleanliness and hygiene in hospitals and public places, diseases will spread less. When people fall sick less, the need for antibiotics will also reduce, thereby avoiding the risk of increasing resistance. The third goal is to promote research and innovation. At present, old medicines are becoming ineffective, so we need new medicines and technologies. The government emphasizes conducting basic and operational research that can specifically address the challenges of AMRA. The fourth point focuses on strengthening laboratory capacity. For accurate identification and monitoring of infections, we must have modern laboratories. Through this, we will be able to monitor not only humans but also antibiotic residues present in food products. The fifth and very practical goal is to optimize the use of antimicrobial agents. This means that medicines should be used only when necessary and in the right quantity for the treatment of humans, animals and fish. Uncontrolled use of medicines is the biggest root of this problem. The final and sixth goal is to strengthen governance and collaboration. The problem of AMRA is not limited to a single department. Health, agriculture and environment sectors, among others, will have to work together. Until there is intersectoral coordination, we will not be able to implement an effective policy. In conclusion, NAP-AMRA 2.0 is a mature and comprehensive strategy. By moving beyond policy to budgeted action and embedding One Health in the administrative systems of multiple ministries, India is building a strong defense against the growing threat of AMRA. With continuous coordination and investment, India can become a global model in this area. Through this courses tab, you can watch all the videos of Vision IAS Magazine 2025 in both Hindi and English. Birsa 101. On the 19th of November 2025, Union Minister of Science and Technology Dr. Jitendra Singh launched India's first indigenous CRISPR-based gene therapy, Birsa-101. This therapy is specifically meant to treat sickle cell disease, which is more prevalent among the tribal population. Now, what is Birsa-101? It has been developed by CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, IEIGIB. It has been named BIRSA 101 in honor of Bhagwan Birsa Munda, a great tribal freedom fighter. It has been dedicated on his 150th birth anniversary. In addition, a technology transfer agreement has been signed between CSIR IGIB and Serum Institute of India. Its objective is to develop scalable and affordable ENF and Cas9 CRISPR-based therapy, not only for sickle cell disease but also for other genetic disorders. Serum Institute will carry out large-scale production so that this therapy becomes affordable and reaches the common people. Abroad, such therapies cost around 20 rupees 25 crore, but being indigenous, this will be available at a much lower price. Sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease is essentially a hereditary blood disorder caused by a mutation, i.e. change, in the hemoglobin gene. Normally, our red blood cells are round, but in this disease their shape becomes like a sickle or a half moon. When the shape of these cells changes, they get stuck in blood vessels and block them, due to which oxygen does not reach the body tissues in adequate quantity. Its direct impact is that the person becomes anemic, and over time it can cause severe damage to the lungs, heart, kidneys, eyes, bones and even the brain. If we talk in the Indian context, the situation is quite serious because about 14.5% of children born with sickle cell disease worldwide are born in India. This disease has been found to be more prevalent mainly among our tribal communities. Considering this very seriousness, the Government of India has set a very bold target that we have to completely eliminate sickle cell disease from India by the year 2047. Now, what is CRISPR technology and how does its mechanism work? The full form of CRISPR is clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. It is a gene editing technology that can selectively modify the DNA of living organisms. It is called molecular scissors because it cuts and corrects the defective part of DNA. How does CRISPR technology work? CRISPR is a natural defense mechanism found in bacteria. When a virus attacks bacteria, the bacteria record a small piece of the virus's DNA into their own DNA. This recording is called CRISPR. This gives bacteria memory of the virus. If the same virus attacks again, bacteria use CRISPR-associated protein number 9, i.e. Cas9. Cas9 cuts the virus DNA at the exact location and the virus is destroyed. Meaning, this is the bacteria's own immune system. Now, scientists use the same system in the laboratory. CRISPR-Cas9 is used for gene editing, where we make precise changes at a specific location in the DNA of an organism. For example, correcting the faulty gene in sickle cell disease. What are its main components? First, Cas9 protein. It works like molecular scissors, cutting the DNA. Second, guide RNA. It tells Cas9 where to cut in the DNA. By designing the guide RNA, we choose which location to target, and Cas9 cuts exactly there. After the cut, the cell repairs itself and, if we want, we can insert the correct gene. Now, there are other genome editing tools as well, compared to which CRISPR is easier, cheaper and more accurate. First, homing endonucleases or meganucleases. These are natural enzymes that recognize and cut long DNA sequences. Second, zinc finger nucleases, i.e. ZFNs. They use special protein parts to find the correct location and then cut. Third, tail nucleases, i.e. TALase. These are made of two parts that together cut DNA at the selected location. But CRISPR-Cas9 is the most popular because it is guided by small RNA pieces and is very precise. In BIRSA 101, an improved version called ENF-Cas9 is used, which is safer and more effective. We will discuss some recent important Indian news related to CRISPR, which shows India's contribution in the field of gene editing. First of all, TNPB-based technology. Scientists from ICAR's Central Rice Research Institute, IECRRI Cuttack, have developed a new genome editing tool for plants, which is based on the TNPB protein. It has recently received a patent. What is TNPB protein? It is a transposon-associated protein, which cuts DNA like molecular scissors, but it is much smaller than Cas9 or Cas12a, only 408 amino acids, whereas Cas9 has 1000 to 1400. Transposons or transposable elements, i.e. jumping genes, are DNA sequences that jump from one place to another in the genome. Because of the small size of TNPB, it easily enters plant cells, and delivery through viruses is also possible. This will make it cheaper and easier to develop climate-resistant, high-yield crops in agriculture. It is an indigenous and IP-free alternative to CRISPR, because foreign CRISPR technologies are patented and require license fees. Second news, GLO-Cas9. Scientists from Bose Institute, Kolkata, have developed a new CRISPR protein called GLO-Cas9. It glows during gene editing, i.e. emits light. How? In this, Cas9 is fused with nanoluciferase fragments from deep-sea shrimp. When Cas9 folds correctly, these fragments join and produce light, like the glow of a firefly. This allows real-time tracking of gene editing in living cells, without damaging the cells. It is also thermostable, meaning it remains stable even at high temperatures. It is very useful for therapy monitoring in genetic diseases like cancer and sickle cell anemia. The complete and deep analysis video of PT 365 will be coming very soon on our channel. If you do not want to miss any important current issue in the exam, then subscribe to our channel right now. WHO Tuberculosis Report 2025. The WHO Global TB Report 2025 was recently released on the 12th of November 2025. It praises India's TB control efforts. Because according to the report, TB incidence, i.e. the rate of new cases every year, has reduced by 21% in India. Now, the main points of the report. Globally, TB is among the top 10 causes of death and the biggest cause of death from a single infectious agent. In 2024, 1.23 million people died due to TB worldwide. The global TB incidence rate decreased by 12% from 2015 to 2024, while deaths decreased by 29%. About India. In India, the TB mortality rate has decreased from 28 per lakh in 2015 to 21 per lakh in 2024. But India has the highest global TB burden, with 25% of TB patients in India. Also, in 2024, more than 32% of the estimated MDR or rifampicin-resistant TB cases were in India. India's share in TB deaths is also around 25%, with and without HIV. Now, what is TB? TB is a contagious airborne disease caused by the bacterium Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It can be prevented and cured. Types based on the site of infection. The most common is pulmonary TB, which affects the lungs and is contagious, spreading through the air by coughing or sneezing. Extrapulmonary TB occurs outside the lungs, such as in lymph nodes, bones, brain, kidneys or pleura. It is less contagious and spreads within the body. Spinal TB or Pott's disease affects the spine, causing back pain and movement problems. Types based on response to drugs. Drug-sensitive TB is cured with standard drugs like isoniazid and rifampicin. Drug-resistant TB does not get cured with standard drugs. Multi-drug resistant, i.e. MDR TB, is resistant to both rifampicin and isoniazid. Extensively drug-resistant, i.e. XDR TB, does not respond even to stronger drugs. What are the key factors for success? First of all, major government initiatives. National TB Elimination Program, i.e. NTEP. Renamed in 2020, with the target of TB elimination by 2025. It is based on the National Strategic Plan 2017 to 2025. The Prime Minister's TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan was started in 2022. Community support is provided through the NIK Mitra initiative. Lakhs of NIK Mitras have adopted patients, providing nutrition and other support. The NIK Poshan Yojana has been running since 2018. Every notified patient receives 500 rupees per month for nutrition during treatment, which is transferred directly to the account through DBT. Addressing infrastructure gaps. Strengthening public health infrastructure. Under the National Tuberculosis Elimination Program in India, TB diagnostic centers, microscopy labs and treatment centers are being expanded. This is making timely detection and treatment of TB easier. Digital health and surveillance systems. Under NTEP, the NIK portal has been launched, which is a web-based patient management and surveillance system. Through this portal, treatment of TB patients and monitoring of their health has become easier. Introduction of new treatment methods. New treatment methods like BPALM have brought a revolutionary change, especially in the treatment of drug-resistant TB. These new medicines are making TB treatment more effective. Better diagnosis. Under NTEP, universal drug susceptibility testing has been implemented, so that drug resistance can be tested for every patient. This ensures that the patient receives the correct treatment and there is no interruption in care. Use of advanced technology. Artificial intelligence and molecular diagnostic technologies are being used for early detection and monitoring of TB cases. This not only enables early detection of the disease, but also allows treatment to begin quickly. Challenges in TB elimination. Lack of diagnosis in rural and remote areas. Rural areas in India often lack advanced diagnostic facilities, leading to delayed detection and treatment of patients. For example, in the Gurez Valley of Jammu and Kashmir, only 250 active cases were found among 1250 individuals. Digital divide. According to the India TB report, many health units lack computers, internet access, and data entry operators, preventing the proper use of the NIK portal. Socioeconomic disparities. TB disproportionately affects the poor, malnourished individuals, migrant workers, tribal communities, and people living in urban slums. For instance, over 60% of migrant workers in Delhi live in extremely poor conditions. Growing malnutrition crisis. Malnutrition increases the risk of TB by 6 to 8 times. This is a serious problem, as the poor and malnourished are at higher risk of contracting TB. High case load. India is home to over 32% of the world's MDR and RR-TB patients. This is a major challenge, as these patients are more difficult to treat than those with regular TB. Drug shortages. In 2023, Maharashtra received only 25,000 tablets of cycloserine, while the demand was approximately 300,000 tablets. Drug shortages become a major obstacle to treatment. Systemic flaws. The shortage of TB health workers, counselors, and microbiologists is also a major problem. For example, in India, 67% of microbiologist positions and 43% of lab assistant positions have not been filled. Environment and living conditions. In cities like Mumbai, where buildings are constructed in areas with low light and poor ventilation, 8 to 10% of residents suffer from TB, whereas in areas with better ventilation this percentage is only 1%. Comorbidities. Diseases like diabetes also increase the risk of TB. In a study in Tamil Nadu, it was found that 25.3% of TB patients had diabetes and 24.5% of patients had pre-diabetes. Other issues. Natural disasters such as floods and droughts, and an unregulated private health sector, also create difficulties in TB prevention. In conclusion, continuous multi-sectoral approaches are necessary for TB elimination. Strengthen public health infrastructure, ensure uninterrupted drug supply, address social determinants such as malnutrition and poverty, and increase community awareness. People-centered, technology-driven, and nutrition-focused strategies are essential for last-mile delivery, reducing stigma, and protecting vulnerable populations. The 2025 target is difficult, but with sustained efforts, India can become TB-free. GSAT-7R. The GSAT-7R satellite, also known as CMS-03, was successfully launched by ISRO on the 2nd of November 2025. It lifted off from Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota, using India's heaviest rocket, LVM-3, i.e., launch vehicle MARK-3. This launch is a major example of Atmanirbhar Bharat, as many indigenous technologies such as collapsible antennas and a large propulsion tank were used. Now, what is GSAT-7R? It is an advanced defense communication satellite of the GSAT-7 series, specially built for the Indian Navy. What is satellite communication? It is a method of wireless communication in which a satellite acts like a relay station in space and transfers data over long distances. Its weight is around 4,400 kilograms. At launch, it was placed into a geosynchronous transfer orbit, from where it will move to a geostationary orbit using its own propulsion, which is 35,786 kilometers above the Earth. There it will rotate along with the Earth and remain in a fixed position. What is the coverage? The Indian Ocean region and up to 2,000 kilometers from India's coastal areas. It will provide multi-band telecommunication services, including UHF, S, C, and Ku bands. This will enable voice, video, and data transmission. Its lifespan is 15 years, and it will replace the old GSAT-7, i.e., Rukmini, which was launched in 2013 and has now become outdated. What is its objective? To strengthen space-based communication, enhance maritime domain awareness, and create secure links between naval ships, submarines, aircraft, and maritime operations centers. High-capacity bandwidth will provide real-time, secure, and jam-resistant communication, which is essential for network-centric warfare. We will discuss other satellites of the GSAT-7 series, which are the backbone of India's defense communication system. The GSAT-7 series consists of dedicated military communication satellites for the Navy, Air Force, and Army. First, for the Navy. GSAT-7, i.e., Rukmini, was launched in 2013. It is India's first fully dedicated military satellite. It provides maritime communication and surveillance. Rukmini reduced dependence on foreign satellites such as the British Inmarsat. During the 2017 Doklam crisis, it detected the movement of China's Yuan-class submarines. Now GSAT-7R has replaced it, which is more advanced and heavier. For the Air Force. GSAT-7A, i.e., Angry Bird, was launched in December 2018. It strengthens network-centric operations and data link connectivity. Through this, Air Force aircraft, helicopters, UAVs, airborne early warning and control aircraft, missile units, and radars are interconnected. GSAT-7C is under development, which will have ground hubs to enable real-time, secure communication. For the Army. GSAT-7B is under development, which will enhance surveillance and communication in border areas. Currently, the Army uses some capacity of GSAT-7A, but GSAT-7B will be fully dedicated. Conclusion. Satellite communication has become an important part of India's defense preparedness. It provides secure connectivity, real-time surveillance, and seamless coordination among the three armed forces. Space has now become a war-fighting domain, where threats are increasing. Therefore, strengthening SATCOM capability is essential for national security and strategic superiority. Under Atmanirbhar Bharat, this series is reducing foreign dependence. Through this playlist, you can easily watch all the videos related to this month's magazine. NEXCAR-19. NEXCAR-19 is India's first indigenously developed CAR T-cell therapy, mainly designed for the treatment of B-cell blood cancer. It has been jointly developed by IIT Bombay Incubated Company, Immuno-ACT, and Tata Memorial Hospital, with full support from DBT and BIRAC. In 2023, CDSCO approved it for market launch. The working mechanism of this technology is very unique. In our body, there is a type of white blood cell called T cells, whose job is to kill defective cells. In this therapy, these T cells are taken out of the body, modified in the laboratory, and converted into CAR T cells. These modified cells then become powerful warriors that can recognize cancer cells and eliminate them from the root. This is a boon for patients for whom first-line treatment has failed. If we talk about its benefits, it helps in faster recovery compared to traditional chemotherapy. Most importantly, these CAR T cells remain in the body and also reduce the risk of cancer recurring in the future. Since it is made in India, it is much more affordable and accessible compared to foreign therapies. We must also understand its challenges. This therapy does not work in the same way for every type of cancer. It can also have some side effects, such as negative effects on the nervous system or cytokine release syndrome, in which our own immune system becomes overactive. Let us understand this technology in very simple steps. First, blood is taken from the patient's body so that T cells can be separated from it. These T cells are the soldiers of our body's natural immune system. The next step is very interesting. In the laboratory, these T cells are genetically engineered. A special protein is added to them called the chimeric antigen receptor, i.e., CAR. This protein gives these cells the power to recognize and hunt down cancer cells. Once these cells are ready, they are multiplied into millions in the lab. Finally, these supercells are infused back into the patient's body. These engineered cells go inside the body, attach to cancer cells, and completely destroy them. Developments in quantum technology. First, let us talk about QSIP. It is India's own quantum security chip. Its biggest feature is that it provides quantum-certified randomness. In simple terms, it generates random numbers that are impossible for any conventional computer to decode. This chip will protect our defense systems from cyber threats and potential future quantum attacks. The second major milestone is the 25-qubit QPU. It is India's first quantum computing chip, developed by startup QPI-AI. Just as normal computers have bits, the power of quantum computers lies in qubits, and this 25-qubit capability places India firmly in the quantum race. Now let us understand a very important concept called quantum information scrambling. It is the process in which information spreads very rapidly across the entire quantum system, making it impossible to understand by measuring just one part. Its mechanism is very fascinating. Through entanglement, it distributes data among particles in such a way that the information does not disappear but becomes hidden across the entire system. To understand this, take a simple example. Just as a drop of ink spreads throughout water and cannot be separated, similarly the information of one qubit spreads across many qubits. Its significance lies in the fact that it proves quantum advantage and helps us understand quantum technologies more deeply. If this video is helping you in your IAS preparation, do share it with those friends who are preparing for IAS. Satellite-based internet. In November 2025, Elon Musk's company Starlink signed a letter of intent with the Maharashtra government. It is the first state in India to formally associate with Starlink. Its objective is to deliver high-speed internet to remote and underserved areas. Now, what is satellite-based internet? It is wireless broadband delivered through communication satellites orbiting around the Earth. Unlike fiber, cable, or DSL, it does not require ground-based wiring. It is very useful in hilly regions, forests, islands, or remote villages where laying cables is difficult. How does it work? A small dish antenna is installed at the user's home, which sends signals to the satellite. The satellite relays it to ground stations connected to the global internet. Then the response comes back through the same path. Traditional geostationary satellites are about 35,000 kilometers above the Earth, resulting in higher latency. But low Earth orbit satellites, like those of Starlink, are only 500 to 2,000 kilometers above the Earth. This results in higher speed and lower latency, which is better for online gaming, video calls, and streaming. Starlink's constellation consists of thousands of LEO satellites that continuously move and provide coverage. Vanadium redox flow battery. On the 11th of November 2025, Union Power Minister Shri Manohar Lal inaugurated India's largest and first MWH-scale VRFB system at NTPC's Netra Research Centre, Greater Noida. It has a capacity of 3 megawatt-hours, which is a major step towards long-duration energy storage. This will make the integration of renewable energy such as solar and wind easier and make the grid more resilient. Flow batteries, along with solid-state batteries, are among the next-generation battery technologies and are emerging as alternatives to lithium-ion for grid-scale applications, offering flexibility, long life, and safety. Now, what are next-generation battery technologies? Flow batteries and solid-state batteries are alternatives to lithium-ion, especially for grid-scale applications. They are more flexible, have longer lifespans, and are safer. What are flow batteries? They generate power through redox reactions. Two different liquid electrolytes exchange ions or protons through a porous membrane. Energy storage capacity depends on the size of the electrolyte tanks, so it can be easily scaled up. They do not use flammable or polluting materials. What are the types? Vanadium redox, zinc bromine, iron salt, or organic systems. VRFB is the most popular because it uses the same element, vanadium, in different oxidation states, and there is no cross-contamination. Through these playlists, you can watch the complete video series of Vision IAS magazine for all months. ESCAPADE Mission. We will talk about a very exciting space mission that will unlock the mysteries of the planet Mars. That is NASA's ESCAPADE mission. ESCAPADE stands for Escape and Plasma Acceleration and Dynamics Explorers. On the 13th of November 2025, the two twin spacecraft of this NASA mission were successfully launched using Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket. The launch took place from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Florida. This was the second launch of New Glenn, and for the first time its first stage booster successfully landed on a barge in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, what is the ESCAPADE mission? Its main objective is to understand how the solar wind interacts with Mars's magnetic environment and how this interaction allows Mars's atmosphere to escape. Mars's magnetosphere is unique. It is made up of remnant magnetic fields from an ancient core and weak fields from the upper atmosphere. Charged particles from the solar wind strip the atmosphere away into space, making Mars dry and cold. This mission will collect data using two identical spacecraft, Blue and Gold, which will observe simultaneously from different locations. This will help in understanding space weather and atmospheric escape in real time. After launch, the spacecraft were placed into a loiter orbit around the Earth's Sun L2 Lagrange point. What are Lagrange points? These are points in space where the gravitational pull of two large bodies, such as the Earth and the Sun, is balanced by centripetal force. Here, a spacecraft can remain stable while using very little fuel. ESCAPADE will loiter here until 2026, study space weather, then use Earth's gravity assist to reach Mars in September 2027. There, it will move into different orbits and collect data. Sentinel-6B. We will talk about a very important space mission that will play a major role in tracking climate change and sea level rise. That is the Sentinel-6B satellite. It is an advanced Earth observation mission. On the 17th of November 2025, it was successfully launched aboard SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket from Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. What is Sentinel-6B? It is a joint mission of NASA, NOAA, ESA, EUMETSAT, and CNES. Its main objective is to measure sea surface height very accurately, up to a few centimeters across about 90% of the global oceans. The satellite carries 6 science instruments, the main one being the Poseidon 4 radar altimeter, which sends radar pulses to measure sea level, wave height, and wind speed. This will help in understanding the impacts of sea level rise, such as coastal flooding, climate change, and ocean currents. If possible, do like the video and definitely leave a nice comment, as this motivates us to create even better content. Ricin and ammonium nitrate. We will discuss a very serious and recent security-related news linked to terrorism. That is the foiling of potential terrorist attacks involving ricin poison and ammonium nitrate. In November 2025, 2 major terrorist plots were foiled. First, the Gujarat ATS arrested a doctor from Hyderabad, Ahmad Mohiuddin Syed, and his 2 associates on the 8th to the 9th of November. From them, pistols, ammunition, and 4 liters of castor oil were recovered, from which ricin poison could be made. Second, the Jammu and Kashmir Police and Haryana Police busted a module in Faridabad. Here, several people including 2 doctors, Adil Ahmed Radar and Muzammil Shakil, were arrested. From them, between 360 kilograms and a total of 2,900 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, detonators, assault rifles, and materials for making IEDs were recovered. Now, what is ricin? Ricin is a natural protein found in castor beans. It can be produced from the leftover material after extracting oil from castor beans. It is a highly lethal poison. Even just 1 milligram mixed into food can kill an adult. There is no antidote or specific treatment for it. It enters the body's cells and stops the process of protein synthesis, causing the cells to die. It is effective through inhalation, injection, or ingestion. In terrorism, it can be used as a biological weapon. What is ammonium nitrate? It is ammonium nitrate, a white, water-soluble crystalline substance that melts at 170 degrees Celsius. By itself, it is not an explosive, but it is used as a fertilizer. However, it is a key component in making explosives. When mixed with fuel oil or other materials, it can form very powerful IEDs. It has been used in many terrorist attacks. In India, it is considered a regulated substance, but it can be stolen or obtained illegally. Promotion of research and innovation in pharma and medtech scheme. We will discuss a very important government initiative aimed at making India a global powerhouse in the pharmaceutical sector. We are talking about the PRIP scheme, whose full name is Promotion of Research and Innovation in Pharma and Medtech. Recently, the central government has extended the deadline for applications under this scheme, which is an important current affairs update for aspirants like you. Let us understand the key points of this scheme in simple language. This scheme is primarily being implemented by the Department of Pharmaceuticals under the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. The government has allocated a massive financial outlay of 5,000 crore rupees for it. Its main objective is to make India not just a country that manufactures medicines, but a global hub for research and development in the pharma and medtech sectors. To implement this scheme effectively, it has been divided into two main parts. Component A. Its entire focus is on strengthening infrastructure. Under this, centers of excellence will be established at NAP-AMR. This step will transform our educational institutions into world-class research labs. Component B. Its goal is to directly promote innovation and research in the pharma and medtech sectors. Under this, the private sector and academia will be encouraged to undertake new research so that we do not remain dependent on others for future medicines and medical devices. In Vision IAS, November 2025, we will cover all these topics under culture. UNESCO, Creative City of Gastronomy. Recently, on the 31st of October 2025, UNESCO declared Lucknow as a creative city of gastronomy. It is India's second city to receive this honor. The first was Hyderabad, which received this status in 2019. This is a very big achievement, as it will further showcase Lucknow's rich culinary tradition to the world. Where do the roots of Lucknow's glory lie? In 1775, Nawab Asaf-ud-Daula shifted the capital of Awadh to Lucknow. This greatly elevated the status of the city. It was called Shiraz-e-Hind, meaning the Shiraz of India, and the Constantinople of the East. This was because it was a center of poetry, music, and fine arts. It is also called the Golden City of India, for its elegance and excellence in delicious food. Under the patronage of the Nawabs, there were bawarchis and rakabdars in their kitchens. They perfected the dum cook technique, in which food is cooked on a slow flame. Dishes made using this technique include kebabs, korma, biryani, sheermal, and shahi tukada. All of these are the identity of Lucknow. On World Cities Day, UNESCO included Lucknow in the gastronomy category, taking the total number of Indian cities in this network to 9. Let us now understand the cities shown on the map one by one. At the very top in the north is Srinagar, which was selected in 2022 for crafts and folk art. Srinagar's Kashmiri handicrafts, papier-mâché, and shawl weaving are famous all over the world. Gwalior was included in 2023 for music. Gwalior is the birthplace of Tansen and has been a center of the Gwalior Gharana of classical music. Lucknow was selected in 2025 for gastronomy, that is, the art of food. It is India's second such city after Hyderabad. Lucknow's Avdi biryani, kebabs, sheermal, and Nawabi dishes are centuries-old traditions. Varanasi was selected in 2015 for music. The musical traditions of the Banaras Ghatas, Bhajan Kirtan, and classical music make it a vibrant center. Jaipur was also included in 2015 for crafts and folk art. Jaipur's block printing, jewelry, meenakari, and blue pottery craftsmanship are unique. Mumbai was selected in 2019 for film. The capital of Bollywood, Mumbai is home to the world's largest film industry. Hyderabad was selected in 2019 for gastronomy. There is a rich tradition here of Hyderabadi biryani, halim, and Nawabi cuisine. Kozhikode, i.e., Calicut, was included in 2023 for literature. It is India's first city of literature and a major center of Malayalam literature, libraries, and publishing. Chennai was selected in 2017 for music. The tradition of Carnatic music and Bharatanatyam is vibrant here. Lucknow has many other special features as well. Its architecture shows a unique blend of Mughal and Avdi traditions. Tangible heritage such as Bara Imambara, Chota Imambara, Rumi Darwaja, and Bhul Bhulaiya. Nawabi features such as fish motifs on doors, chhatri, baradari, that is, a pavilion with 12 doors, and Lakhri bricks. Intangible heritage is no less. Lucknowi cuisine, which is a blend of Mughal and Awadhi customs. Urdu poetry and ghazals, the traditional dance Kathak, and the craft of chikankari embroidery. This honor recognizes Lucknow's centuries-old culture such as the traditional Kathak dance, the traditional craft of chikankari embroidery, and the diversity of its food. This will boost tourism, encourage local artisans, and promote sustainable development. What is UCCN? It is UNESCO's flagship program, which was established in 2004. Its aim is that cities around the world use their creativity and culture for sustainable development. That is, cities achieve economic, social, and environmental development through their culture, arts, and creative industries. Today, more than 400 cities around the world are part of this network. Now, how does the application process work? In India, the State Tourism Department sends the city's nomination to the Ministry of Culture. Then the Government of India selects which city will be the country's official entry. UNESCO invites applications every 2 years and then makes the selection. What are the main objectives of UCCN? First, to promote the development of cities through culture and creativity. Second, to place culture at the center of city planning so that cities become safe, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. This is directly linked to the UN Sustainable Development Goal 11, which is about sustainable cities and communities. Cities share experiences with each other, develop pilot projects, engage in professional exchanges, and contribute to studies. This network covers 8 creative fields: architecture, crafts and folk art, design, film, gastronomy, literature, music, and media arts. In 2025, architecture was added as a new field. Finally, what benefits does this UNESCO recognition provide? Especially in gastronomy, like what Lucknow has received, it promotes the city's culinary heritage. Local vendors and small food entrepreneurs get training and market access. Food-based tourism circuits are developed, which strengthens the economy and preserves our culture. The complete and deep analysis video of PT 365 will be coming very soon on our channel. If you do not want to miss any important current issue in the exam, then subscribe to our channel now. Bhagwan Birsa Munda. Recently, on the 15th of November 2025, the country observed Tribal Pride Day, which was the main celebration of the 150th birth anniversary of Birsa Munda. He was born in 1875 in Ulitu village of Khunti district in Jharkhand. He belonged to the Munda tribe, which is from the Chotanagpur Plateau region. From childhood itself, he stood against injustice. What were his teachings? Birsa started a new sect called the Birsait. He taught belief in one God, that is, monotheism. He rejected the influence of Christian missionaries and tried to revive tribal traditions. He emphasized moral discipline, cleanliness, hard work, staying away from alcohol, and purity in personal and social life. He died of cholera in Ranchi jail in 1900. But his legacy is immortal. Tribals call him Bhagwan and give him the title of Dharti Aba, that is, Father of the Earth. In his memory, Tribal Pride Day is celebrated every year on the 15th of November. His contribution against British rule was very significant. In 1899, he started the Ulgulam movement, which is also known as the Munda Rebellion. It was a great upheaval, in which tribals fought for their land, forests, and rights. His slogan was Abua Raj Se Tar Jana, Maharani Raj Tundu Jana, meaning let the Queen's rule end and let our rule be established. Now we will understand the Munda Rebellion in detail, which is also called Ulgulam or the Great Tumult. First of all, what were the causes of the rebellion? The main cause was the Permanent Settlement Act of 1793, which abolished the traditional Khundkatti system. Khundkatti meant clan or joint ownership of land cleared from forests, where the Munda tribals had community rights. The British abolished this and transferred land to zamindars and outsiders. This broke traditional institutions, courts replaced clan councils, and the old justice system weakened. There was also economic exploitation. Bet Begari, that is, forced unpaid labor, and loans from moneylenders pushed tribals into debt, resulting in the loss of their land. Now, what were the objectives of the rebellion? Birsa Munda wanted British rule to end in the region and the Dikkas, that is, outsiders such as zamindars, moneylenders, and exploiters, to be driven out of the Munda areas. He wanted to restore the Khuntkatti system, that is, bring back traditional tribal control over land. The biggest dream was the establishment of Birsa Raj, an independent Munda state where British laws would not apply and tribals would govern themselves. What were the outcomes of the rebellion? Although the rebellion was suppressed and Birsa was arrested, it had a major impact. The Bagha system was largely abolished. Most importantly, the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act of 1908 prohibited the transfer of tribal land to non-tribals and protected tribal land rights. This law remains the foundation of tribal rights even today. If you are liking the video, then like it right now. 150 years of Arya Samaj. Recently, on the 31st of October 2025, the Prime Minister addressed the International Arya Mahasammelan 2025 in New Delhi. It was part of the Gyan Jyoti festival, which was dedicated to the 200th birth anniversary of Maharshi Dayanand Saraswati and 150 years of service of the Arya Samaj. On this occasion, a commemorative coin and a postage stamp were also released. An exhibition titled 150 Golden Years of Service was organized at the event, showcasing the Arya Samaj's contributions to education, social reform, and spirituality. The Arya Samaj was founded by Maharshi Dayanand Saraswati in 1875 in Bombay. In 1877, its branch was established in Lahore. It was a revivalist movement, aimed at bringing religious and social reform in Hinduism through the restoration of Vedic religion. The goal of the Arya Samaj has always been, Krinvanto Vishwam Aryam, that is, make the world Arya, meaning noble. The organizational structure was such that every village, town, or city unit functioned as an independent entity. The executive committee was elected through annual ballots, and re-election was possible. For membership, it was necessary to accept the 10 principles of the Samaj, contribute 1% of monthly or annual income, and participate in meetings. These meetings could be presided over by any person, irrespective of caste. Today, the Arya Samaj is active across the world. It has branches in North America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia. What are the main contributions of the Arya Samaj? In religious reform, it promoted monotheism and rejected orthodox rituals and social evils of Hinduism. It built a united Hindu society based on Vedic teachings. The most revolutionary step was the Shuddhi movement. It brought back on a large scale those who had converted to Islam or Christianity into Hinduism. For example, in 1923, the Moplas of Malabar were reconverted. Through the Kumbh Ved Abhiya, Vedic knowledge was spread at Kumbh Melas. In social reform, it tried to make Dalits equal members of Hindu society, even before Gandhiji. In women's emancipation, it created a network of schools for girls, such as Kanya Mahavidyalaya in Jalandhar, Kanya Pathshala in Dehradun, and Hansraj Women's College. It made a major contribution to the national movement. Although it called itself a religious, social, and cultural organization, it was a pioneer of national awakening. It supported the Hindi language, Khadi, Swadeshi, and opposed the salt tax. Many leaders were inspired by the Arya Samaj. Lala Lajpat Rai, Bhagat Singh, Ram Prasad Bismil, Madan Lal Dhingra, Swami Shraddhanand, Sachindra Nath Sanyal, Bhai Parmanand, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. In educational reform, it combined spiritual knowledge with modern education and established gurukuls and DAV schools. In humanitarian work, it provided relief during crises. For example, the Bikaner famine of 1895, the Awadh famine of 1907-08, and the Gujarat earthquake of 2001. To promote Hindi, it published newspapers and magazines such as Arya Darpan, Arya Samachar, Bharat Sudhar Pravartak, and Desh Hitaishi. An important event was the Hyderabad Satyagraha of 1938-39. It was against the oppressive rule of the Nizam of Hyderabad, where Arya Samajists were stopped from spreading Vedic teachings. The leaders included Mahatma Narayan Swami, Chand Kiran Shada, and others. Sardar Patel acknowledged the role of this movement in the liberation of Hyderabad and its merger with India. The relevance of the Arya Samaj lies first in removing superstition and ignorance. Even today, many people wear charmed lockets to ward off the evil eye. The Arya Samaj teaches rational thinking based on Vedic principles and emphasizes eliminating such superstitions. Second, ending discrimination. Caste-based discrimination still exists in society, even though the constitution has declared it wrong. The Arya Samaj has always spoken of equality and seeks to build a united society on a Vedic basis. Third, sustainable development. Today's ideas of yoga and environmental protection are based on the Vedic lifestyle, which the Arya Samaj promoted. India's initiatives like Mission Life and One Sun One World One Grid are linked to this. Sustainable development was also discussed in the 2025 conference. Fourth, women empowerment. Today, women are becoming drone DDs in agriculture, flying Rafale jets, and leading in science and politics. The Arya Samaj emphasized women's education and equality from the very beginning. Fifth, education. The Arya Samaj believes in giving the underprivileged a dignified life through education. Today, the DAV school network has more than 900 institutions, providing modern education along with Vedic values. The first DAV school was opened in 1886 in Lahore under the leadership of Lala Lajpat Rai, which nurtured scientific thinking without disconnecting students from their cultural roots. Gurukul Kangari was established in 1902 by Swami Shraddhanand in Haridwar. It is based on the traditional Gurukul model, where the Guru and disciples live like a family and focus on Vedic education. Today, it is a university and aligns with the value-based education of NEP 2020. Sixth, humanitarian values. The Arya Samaj inculcates compassion, empathy, and a sense of brotherhood, which brings peace to society. It also contributes to disaster relief and healthcare. In conclusion, the principles of the Arya Samaj, equality, education, and rational thinking, fully align with today's needs. It has continuously adapted to changing times and continues to shape India's socio-religious landscape. Now we will talk about Maharshi Dayanand Saraswati, whose original name was Mool Shankar. Maharshi Dayanand was born on the 12th of February 1824 in Tankara town of Gujarat, which is now in Morbi district, into a Brahman family. From childhood itself, he was very intelligent. His education began at the age of 5, his Yajnopavit ceremony took place at 8, and at the age of 14, an incident on Shivratri triggered his religious transformation. He began questioning idol worship. He received Vedic education and attained mastery in Sanskrit. At the age of 21, he left home, took sannyas, and wandered across the country for 15 years, meeting many saints and scholars. His guru was Swami Virjanand Saraswati, who instructed him to remove all evils from Hinduism. Maharshi passed away on the 30th of October 1883 in Ajmer. What were his main contributions? First, in the national movement, in 1875 he was the first to give the slogan of Swaraj, that is, self-rule. His famous slogan was, "Back to the Vedas." He believed that the Vedas alone are the true source of knowledge. In social reform, at the Haridwar Kumbh of 1867, he hoisted the banner of Pakhanda Khandini, and opposed superstition, orthodoxy, and social evils. In women's rights, he advocated gender equality, gave women the right to study the Vedas, and launched a crusade against child marriage. He said that girls should not be married before the age of 16 and boys before the age of 25. In religious reform, through his book Satyarth Prakash, he taught the worship of one supreme God, simple rituals, and the chanting of Vedic mantras. In cow protection, he opposed cow slaughter, wrote the book Gokarunanidhi in 1881, and established the first Gorikshini Sabha in Punjab in 1882. He promoted the Hindi language. He knew Sanskrit and Gujarati, but believed that Hindi in the Devanagari script is the language of India's unity. Satyarth Prakash was written in Hindi itself. In education, through Satyarth Prakash, he presented a philosophy of education and described it as the duty of parents to educate their children. From the age of 5, children should learn Sanskrit, Hindi, and one foreign language. Through this courses tab, you can watch all the videos of Vision IAS Magazine 2025 in both Hindi and English. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Recently, on the 31st of October 2025, the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Patel was celebrated. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid tribute to him at the Statue of Unity, Run for Unity, and a grand parade were organized, and a special commemorative coin and postage stamp marking 150 years were also released. Since 2014, the 31st of October has been observed every year as National Unity Day, reflecting Sardar Patel's spirit of unity. Now let us briefly understand the life of Sardar Patel. He was born on the 31st of October 1875 in Nadiyad, Gujarat. His father was Jhaverbhai Patel, who served in Rani Lakshmibai's army and participated in the revolt of 1857. This instilled a sense of patriotism in Sardar Patel from childhood itself. Sardar Patel passed his matriculation in 1897, then went to England to study law, and returned to India in 1913 to begin his legal practice in Ahmedabad. He became a successful lawyer. Now let us talk about his important positions. In 1917, he was elected as the Sanitation Commissioner of the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. In 1920, he became the president of the newly formed Gujarat Pradesh Congress Committee. In 1924, he was elected as the president of the Ahmedabad Municipal Board. In 1931, he became the president of the Karachi session of the Congress, where resolutions on fundamental rights and economic policy were passed. He became a member of the Constituent Assembly from Bombay on a Congress ticket. He served as the chairman of the Provincial Constitution Committee, where the structure of provincial governments was discussed. He was a member of the Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities, and Tribal Areas. In the interim government, he became the Home Minister and the Minister of Information and Broadcasting. He then became independent India's first Home Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. In recognition of his contributions, he was posthumously awarded the Bharat Ratna in 1991. In 2015, on his 140th birth anniversary, the Ek Bharat Shreshtha Bharat scheme was launched, which brings his vision of unity to life. In 2018, the Statue of Unity was inaugurated at Kevadia in Gujarat. It is the world's tallest statue and is dedicated to Sardar Patel. His most important contribution was the integration of princely states. After independence, there were more than 560 princely states, and integrating them into India was a major challenge. In Junagadh, the Nawab did not want to accede to India, but due to the will of the people, a plebiscite was held in 1948, and when the majority voted in favor of India, Junagadh merged with India. In Kashmir, Maharaja Hari Singh signed the Instrument of Accession in 1947 in return for help against Pakistan's attack. When the Nizam of Hyderabad refused to accede, Operation Polo was carried out in 1948 on Sardar Patel's instructions, and the army integrated Hyderabad into the Indian Union. In this way, Sardar Patel made India a strong nation. Sardar Patel's contribution is a very important part of the history of modern India. First, Sardar Patel's political journey began with the Khera Satyagraha. This was in 1918. There was a famine in Kheda district of Gujarat, and farmers were unable to pay land revenue due to crop failure. Yet, the British government wanted to collect the full tax. Along with Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Patel led the farmers and encouraged them not to pay the tax. This was his first major satyagraha, and it was successful. This made Sardar Patel a close associate of Gandhiji and increased his popularity in Gujarat. Then came the non-cooperation movement of 1919-20. Gandhiji entrusted Sardar Patel with leading this movement in Gujarat. Along with colleagues like Shankarlal Bankar, Umar Sombani, Sarojini Naidu, and Indulal Yagnik, Patel formed the Satyagraha Sabha and took the movement to the masses across Gujarat. Foreign clothes were burnt, students were withdrawn from schools and colleges, and courts were boycotted. The movement was very successful in Gujarat. Now comes the most famous Bardoli Satyagraha of 1928. The British government had increased land revenue by 30% on the landlords of Bardoli. Sardar Patel led the movement. He kept the farmers united, made them pledge not to pay taxes, and protested peacefully. In the end, the government was forced to bow down and the revenue hike was withdrawn. This success earned Sardar Patel respect across the country, and people gave him the title of Sardar. From here, he came to be known as Sardar Patel. After independence, Sardar Patel's greatest contribution was the construction and integration of modern India. At the time of independence, there were more than 560 princely states, ruling over nearly 40% of India's territory and population. Under the Indian Independence Act, the rulers of these states had the option to accede to India, accede to Pakistan, or remain independent. If they had remained separate, India would have been balkanized. As Home Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Sardar Patel integrated these states into India through diplomacy, persuasion, and firm action when required. Because of this determination, he is called the Iron Man of India. Sardar Patel strengthened the foundation of the All India services such as the IAS and IPS. He called them the steel frame of India because he believed that only impartial and honest administrative officers could make the country strong. He saw these officers as partners in nation building. Sardar Patel also greatly promoted the cooperative movement in Gujarat. He played a major role especially in the milk cooperative movement. The Kara District Cooperative Milk Producers Union, today's Amul, is a result of this. By organizing farmers into cooperative societies, he enabled economic development in villages. Let us understand the core objectives of the Ek Bharat Shreshtha Bharat scheme. This scheme is inspired by Sardar Patel's spirit of unity. Its main goals are to strengthen emotional bonds among the citizens of the country, to enhance national unity through structured exchanges between states, to showcase and appreciate India's diverse cultures, to build sustainable partnerships and enable mutual exchange of best practices among different regions. Let us now discuss the key values and principles associated with Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. The first value is coexistence. Sardar Patel believed that along with large industries, villages and cottage industries should also be promoted. This would lead to rural development, strengthen agriculture, and generate large-scale employment. He did not want a situation where only big factories function and villages become deserted. This idea remains relevant today for Atmanirbhar Bharat and the rural economy. The second is mediation. Disputes between industry and workers were common. Sardar Patel believed that such problems should not be resolved through strikes or repression, but through dialogue and mediation. Bringing both sides together and reaching a compromise is the right path. This ensures industrial peace. The third value is democracy. Sardar Patel stood for equality, freedom, and justice. He fully supported representative democratic institutions and wanted them to function independently and effectively. For him, democracy was not just about elections, but about respecting the voice of the people. The fourth is firmness in administration. Sardar Patel believed that officials and the bureaucracy should not misuse power. Civil servants must have intellectual integrity. He wanted an administration that is strong yet accountable to the people. That is why he called the All India Services the steel frame of India. The fifth important idea is decentralization of power. Sardar Patel was a strong supporter of the Panchayati Raj system. He believed that there should be Gram Panchayats at the village level that work with selfless service, morality, and dedication. This would ensure quick justice in villages and faster resolution of public problems. This thinking later resulted in the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments, which gave constitutional status to Panchayati Raj. The sixth is holistic education. Sardar Patel said that education should be fair, correct, and in one's mother tongue. Children learn best in their own language, and this also helps develop a sense of patriotism. These ideas are still relevant today in the debate on education in the mother tongue. Finally, the conclusion. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel passed away on the 15th of December 1950. He will always be remembered as the unifier of India. His 150th birth anniversary, which was recently celebrated on the 31st of October 2025, reminds us of his unwavering commitment to national integrity, good governance, and public service. The life of Sardar Patel teaches us that a nation becomes strong only through strong willpower, morality, and dedication to the people. If you are liking the video, you can share it with your friends who are preparing for the IAS. Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. Recently, on the 24th of November 2025, the 350th martyrdom anniversary of Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, the ninth Guru of Sikhism, was commemorated. Large-scale programs were organized across the country. A 3-day Kirtan Darbar and a light laser show were organized at the Red Fort in Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in the program in Kurukshetra, where a special commemorative coin and postage stamp were released. Large religious congregations were also held at Anandpur Sahib. These events were organized to remember Guru Ji's spirit of protecting religious freedom and humanity. Now let us briefly understand the life of Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. He was born in 1621 in Amritsar, Punjab. He was the youngest son of the 6th Sikh Guru, Guru Hargobind Ji. He became the 9th Guru of the Sikhs. Let us talk about his major contributions. Guru Ji founded a city in Punjab called Chak Nanaki, which later developed into Sri Anandpur Sahib. This place is very sacred in Sikh history. Guru Ji was given the title of Hind Di Chadar because he sacrificed his life to protect the religion of others. Guru Ji spread the message of universal brotherhood and religious freedom. He fought against superstition, caste discrimination, and untouchability. During the reign of Mughal ruler Aurangzeb, Kashmiri Pandits were under pressure to forcibly convert their religion. The Pandits sought help from Guru Ji. Guru Ji challenged Aurangzeb and said that if he himself accepted Islam, then the Pandits would also do so. But Guru Ji did not give up his faith and was martyred in Delhi in 1675. The place of martyrdom is Gurdwara Sri Sisganj Sahib in Delhi, where Guru Ji was martyred. This sacrifice is one of the greatest examples of the protection of religious freedom. The Guru Granth Sahib includes the hymns composed by Guru Ji, which emphasize equality, peace, and courage. His hymns teach us that one should neither be afraid nor intimidate others. You can watch all the videos of this month's Vision IAS magazine from these playlists. ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. Recently, on the 2nd of November 2025, the final match was played at Dr. D.Y. Patil Stadium in Navi Mumbai, where the Indian team defeated South Africa by 52 runs to win its first ODI World Cup title. This is the Indian women's team's first World Cup victory, and winning it on home ground made it even more special. Now let us briefly understand the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup 2025. Its first edition was held in 1973 in England, and England won it. The 2025 edition was the 13th edition, hosted by India. Australia has won the most titles, a total of 7 times. India was playing its third final. Earlier it had reached the finals in 2005 and 2017 but could not win. This time, under the captaincy of Harmanpreet Kaur, the team created history. If possible, please like the video and leave a nice comment, as this motivates us to make better videos. New GI tags. Now we will talk about 2 new GI tags that have been awarded recently. A GI tag, that is, a geographical indication tag, is a kind of certification that links the unique characteristics of a product to its geographical region. This protects the identity of the product, prevents duplication, and provides economic benefits to local artisans. The first is Ambaji marble. It comes from the Banaskantha district of Gujarat. Its main features are its milky white color, natural beauty, and strength. This marble is so durable that it is widely used in temples, monuments, and large buildings. It is said that it has also been used in the Ram temple in Ayodhya. Ambaji is a sacred Shakti Pitha, and the mines there are very old. With the Ghee tag, this marble will now establish a distinct identity worldwide, exports will increase, and the local industry will be strengthened. The second is the Meerut bugle. It is a handcrafted brass musical instrument made in Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. It is used in military ceremonies, parades, and bands. Its origin dates back to the late 19th century, when during the British period, bugles were used to give signals on the battlefield. Later, it became a part of India's military tradition. It is handcrafted from high-quality brass in Meerut, which makes its sound very clear and durable. Even today, the Meerut bugle is played at the retreat ceremony at Rashtrapati Bhavan, the Republic Day parade, and military funerals. With the Ghee tag, it will help compete against cheap imported and machine-made bugles, and thousands of artisan families will benefit. Indira Gandhi Peace Prize. Recently, on the 19th of November 2025, former President of Chile, Michelle Bachelet, was awarded the 2024 Indira Gandhi Prize for Peace, Disarmament and Development. The award was presented by senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi at a ceremony held at Jawahar Bhavan, New Delhi. Now let us understand the award. The Indira Gandhi Prize for Peace, Disarmament and Development is awarded every year. It was instituted in 1986 by the Indira Gandhi Memorial Trust in memory of Indira Gandhi. This award is given to an individual or an organization without discrimination on the basis of caste, religion, or nationality. It is given for creative efforts which promote international peace, disarmament, and development, which help build a new international economic order, which ensure that scientific discoveries are used for the benefit of humanity, which expand the scope of freedom, promote racial equality, and strengthen goodwill and cooperation among nations. The award carries a cash prize of 25 lakh rupees and a citation. The complete and deep analysis video of PT 365 will be coming very soon on our channel. If you do not want to miss any important current issue in the exam, then subscribe to our channel right now. 9. Ethics. Ethics of Neuro-Tech revolution. Brain or neurotechnology is changing the way we interact with our nervous system. This field is growing rapidly, especially due to artificial intelligence, wireless implants, and low-risk surgical techniques. Along with this, we are getting many new medical facilities, but this technology is also raising new ethical and legal questions, such as mental privacy, data rights, and freedom of thought. First of all, what is neurotechnology? It is a technology that directly establishes a connection between the human nervous system, especially the brain, and digital or mechanical systems. In simple terms, it means that the brain can directly communicate with a computer or a machine. For example, brain-computer interfaces. Now let us talk about how it works. These systems detect our neural signals, then interpret them through algorithms, and finally convert them into commands so that a machine or device, such as a prosthetic hand, computer, or communication interface, can function properly. Its applications are also very exciting. Motor recovery. With the help of a digital brain-spine bridge, even a completely paralyzed person can think and stand, walk, and climb stairs. Thought-to-speech. AI-driven neural speech decoders can help ALS and paralyzed patients speak at an almost normal conversational speed. Sensory prosthetics. With osseointegrated bionic hands, amputees can feel heat and pressure, and phantom limb pain is reduced. However, as this field is developing, ethical and legal questions are also emerging. The medical use of neurotechnology is strictly regulated. But in other areas, there is currently almost no regulation. Many people use this technology without full awareness, such as connected headbands or headphones, which monitor heart rate, stress, or sleep through neural data. This data is extremely sensitive because it can also reveal our thoughts, emotions, and reactions. And it can sometimes be shared even without our consent. Therefore, while this technology brings new opportunities and treatments for us, it also raises important ethical issues such as human rights, mental privacy, and freedom of self-determination. Now we will discuss the different stakeholders in neurotechnology and their interests. First, patients and persons with disabilities. Their main objectives are restoration of mobility, speech ability, memory, relief from pain, and improvement in quality of life. However, ethical issues also arise here, such as psychological harm, excessive dependence on technology, high cost of devices, and misuse of neural data. Second, doctors and neuroscientists. Their objectives are advancement of science, new treatment options, and professional recognition. But they face pressure to ensure that patient care is not compromised for commercial gain, and that proper consent is taken for experimental technologies. Third, tech companies and startups. Their interests include leadership in innovation, ownership of data, profit, and market dominance. But the ethical challenge lies in the commercial use of brain data and rushing unsafe devices to the market. Fourth, the government and regulators. Their objectives are public safety, national security, and promotion of innovation. But they face the challenge of balancing innovation and risk, and sometimes issues of state surveillance also arise. Finally, military and strategic security institutions. Their goal is to enhance soldiers' cognitive abilities and develop brain-controlled weapons. But this creates ethical dilemmas, such as escalation of the arms race, violation of human dignity, and the risk of forced use. Now we will talk about the major ethical issues related to neurotechnology and their solutions. The first issue is the threat to mental privacy and freedom of thought. Brain-computer interfaces, that is, BCIs, can detect our cognitive states, emotions, and intentions. Misuse of this can affect our ability to make independent decisions. Our private mental information can be leaked without consent. Second is the threat to personal identity and autonomy. Connections between the brain and computer, and algorithms, can influence our thoughts and decisions. This means our personality and autonomy may be reduced. Third is the commercial use of neural data. Companies can collect and sell our brain data, just like behavioral data is used today. But this data is far more private and sensitive. Fourth is surveillance. This technology can track our attention, emotions, and decision-making patterns. It can be used by governments for security or by companies for commercial gain. This increases the risk of mental manipulation. Fifth is the dual-use risk. Technology developed for medical or rehabilitation purposes can also be used for military or intelligence activities, such as drone control or neural monitoring. Now let us talk about the direction of solutions according to UNESCO's 2025 recommendations. Mental freedom and privacy. Every individual should have control over their mental experiences. No neural data can be collected or used without permission. Human control and accountability. Neuro devices should always remain under the control of the user. Protection of vulnerable populations, especially children, who cannot give proper consent, must be protected. Transparency and clarity. Users should clearly understand the functioning of the device, its risks, and data practices. Prevention of inequality and discrimination. Equal access should be ensured so that the poor and marginalized are not left behind. Governance and regulatory framework. Neurotechnology should not be used for surveillance or forced confession. The state should classify neural data as sensitive personal data. Regulatory sandboxes should be created so that new technologies can be tested safely. Conclusion. Neurotechnology can bring revolutionary changes in medicine and life, but along with this it is essential to ensure privacy, autonomy, equality, and strong global regulation. Only then can we use this technology responsibly while protecting human dignity. Case study practice question. We are presented with a startup named Neurolink Solutions. It has developed a non-invasive brain-computer interface. Its objective is to help people with paralysis move their limbs through their thinking patterns. In clinical trials, this device is showing quite effective results, improving patients' mobility and quality of life. Now the company is planning to launch it commercially within 6 months, and its price has been set at 38 lakh rupees per device. At the same time, the company is entering into data sharing partnerships with 2 global tech firms. The objective is to use users' anonymized neural data to improve AI algorithms and monetize them. For this, users will have to give consent for data sharing. Senior neurologist Dr. Meera, who is highly respected in the medical community, has started working with the startup as a scientific advisor. She believes that BCIs can be very beneficial for patients. But she has concerns about certain issues. The price is very high, so most patients, especially from low and middle income families, will not be able to afford it. The informed consent documents do not clearly explain how neural data will be stored, used, or sold. A representative of a government security agency has approached the company and is asking for neural data for national security projects, although this request is neither official nor in writing. Meanwhile, the parents of a 12-year-old child with paralysis are extremely distressed and are requesting Dr. Mira for early permission to use the device for treatment, even though the child himself cannot give consent. The startup CEO says that only by scaling the business and entering into large data partnerships can the company remain competitive and innovate quickly. 1. Ethical issues involved in this case. High cost and accessibility. The device costs 38 lakh rupees, which is unaffordable for most people. This raises the question of equal access to healthcare. Data privacy and informed consent. There is a lack of transparency regarding how neural data will be collected, used, and sold. Users have not been given complete information. Government data request. An unofficial request for data by a government agency poses challenges to both security and ethics. Consent of child patients. The parents of the 12-year-old child have demanded early use under compassionate grounds, while the child is not capable of making decisions. Commercial pressure versus patient welfare. The CEO's emphasis on commercialization and data monetization may put patient and societal welfare at risk. 2. Competing values and ethical dilemmas from Dr. Mira's perspective. Scientific innovation versus patient interest. Dr. Mira knows that BCIs can bring revolutionary improvement in the lives of paralyzed patients. But the expensive device and data-related issues worry her. Data privacy versus AI improvement. Sharing data to improve AI algorithms is beneficial for scientific progress, but it puts patient privacy and rights at risk. Compassionate use versus legal and ethical responsibility. The pressure to give the device early to a child is understandable from a humanitarian perspective, but it may violate legal and ethical norms. Companies' financial pressure versus ethical responsibility. The CEO focuses on business competitiveness, but for Dr. Mira, prioritizing the interests of patients and society is an ethical duty. 3. Suggested methodology for Dr. Mira. Improving affordability and accessibility. Making the device accessible to more people through price subsidies, government support, or a sliding scale model. Data privacy and transparency. Clear informed consent documents for users, detailing data collection, storage, and usage. Careful decision making on government data requests. Sharing data only on formal and legal requests, ensuring ethical and legal responsibility. Ethical guidelines for pediatric patients. Obtaining approval from a clinical ethics board for children, and informing parents about safe options and time-bound trials. Balance between innovation and ethics. While promoting scientific progress, Dr. Mira should ensure patient safety, human rights, and ethical considerations. If you are liking the video, like it right now. 10. Schemes in news. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. The government has recently revised the framework of the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Main objectives of the scheme. Providing financial assistance to farmers. Providing economic support to farmers in case of unforeseen events like natural disasters or crop loss. Stabilizing farmers' income. Ensuring that farmers' income remains secure despite crop loss so that they can continue farming. Promoting modern and innovative agriculture. Encouraging farmers to adopt new technology and modern agricultural practices. Ensuring crop diversification. Reducing dependence on a single crop and increasing agricultural diversity, thereby reducing risk and ensuring agricultural stability. Key features of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana is a central sector scheme implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. It was launched in the year 2016. The main implementing agencies of this scheme are the Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers' Welfare and the respective state governments. All farmers are eligible under this scheme, including tenant farmers and sharecroppers, who grow notified crops in notified areas. The main objective of this scheme is to provide protection to farmers from sudden, localized, and severe crop losses. The premium payable by farmers is as follows: 2% of the sum insured for Kharif crops, 1.5% for Rabi crops, and 5% for commercial and horticultural crops. The difference between the premium and the actuarial rate is shared as subsidy by the center and the state. In northeastern states, the subsidy ratio is 90:10, applicable from Kharif 2020. Coverage under the scheme includes food crops such as cereals, millets and pulses, oilseeds, and annual commercial and horticultural crops. Risks covered include yield losses caused by natural fire, storm, cyclone, flood, drought, pests and diseases. Prevented sowing, planting or germination due to rainfall deficit. Post-harvest losses occurring up to 14 days from harvesting in crops kept in the cut and spread condition due to untimely rain or cyclone. Localized calamities such as hailstorm, landslide and inundation affecting specific farms. There are certain exclusions under the scheme, such as war and nuclear risks, deliberate damage, and other preventable risks. Major changes to be implemented from Kharif 2026 include: crop losses due to attacks by wild animals have been included under localized calamity coverage. This includes species such as elephants, wild boars, nilgai, deer and monkeys, which particularly damage crops in forest areas, wildlife corridors and hilly regions. Paddy flood has been re-included under localized calamity coverage, which was removed in 2018. At the state level, it will be decided which wild animals are responsible for crop damage and which districts or insurance units are high risk, based on historical data. Farmers must report losses within 72 hours through the crop insurance app and upload geotagged photographs. You can watch all videos of Vision IAS Magazine 2025 in both Hindi and English through this Courses tab. 11. Places in news. India. These days, Himachal Pradesh is witnessing celebrations of the Rolleen festival, which preserves its ancient faith and culture. Meanwhile, a worrying news from Uttarakhand is that due to climate change, an increase in attacks by Himalayan black bears has been observed. Talking about the planes, airlines flying over New Delhi have reported GPS spoofing, causing abnormal disruptions in aircraft navigation. In Rajasthan, the 8th edition of the Ajay Warrior 25 joint military exercise between India and the UK was held, which is a major update in the defense sector. Moving east, Gogabil Lake in Bihar has now been declared a Ramsar site, making it India's 94th wetland of international importance. In Manipur, the famous Sangi festival has begun amid protests. Meanwhile, Meghalay's Umengot River, known for its glass-like clarity, is now turning murky or muddy. In the west, Ambaji Marble of Banaskantha, Gujarat has received the prestigious Ghee tag. The Maharashtra government has approved India's first leopard birth control program to prevent human-leopard conflict, taking a unique initiative. In Jharkhand, the Supreme Court has directed the state government to notify the Saranda forest as a wildlife sanctuary and conservation reserve. Finally, moving south, a stampede at the Venkateswara Swami temple in Andhra Pradesh has caused loss of life and property, highlighting crowd management challenges. World. In Spain, a rare incident has been observed where the world's first white Iberian lynx has been sighted. In the north, Greenland's parliament has passed a strict law limiting the rights of foreigners to buy property on the island. Meanwhile, a meeting of the India-Slovenia Joint Committee was held to strengthen trade partnership between Slovenia and India. Talking about West Asia, high-level talks were held between Bahrain and India to further deepen defense and trade relations. In the West African country Guinea-Bissau, military rule has now been imposed following a coup. Meanwhile, Nigeria is set to host the first Indian Institute of Technology campus in West Africa, marking a major win for India's educational diplomacy. In the south, an official announcement has been made to transfer 8 cheetahs from Botswana to India under Project Cheetah. At the COP30 conference to be held in Belém, Brazil, India has called for adopting the Joint Crediting Mechanism as an important tool for global climate action. China has successfully achieved thorium to uranium fuel conversion for the first time in a thorium molten salt reactor. This is a major achievement of November 2025, making it the world's first experimental reactor loaded with thorium fuel. Thorium is safer and more abundant, which can make nuclear energy clean and sustainable. Bangladesh became the first country in South Asia to join the UN Convention on Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes. This happened in June 2025, promoting sustainable use and cooperation of transboundary waters. Bangladesh has 57 transboundary rivers, making this significant for climate change and water sharing. Ethiopia was selected to host UNFCCC COP32, to be held in Addis Ababa in 2027. This was done with the endorsement of the Africa Group, surpassing Nigeria. This will strengthen Africa's climate leadership. Iran has started cloud seeding to fight drought, especially in the Lake Urmia basin. This began in November 2025, as the country is facing its worst drought in decades. In the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian forces seized a tanker carrying high-sulfur gas oil. In Vietnam, the 15th India-Vietnam Defense Policy Dialogue was held in Hanoi in November 2025. Agreements were signed on submarine rescue and defense industry cooperation. Japan, Chinese Coast Guard ships entered the waters of the Senkaku Islands, which are administered by Japan but claimed by China. This happened in November to December 2025, escalating tensions. Indonesia, Mount Semeru erupted multiple times. A major pyroclastic flow occurred in November 2025, leading to evacuations but limited casualties. Sri Lanka, after Cyclone Dithwa, India provided assistance under Operation Sagar Bandhu, proposing relief materials, bridges, and a $450 million United States dollars package. Australia became the first country to ban social media for under 16 children, effective from December 2025. At the same time, Google is planning an AI data center on Christmas Island. Maldives implemented a generational tobacco ban, banning tobacco use or sale for people born after 2007. 11th, Seychelles. Seychelles became the sixth member of the Colombo Security Conclave in November 2025. You can also watch other parts of this magazine from the video description box or this end screen. If you liked this video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to the NoName IAS channel.